transcendence in the space of ideas too, where somehow we no longer exist in this meat vehicle. It's now just like whatever the definition of a life form is, you have descendants of those life forms.
Yes, and they will have to be thoughtful about that. They will have thought about what counts as a descendant, and
Yeah.
that will be important that they have the right count.
So the they there is very interesting because
Right.
they are.
But the key thing is we're making predictions that I think are somewhat robust about what our distant descendants will be like. Another thing I think you would also accept is they will almost entirely be artificial. And I think that would be the obvious prediction about any aliens we would meet. That is, they would long since have given up, reproducing biologically.
Well, it's all like organic or something. It's all
Right,
real.
it might be squishy and made out of hydrocarbons, but it would be artificial in the sense of made in factories with designs on CAD things, right? Factories with scale economies. So the factories we have made on Earth today have much larger scale economies than the factories in our cells. So the factories in our cells they're marvels, but they don't achieve very many scale economies as tiny little factories.
But they're all factories.
Yeah,
Factories on top of factories. So everything, uh, the factory that
but the factories that are designed is different than sort of the factories that have evolved.
I think the nature of the word design is very interesting
Yeah.
to uncover there. But in terms of aliens, let me analyze your Twitter like it's Shakespeare.
Okay.
There's a tweet that says, define hello, in quotes, alien civilizations as one that might, the next million years, identify humans as intelligent, civilized, travel to Earth, and say hello by making their presence and advanced abilities known to us. The next 15 polls, this is a Twitter thread, the next 15 polls ask about such hello aliens. And what these polls ask is your Twitter followers, what they think those aliens would be like, certain particular qualities. So, poll number one is what percent of hello aliens evolved from biological species with two main genders? And the popular vote is above 80%. So most of them have two genders. What do you think about that? I'll ask you about some of these because it's so interesting. It's such an interesting
Well,
question.
it is a fun set of questions.
Yeah, I like fun set of questions. So the genders as we look through evolutionary history, what's the usefulness of that as opposed to having just one or like millions?
So there's a question in evolution of life on Earth. There are very few species that have more than two genders. There are some, but they aren't very many. But there's an enormous number of species that do have two genders, much more than one. And so there's literature on why did multiple genders evolve, and then sort of what's the point of having males and females versus hermaphrodites. Um, so most plants are hermaphrodites. That is, they would mate male female, but each plant can be either role. And then most animals have chosen to split into males and females, and then they're differentiating the two genders. And there's an interesting set of questions about why that happened.
Because you can do selection. You could basically have like one gender competes for the affection of other in their sexual partnership that creates the offspring. So their sexual selection. It's nice to have like a to a party. It's nice to have dance partners, and then each one gets to choose based on certain characteristics, and that's an efficient mechanism for adapting to the environment, being successfully adapted to the environment.
It does look like there's an advantage in if you have males, then the males can take higher variance, and so there can be stronger selection among males in terms of weeding out genetic mutations because the males have a higher variance in their mating success.
Sure. Okay. Question number two. What percent of hello aliens evolved from land animals as opposed to plants or ocean slash air organisms? By the way, I did recently see that there's only 10% of species on Earth are in the ocean. There's a lot more variety on land.
There is.
It's interesting. So why is that? I can't even intuit exactly why that would be. Maybe survival on land is harder, and so you get a
The
lot.
story that I understand is it's about small niches. So speciation can be promoted by having multiple different species. So in the ocean, species are larger. That is, there are more creatures in each species because the ocean environment don't vary as much. So if you're good in one place, you're good in many other places. But on land, especially rivers contain an enormous percentage of the kinds of species on land. You see, because they vary so much from place to place, and so a species can be good in one place, and then other species can't really compete because they came from a different place where things are different. So um, it's a remarkable fact, actually, that speciation promotes evolution in the long run.
Zoot, you ready, big dog?
On land because there have been more species on land, because each species has been smaller, and that's actually a warning about something called rot that I've thought a lot about, which is one of the problems with even a world government, which is large systems of software today just consistently rot and decay with time and have to be replaced, and that possibly also
There he is.
a problem for other large systems, including biology.
I'm here. I need like 3 minutes. I just got to reset some computers, and then I'm ready for you. Okay.
Large species actually don't evolve as effectively as small ones do.
He's here. He just typed to me. He'll be back.
That's different from ordinary sort of evolution in economies on Earth in the last few centuries, say. On Earth, the more technical evolution and economic growth happens in larger integrated cities and nations. But in biology, it's the other way around. More evolution happens in the fragmented species.
Yeah, it's such a nuanced discussion because you can also push back in terms of nations and at least companies. Like large companies seem to evolve less effectively. There is something that that more resources, more they don't even have better resilience. If you look at the scale of decades, centuries, it seems like a lot of large companies die.
But still, large economies do better. Like large cities grow better than small cities. Large integrated economies like the United States, the European Union do better than small fragmented ones. So
yeah, sure. That's a very interesting discussion. But so most of the people, and obviously both on Twitter, represent the absolute objective truth of things. So most.
But an interesting question about oceans is that, okay, remember I told you about how most planets would last for trillions of years and then be later, right? So people have tried to explain why life appeared on Earth by saying, oh, all those planets are going to be unqualified for life because of various problems. That is, they're around smaller stars, which last longer, and smaller stars have some things like more solar flares, maybe more tidal locking. But almost all these problems with longer-lived planets aren't problems for ocean worlds. And there are a large fraction of planets out there are ocean worlds. So if life can appear on an ocean world, then that pretty much ensures that these planets that last a very long time could have advanced life because there's a huge fraction of ocean worlds.
So that's actually an open question. So when you say life appear, you're kind of saying life and intelligent life. So that's an open question. Is land, and then I suppose the question behind the Twitter poll, which is a Rabbi alien civilization that comes to say hello. What's the chance that they first began their early steps, the difficult steps they took on land? What do you think? Most 80%. Most people on Twitter think it's very like that.
Right. I think people are discounting ocean worlds too much. I think people tend to assume that whatever we did must be the only way it's possible, and I think people aren't giving enough credit for other possible paths.
But dolphins, Waterworld, by the way, people criticize that movie. I love that movie. Kevin Costner can do me no wrong. Okay, next question. What percent of hello aliens once had a nuclear war with greater than 10 nukes fired in anger? So not in incompetence and or an accident. Intentional firing of nukes. And less than 20% of the most popular vote.
So this seems wrong to me.
So I wonder what. So most people think once you get nukes, we're not going to fire them. They believe
Almost done,
in
Zoot.
the power
I
of
think
the
they're assuming that if you had a nuclear war, then that would just end civilization for good. I think that's their thinking.
That's the main thing.
Right, and I think that's just wrong. I think you could rise again after a nuclear war. It might take 10,000 years or 100,000 years, but you could rise again.
So what do you think about mutually assured destruction as a force to prevent people from firing nuclear weapons? That's a question that I knew to a terrifying degree has been raised now and what's going on.
Well, I mean, clearly it has had an effect. The question is just how strong and effect for how long.
night is still young.
Exactly.
So it's been 70 years, or whatever it's been. I mean, but what do you think? Do you think we'll see nuclear war in this century?
I don't know, in the century, but that it's the sort of thing that's likely to happen eventually.
It's a very loose statement. Okay, I understand. Now this is where I pull you out of your mathematical model and ask the human question. Do you think this
I
particular
think we've been lucky that it hasn't happened so far.
but what is the nature of nuclear war? Let's think about this. There's dictators, there's democracies, uh, miscommunication. How do wars start? World War One, World War Two.
So the biggest datum here is that we've had an enormous decline in major war over the last century. So that has to be taken into account now. So the problem is war is a process that has very long tail. That is, there are rare, very large wars. So the average war is much worse than the median war because of this long tail. And that makes it hard to identify trends over time. So the median war has really gone way down in the last century, the median rate of war. But it could be that because the tail has gotten thicker, and in fact the average war is just as bad, but most wars are going to be big wars. So that's the thing we're not so sure about.
There's no strong data on wars.
I'm almost done. Just one moment.
Because of the destructive nature of the weapons, kill hundreds of millions of people. There's no data on this.
Correct.
So, but we can start intuiting.
But we can see that the power law, we can do power law fits to the rate of wars, and it's a power law with a thick tail. So it's one of those things that you should expect most of the damage to be in the few biggest ones. So that's also true for pandemics, a few other things. For pandemics, most of the damage is the few biggest ones. So the median pandemics of ours less than the average that you should expect in the future.
But that fitting of data very questionable because what everything you said is correct. The question is what can we infer about the future of civilization threatening pandemics or nuclear war from studying the history of the 20th century? So you can't just fit it to the data, the rate of wars and the destructive nature of war. That's not how nuclear war will happen. Nuclear war happens with two assholes or idiots that have access to a button.
Small wars happen that way too.
No, I understand that, but that's very important. Small wars aside, it's very important to understand the dynamics, the human dynamics, and the geopolitics of the way nuclear war happens in order to predict how we can minimize the chance of.
But it is a common and useful intellectual strategy to take something that could be really big for it, but is often very small, and fit the distribution of the data small things, which you have a lot of them, and then ask, do I believe the big things are really that different? Right? I see. So sometimes it's reasonable to say, with tornadoes or even pandemics or something.
Almost done. Just need one more minute.
Might not be that different. So that's an hypothesis.
It might not be. The fact that mutual assured destruction seems to work to some degree shows you that to some degree it's different than the small wars. That so it's a really important question to understand is are humans capable? One human, how many humans on Earth? If I give them a button now, say you pressing this button will kill everyone on Earth. Everyone, right? How many humans will press that button? I want to know those numbers, day to day, minute to minute. How many people have that much irresponsibility, evil, incompetence, ignorance, whatever word you want to assign? There's a lot of dynamics in psychology that leads you to press that button, but how many? My intuition, the number, the more destructive that press of a button, the fewer humans you find. That number gets very close to zero very quickly, especially people have access to such a button. But that's perhaps a hope than a reality. And unfortunately, we don't have good data on this, which is how destructive are humans willing to be?
So I think part of this just has to ask what your time scales you're looking at, right? So if you look at the history of war, we've had a lot of wars pretty consistently over many centuries. So if you ask, will we have a nuclear war in the next 50 years? I might say, well, probably not. sort of risks are underlying and they just continue, then you have to add that up over time and think the risk is getting a lot larger the longer a time scale we're looking at.
But okay, let's generalize nuclear war. Because what I was more referring to is something that kills more than 20% of humans on Earth and injures
Alrighty.
um,
Zoot, thank you for your patience.
Yeah, what's going
the other 20%.
Living the dream,
suffer.
Pim. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okie doke. How was your day?
Okay, I'm ready to play.
All right.
So, Rabbi sent me an invite. Rabbi's put Rothschild sent you an invite.
No, I haven't yet. I'm gonna send. I'm gonna message Riser.
Riser?
Yeah.
Riser's sleeping.
Are you sure?
No.
It's only like 10 o'clock here. 10:42. So. All right. I'm gonna beat you 5 times straight. You may or may not get a win in, but I'm gonna just dominate you.
You're gonna dominate?
Yep.
Why do you think that?
Because I'm amazing.
Why do you think you're amazing?
Well, I just know I am. Did you get my invitation?
Yeah, hang on, give me a sec.
Take all the time you need. You were very patient for me, and I appreciate it.
Alright, got it. I'm gonna do something a little bit different here.
That's what I want to hear. Keep me on my toes.
That was not what I was trying to do, but it worked out.
I like that shot.
That was what I was, Rabbi, that was not what I was trying to do either. However, there could be a hole here. Fuck.
Dude.
Did I just risk it for nothing? Or did I just do the most amazing shot ever?
No fucking way.
You have to get it in this shot, though. If you get it in this shot. Sure. Yes!
Water. No water. I gave you a fucking point there. Fuck.
Hey, why are you going first?
It's a great question. I'm not sure. Oh. Oh. What'd you think of that shot? Rank it for me, Zoot.
I'm going to give your shot literally a 9 out of 10. 9.5 out of 10.
It's pretty good. Now if I just don't need to fuck this up. You could make it. You actually, I think, have a chance. Oh, what an amazing shot. That was a 9 out of 10 of a second shot. Rabbi takes the lead again.
You got a 9. I actually going to go up and say you got a 9.9 on the first shot.
That's what I'm talking about. How about this shot? What are your thoughts on this shot? What are your thoughts on this shot? I've never seen this go in the hole. I've never seen it go in the hole. How about that shot?
Give that. Rabbi, that was a 9.9 again.
Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Glad that you're here. Hit my ball.
That Riser?
No. Hit my ball. Dude, you have a perfect shot. You're going to hit my ball. A hole in one. We've never seen that on this hole. Or I've never seen it.
Rabbi,
Yeah, big dog.
your shot's now a 10 out of 10, by the way.
Yes, sir. I'm in agreement with you. Get there. Oh, it's just short.
I wonder though if your ball was in the way, would have I got enough of mine if your ball was in the way?
I think it would have been exactly where my ball is. Look at this. You're helping me again. Big time help. Look at this.
Motherfucker.
Look at this help. Look at the advantage of going first.
Rabbi, I think you're playing a nearly perfect game, to be honest. I don't think like your shots could be any more perfect.
I'm in
Except for
agreement.
this one's gonna be a little bit shit. Like you could have done that a lot better.
I could have, but that's okay. I'll take a 3 on this hole. Or a 2. A 3.
I just needed to know if it was there or not. I don't know if Carlton Hellstrom's going to do this.
I don't think I've ever played a better round. Maybe. I mean, okay, this is not my hole, though. No way, the reverse. Not what you wanted to do, big dog.
That was close, though.
I'm in agreement with you. It was close.
But this is what you want to do, to be honest. This is not good.
Boy, I was going to be tough to beat this set of holes. Perfect game. That's 1 in a row. No.
That's right.
Oh, is that a good shot? Get there. No. Hit my ball, big dog. Yep. Oh, dude, did you fuck me? What a great shot on your part. Get in the hole.
I have a feeling you're going to do it. You can get it in this shot.
And I did. I like this hole, and you do not. Not when I do that, though. Not when I do that, though.
I've got more hole-in-ones on this hole than anyone here.
I think you're right. Oh, and here's your chance at it again. Get in the water. Oh wow,
Nah,
is
you
that
can't get a
good?
hold of them. Thank you. What are your plans for New Year's Eve, Rabbi?
Stream like it's going out of style. How about you?
Read what?
Stream.
Stream.
How about you?
Yeah, but you're always streaming. What are you going to do on stream on New Year's Eve?
Treat it like any
It's
other day.
2025. We're halfway through the decade. You need to do something special.
No. Just keep doing what I'm doing. That is special.
It's the fucking 2020s. Okay?
I know, I've been streaming for most of it.
There'll
That's
only ever be one 2020s. You know? It's historic moment in time.
I know, that's why I'm streaming for the decade.
Do you think you'll stream next decade if you get given the opportunity?
Oh yeah, definitely. I want to do it the rest of my life. Short. I needed that. That gives
When
me.
will you?
Go ahead.
One day you'll become the most famous person in the world as well. Let go.
I don't really care about fame. I care about what this much data can do for society. I think it can make us better people. We can learn about the human body, learn about behaviors, emotions, all of that kind of stuff. I feel is very important. And we don't have like a huge data set currently. The best we have of somebody over a long period of time tracking their life is through like are you serious? Is like through journaling or diaries from like other decades or other centuries. And the best we have of one person being on camera this long, there are people who have been on camera perhaps this long, but their data isn't easily shareable. So what do I mean? There are people who have like closed circuit television uh, devices or like security cameras that have been on for like decades. But that information is stored on hard drives that aren't available to the common person. The thing that makes my stream special is that you can be 80 years old or 18 years old, get on YouTube and watch me from last year, the year before that, the year before that. You just, the accessibility is unlike we've ever seen before. And that's what really makes it special. I don't like this whole, where is it, Zoot?
And the quality of those found footage cameras are not good, where you can barely hear what the person's saying.
Yeah, that's not too big of a deal because in the future there will be ways to enhance video so that you can hear all of the different tracks. So you have to think that technology is going to improve to be able to get that information. But um,
Really?
oh yeah, especially when it comes to zooming and removing layers of clothing and augmented reality and knowing different.
But what you're saying is like they could make a more realistic version of Star Wars using the old footage.
Yeah, you could. I mean, this is just what I know. You could zoom in extreme detail in the future, especially with AI, and AI will be able to perhaps reproduce any kind of quality issues to the point where they would be indiscernible to the human eye. And so, for instance, let's take a famous scene from Star Wars. Okay, do you know where they're like, um, they're flying over the Death Star?
Yeah.
Okay, so under normal conditions, that goes very, very quickly, and you can't see too much super good detail. But in the future, oh, great shot. What you'd be able to do, this is a long shot. I need this angle to be right.
I don't know what we were doing. I thought the shot over there the whole time.
In the future, what you'd be able to do is, especially with AI, zoom in on all of that. You could perhaps change the location. Probably the easiest way, Zoot, is you just give that video to AI and it will build an entire AI world that is indiscernible from what it would have been when George Lucas made it. So you could change the angles. You could, like, normally when it's flying from behind or the camera's behind, you could make it look like it was coming from forward. You like in a video game when you pause it and you can move the camera around like an instant replay and like do 360s around the subject. You'll be able to do that. Now, in my case, people complain. One of the biggest complaints that I get, and I'm fine with this complaint, are people saying, what are your cameras at? 720p or 480p? That doesn't really matter to me because what's important to me is just that it's capturing the video. In the future, we will be able to enhance all of the video so that it's all 8K. And what is that going to do? Oh, that's a great shot. The human eye cannot discern between 8K and 16K. It's just at a certain point, it maxes out what a human eye can discern. And so it's not going to matter whether it's 32K or 64K. Human eyes still can only see about 8K. And that means, at least for me, that all of my footage will just need the enhancement of being 8K. So
What's the max resolution right now? Like 4K or 6K?
8K?
Wait, have we gone to 8K yet?
Yeah, I mean on some things. Nice job, you take the lead. Uh-oh.
I have not seen, I've only seen maximum of 4K.
They don't make like movies in 8K yet, but they make, I've seen like I think photographs in 8K. So what do I mean? Like they're just like, I mean I can look it up after this game or at another point. But basically we're very close to maxing out what an eye can discern. Now, in terms of sound, there's an argument to be made. Wow, that took out so much shit. There's an argument to be made. Well, I can't hear you. Oh, wow. Zoot, you're going to take a huge lead here. Because it's basically impossible. Unless you hit the windmill.
Oh, you can get it in the next shot.
You hit the windmill. I don't know if I can.
But I did block your shot though.
Yeah, you're up 2 games, 2 holes to 0. Oh wait, you went first though. Oh okay, no you're not. It's 2-1. I'm used to going first.
I'm not that far away. I'm not that far off you. Okay, this is going to be the greatest shot you've ever seen.
I'm ready for it. So for instance, like I listen to the radio 24/7. So
oh
that
my god, make life so easy for you.
I listen to the radio like 24/7 because I want there always to be news in the background. so that people could literally go to any day on this stream and know what was going on in world events. But that's not always clear on every single stream.
I ready to get pop.
Yep. But in the future, we'll be able to change the tracks. Wow, that was a good shot. You basically gave me no. Oh no. In the future, we'll be able to change the tracks so that, or like, how would I say it? Like, separate the tracks so that absolutely everything is listenable. Get there, get there, get there. And so you'll be able to just listen to the radio or just listen to the voices of the people who are talking on the stream. Or you'll be able to change it so that you can just hear perhaps like the sound of my computers. Or you'll be able to just hear like the music in the background. Or when I watch a television show, you'll be able to focus it just so that you'll be able to hear the television or the show that I'm watching. Basically, and I really mean this, given enough time, you'll be able to hear what my neighbors are doing. You'll be able to hear what my roommates are doing. You'll be able to hear like super, super sound. I don't know how else to describe it, but like not just like, oh, what's going on in this room, but what's going on across the street. Because you have to think with enough time, microphones are always picking things up. If given enough time, I really mean this, you'd be able to hear what's going on the other side of the world with just one microphone. Now, if you're like, well, that doesn't seem very realistic. Okay, it's the year 2024 right now. Great shot, dude. But in the year 924 or 9024, it's going to be a lot different. You have to think that we will have given humanity will have advanced to the point where if we just focus our attention on, hey, we want to be able to hear what's going on with any microphone ever on the other side of the world, we may be able to. Oh, what a that was a big miss and very important for my win. I needed that to tie. Oh, it all comes down to this.
This is the one you suck at, though, so I'm good.
That's terrible, dude.
That was the worst shot I've ever seen.
Well, not only that, but it hurts me for my second shot. All right, this is a big shot.
I will be dead when everything you said happens, though. So
not necessarily. Not with mind uploading technology, my G.
Why would I want to upload my line?
Why not?
Could it be possible that people could read my thoughts if I do that?
Yeah. People might be able to read your thoughts just by hearing your voice here.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Right now?
Yep. Oh, no, in the future. Just by reading your brain waves. Basically, how you speak. You're giving off waves. Oh, you just lost. 3 games in a row, dog. I called it.
Well, that sounds like every crime. Then there'll be like the crime rates will go down because no one would commit crimes anymore.
Yeah, I mean there are other ways of technology to get around that, or not get around that, but to utilize that type of. Oh, stop. Thinking.
If everyone could read each other's thoughts, there'd be less crime, and people would higher suicide rates because people who committed the crime would know how they could get caught.
Well, there are statutes of limitations, so perhaps it'll be pretty far in the future. You need to make this shot. Too low. Too low.
Who said I was trying to aim for it? I wasn't trying to aim for the hole. Rabbi,
Yo, dog.
if I murdered someone and freed myself for 500 years, do you think I'd get convicted of that murder?
What did you just say?
If I killed someone, froze myself for 500 years, do you think that I could still get convicted for that murder?
Yeah, there isn't statute of limitations, at least in the United States, on murder.
Well, now,
Hit my ball. Too much pink, dog.
also, do you think, like, in the future, people will be able to see events that happen in history that weren't recorded?
Yeah, so there are ways to do that. Like currently, like people don't realize. Nice shot. People don't realize, but your Wi-Fi router is basically transmitting a live video feed to your ISP. It can tell where you are in your house. It can tell what words you're using. And so wherever there's been a Wi-Fi router turned on anywhere in the world, it's sending off waves. And those waves can perhaps be utilized by people in the future to know what events are happening currently. Additionally, there's technology there out there, or the at least the possibility of technology that can perhaps um, allow us to be able to reconstruct events in quite a few different ways. So, what do I mean? There's a type of technology perhaps known as faster than light communication, which means that people may be able to people may be able to that's a good shot. Um, use a device. Oh, what a great shot, Zoot. So people might be able to use a device to quit with your bullshit typing, dude. Dude, I'm fucked on this hole. All right, so basically imagine a device that can capture information faster than the speed of light. Well, it could basically go out into space, just like a telescope or something, and faster than light is actually transmitted here on Earth, be able to re um, be able to review all of that information and give us a perfect understanding of what happened on a daily basis here on Earth, going back even before electronics were invented, to the point where like the very primordial ooze that started the world took place. which is almost like a type of time traveling. It's a device known as um, a looking glass, and while it's somewhat seen as science fiction, it could be science fact in the future. This is a big shot for you, big dog.
How dangerous would that device be in the wrong hands?
Well, there are arguments to be made that they already exist here on Earth. That we were given them by alien civilizations.
If we fucked it,
Yep. Well, it still keeps my winning streak at 4. Very good job, though.
right. Oh, Rabbi, I ordered McDonald's today and I got a squid date because I wanted the Squid Games toy, okay?
All right.
The Squid Games cookie. And I got the McDonald's shape in the cookie, okay?
Okay.
So,
Was it good?
I died. If it was really Squid Games, I would die in that game.
Okay. Well, is this Squid Games?
It can be now.
No way. You fucked me.
The good news is that it wasn't Squid Games and I'm still here, but like, the McDonald's shape is fucking hard, okay?
It's hard?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
You get the McDonald's cookie bag and you got to carve the cookie, carve the McDonald's shape out of the cookie without damaging the McDonald's shape.
Is that a real thing, or you just made it up?
That's a real thing.
I don't like this one.
Why would it be something I made up?
I don't know. You could have just like challenged yourself.
You don't dive. But if it was the Squid Games, I'd be dead if it was really Squid Games.
You love Squid Games. Oh, fuck, dude. I knew that was going to be too hard. Just like you.
I don't love Squid Games. I think
Dude.
it's a very average, mediocre show, actually. But it is it's Netflix's second biggest draw card.
What's number 1?
Stranger Things.
Oh, okay. Do you like Stranger Things?
Yeah.
It gets kind of weird in the later seasons.
I think Stranger Things is one of the series that gets better every season, in my opinion. Because I thought season 3 was the best season. Season 2 was kind of like a bit of a but season 1 was good. Okay, season 2 was better. Wasn't great. Season 3 I thought that was the best season. Then season 4 came out and I was like, holy shit, this was the best season. So now I'm waiting for season 5.
All right.
Which is next year. Which is the last season.
That is not what you wanted.
Which is the last season.
Fuck. Oh yeah, baby. I played Uno with a girl last night, and she, come on,
yeah.
we played like there's a version of Uno in Discord, and we played that. It's pretty fun. I actually like this one more. I like Ocho more. Dude, you fucked me, man.
Um. Yeah. Is there a draw card on Netflix that I forgot about besides Stranger Things and
Narcos.
Squid Games?
Narcos.
Okay. Yeah, that's not really big though.
Yeah, I think it was a great show though.
I mean, Ozark was a big draw card, somewhat, and also what was the other one? Wasn't that big? House and Cards was a big draw card back in
that was really
early
big.
Netflix.
That was really big.
Until Kevin Spacey got accused of all those things, and then the series fell apart. But yeah.
All right, that's 5 wins. Now it's time for Ocho. I'm gonna beat you 10 games. I'm first to 10.
Yeah. As of now, Squid Games and Stranger Things are the biggest draw cards for Netflix.
I'm in agreement with you.
Wednesday would also be up there, but it's not as big yet.
That's true.
You're going to play the 9 yellow. Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, big dog.
Do you know what card I have?
No.
I have a card that you also have.
Come on.
I fucked up. Rabbi, you want to say something cool?
Yep.
We have the same card. We're going to play red. We're going to play red because of that.
What?
You're going to play the 9 yellow. I'm going to play 7 yellow. You're going to play a green.
That's 1 win, 1-0.
Oh. Fuck off. Should I go and peek and ask if people know Rabbi Rothschild?
Yeah, but you'll get banned.
Really?
Yeah, because they will my name is persona non grata there, 1-to-1. I'm not
Really?
mean. I'm not. Yeah, go ahead. I think it'd be great if you did that.
So if I pop in Rabbi Rothschild again, I get like instant ban.
No, it's not instant. They have to manually do it, but they'll just ban you very quickly.
Just to saying it once, or like have to do it multiple times.
The best thing to do would perhaps be to create an alternate and then ask it.
Are you? So are you still spamming on Kick?
Oh yeah, definitely.
What are you saying now?
That I stream my life for world peace and to join my Discord and to follow me, and I put my Discord name in there.
Do you think there is a single streamer that doesn't know who you are?
Yeah, there are, but they'd be small. All the big ones know who I am. I
Have you
went,
spammed XQC?
oh, like a million times.
He knows who you are?
Yep.
Has he ever reacted to your post?
I don't pay attention.
But Adam Ross knows.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, I think that would be an interesting stream if you were an Adam Ross stream.
Well, he hasn't streamed in
Which
over,
probably
he hasn't streamed in over a month there, so he needs to start streaming.
why not?
His contract was up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, I saw him stream with Drake the other day.
If you look on his, you sure it was the other day?
Yeah.
Okay, if you look on his, maybe he deleted it. I'm not sure. If you look on his profile, it doesn't give a date on the last time he streamed because it's been so long. But he was supposed to have done that with Drake, so that could be.
It could have been on Drake's stream.
Oh yeah. That's probably what it was.
I don't know, like, anyone that just actively is like, I'm gonna watch Adam Ross's stream, or is it like people just go to Adam Ross's stream because like it's just there trending.
I think you're right. 3-1. Is it 3-1?
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know anyone that would be like, oh, I'm actively going to go to Adam Ross's stream and watch this unless like he has someone like Trump on.
Right. That's the only time I've ever done it. Wow, you really fucked me, dude. Three, 2.
But that was Barron Trump who told him. Barron Trump told him to go on to Adam Ross's stream.
Right. I don't know what that blue card, that blue does.
Look, I also think Baron Trump would be a dreamer, but his mom doesn't want him to allow him to have too much access to social media.
I'm in agreement.
Because they don't want bad publicity for the Republican Party.
I'm in agreement. I don't know if it's so much the Republican Party, but she just doesn't want him. He's only 18. They don't want him. She doesn't want him to get involved with all that stuff. She's seen what it's done to her husband, and she doesn't want that for her son. Wow, 3-3.
It's also the Republican Party. Also, a lot to do with the Republican Party doesn't want that image out there of him having too much of a special presence at such a young age.
That could be.
From what I've heard from people, might be saying too much, but that's what I've heard from people around the not just Baron Trump's, but like Trump's PR team. Because he is very active on social media under alternative accounts, and there might have been an occasion where I may have interacted with him under an alt account, but I would never know if it was truly him or not.
Damn, 4-3. That's right, you wouldn't. I have shit cards. You don't know if that means I have really good cards or if I really do just have shit cards. Oh, fuck.
Is that Rocket?
It seems like it. I didn't get a chance to see what you had.
Okay. Skip. I know you have a green card. Oh, this is a hard decision. Fuck. I have every color. But yellow. This is bad. Yep. Okay, yep, that's me. Yes. Yeah. No.
No.
No. Okay. Reverse. Great. This is the greatest comeback of all time.
Perhaps.
Okay.
Wow, you're smacking me. The other Uno that I played had the ability, it had one card in it that just switches your deck with my deck, and you could be really strategic in how you use it. So basically, I could just keep taking cards, a bunch of cards, keep taking cards, keep taking cards. There he is.
Is that Razor?
Yep. And then it would
How
switch
do you know it's Razor?
because I can see him.
Oh, you got 2 devices?
Dog, I've got like 30 devices.
Dude just realizes that Rabbi has more than one device.
Right. How are you?
This game is taking forever. Right?
I know. How are you, Riser?
Not bad. What game are you guys playing right now?
Uno? Oh, fuck. Not for long, though. He just fucked me.
Fuck. Oh, shit. What? I could have won.
You still have a very good chance to win.
You're in a better position than me now.
No, I'm not. You have 2 cards. I have 9 cards.
Here's the thing. I don't have many colors. Okay, now I have every color.
How'd you go from I don't have many colors to every color in 1 card?
Now I have every color but yellow.
You have yellow. I can't believe I chose yellow. I don't have yellow. I just made a mistake. Wow, this game is taking forever.
That's the worst. Oh, yes. No.
What the fuck just happened?
You just reshuffle it. You just reshuffle the deck.
That's crazy. I've never seen that.
It goes to the end of the deck and then reshuffle. No.
Dude, this game has been
Maybe-
so long. This is our longest game. We've never had it where they reshuffled the deck. Oh, you fuck. Okay,
Alright, right?
You-
What are you playing?
Riser, you ready?
Mini golf, baby.
Hey, by the way,
The one-
Zoot said that you were asleep. I'm like, it was only like 10:45 when I sent it to you. I'm like, no, I think he's still going.
Okay, Rabbi.
Yo, big dog.
You're probably in agreement here, but that was the longest fucking game of Uno we've ever fucking played.
Easily. We've never seen him have to reshuffle the deck.
That was like a game that just never fucking ended.
That's correct.
No, no, dude, you fuck. Oh, you fuck.
Rabbi.
I don't know what the percentage is. I think it's like 1. It's like 53%. Alright, dude, thumb me up.
Zoot, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Just hit it a little bit on the arrows around his ball, and you'll have a good shot. I don't know what you're doing. There you go. No.
You can put it onto the arrows.
Oh, that turned out to be really
That
good.
was the best shot I could have done.
I'm in agreement with you. That's what I thought he should have done, is put it on the arrows. Rabbi's about to take a major lead here. Right off the
Riser.
Riser.
Oh, you're pissed off. No, you can make it, dude, if you literally go down the ice in the hole.
Riser, I had a hole in one on a hole. I'll show you the hole. I don't know how to describe it, but
It's the ice, dude. I swear to God, it's ice. What was your hole in one?
it was. We'll just when we get to the hole, I'll tell you which one it is. It's too hard to describe.
Hey,
It's,
Riser, you're not going to be able to do shit. Hey, Riser.
Riser's got a difficult little shot there.
Why are you?
I did this Squid Game McDonald's challenge today and I fucking died, okay?
Zoot is obsessed with Squid Games. Squid Games must be really big in Australia.
That was the most fucking disgusting sentence I've ever heard.
What?
There's like the most Gen Z sentence, Zoomer sentence. Like,
Exactly. Oh, what a good shot.
what is the Squid Games McDonald's challenge? You have to like go into McDonald's and fucking.
You have to go into McDonald's and order a Happy Meal and then you get the Squid Games adult toy.
You ordered. They have an adult toy.
Yeah, they have an adult Happy Meal toy.
Wait, so they give you like a butt plug or something? They give you like an adult toy?
They give you a
Is it a
cookie.
McDonald's dildo?
They give you a cookie. They give you a cookie which is to do with Squid Games and you gotta get the McDonald's shape out of the cookie.
That you said it incorrectly. You mean get the cookie out of the McDonald's shape.
Get the McDonald's shape out of the cookie.
Did you do the cookie thing?
Yeah.
I told you the entire premise of the show is just the cookie.
I failed, so I ate the cookie, and it was the most disgusting tasting cookie I ever ate.
Really? That sounds pretty gross. Oh. What did the cookie taste like?
Like 30-year-old ginger ale.
No. I was not getting through that.
No way. I thought I would.
Zoot's gonna make it. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Good, Zoot. Prove it. No. Please.
Rabbi's gonna make it. Rabbi's gonna make it.
No!
You fucked up Rabbi's shot though.
Fuck.
Oh, I did.
0 points.
Yeah.
Now,
Oh, I thought we were all tied.
now I'm tied. I hate this one. Rabbi fucked up.
No, it's just impossible. It's like, it's not even worth trying to go through that shit. It's not worth the risk.
I agree.
I would rather take the long way, even though I go the short way every time.
Hit Rabbi's boat.
No, don't do that.
Oh no.
Uh,
Wait.
Dude is gonna fuck my next shot over probably. Oh, there you go.
Amazing shot.
Good, good. Even if you get through, you're going straight into the black. Alright.
Oh fuck, you're right. I didn't realize that with whom I was playing.
I'm surprised that you were able to shoot that through because it never goes through. Yeah, look.
Fuck you, man.
Don't worry, Rabbi. Don't worry, Rabbi. Next shot is fucked. Next shot, he is in trouble. Ready for the greatest shot you've ever seen?
Oh no.
Well,
I'm not in a good, very, very good spot here.
You're in a perfect spot. You can 2-putt to win.
I can put him in the top.
Go for the win, Zoot.
Actually, you might put in, you might get put in the corner.
Oh fuck.
Oh, I got that.
I can put him in the top.
Do it.
Put me in the tar, Blue.
Dude.
Put me in the tar. Last shot, guys. No problem.
Get it.
Oh, get in there. Go. Oh, what a shot.
Are you fucking serious?
Oh my god. That would have been amazing.
Riser takes the lead.
By 1 point.
That's all you need.
It's anyone's game.
Oh, this is the last hole. Here we go.
He's good at this hole.
You can do this in 2 shots.
I don't think we can do it in 2 seconds. Or no.
Yeah.
Of course.
You can do it in 2 shots, but it's difficult.
I don't think it's
Did
possible.
I fuck up? Did I fuck up?
Yes.
Rabbi? Sure.
Should I fling you off or?
Do what you want to do, big dog.
It doesn't help you at all. If you fling him off, he's just going to respawn there anyway.
Respawn.
In the water. In the water.
Stop.
I
There's
got
that
that
respawn.
an advantage.
Oh wow, I fucked up. Zoot,
Come on.
get in here. Oh, Zoot, fuck. Riser. Maybe not. No, you didn't.
Yeah, I don't even need the points. I'm not even sweating. I just have to not fuck up my next shot. Or get lodged off here by a cunty shot like that.
That would have been great.
Over.
Come on, Zoot. Zoot's way too hard. Zoot's going for the
He's trying
win.
to literally sink it. He's trying to sink it. He's greedy.
Now, what are you going to do, Riser?
I literally was close.
No!
What the fuck was
You guys
that?
fucked up.
Whoa, no.
You guys are fucked up.
Zoot, come on.
He was just trying to make an impossible shot here.
It's not impossible. I've gotten in there from there twice before.
Good.
Rise
Ooh.
over the win by 1 point. Alright, let's go second. Ow, my arm.
What are you saying?
You'll know in the future.
Okay. Oh, are you fucking
Could one of
serious?
you- It's like a 4-foot putt.
I have an itchy.
One win for
How does you have more wins than me? How much have you been playing?
we play it.
Because
We play 5 games a night, and I beat him usually 5-0 or 5-1. And
Rising, I have two devices, and I just sit there on an off count, and I keep on resigning over and over, so I get more wins.
That's actually pretty smart. We get later.
it is not good to go first on this hole.
Yeah, but you can't
Stop.
do rank. If you do that, you can't do ranking.
Dude, I'm fucked.
Private games aren't ranked games.
Zoot's fucked as well.
Oh fuck!
Oh, no, he's not.
Ruined my shot. Clearly. I don't even know what way to go.
No, mate, get the chicken. Aim for the chicken. Suck dick.
Oh, what a great shot.
That was the most perfect shot in the world.
Pretty
Rabbi
close.
had the most difficult shot. He just fucked your shot up. I love how Rabbi's shot literally just puts him back in the same position.
Not even close. Easy win for Riser.
I love how I say that. I love how I say that. I go in the same position. Told you. I was predicting the future.
Oh, well, you can go past the arrow.
Rabbi has a difficult shot. Killer. Alright, Rabbi,
Yo, big dog.
go straight up to the right.
I'm not going.
100% max.
They hit the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100% max. Fucked up.
I did do it 100% right.
You made my shot more difficult than it needed to be, and Rabbi, you want to go on? I forgot to take my dog on a walk.
The pink slip is at the front, so you can't go very far.
I have to take my dog on a walk in like half an hour though.
All right.
Oh no.
Wow, Zoot. Nice shot. Tied for the lead. Wow, this is interesting.
The chickens are really guarding this hole.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, that's makeable next shot. Wow.
Yeah. And I have the chickens as a backboard.
Tuck them over. Yeah. Yeah.
That sucks. Come on, Zoot.
This is dude. You just fucked yourself on that. I really fucked up yourself there.
Yes, you did.
Oh, get in. Get in, get in, get in, get in, get in. Fuck off.
Wow, Zoot has a difficult shot.
Maybe one of you can bump me in. Who's gonna make this? Oh, you fucking wow.
What do you think of that shot, dude?
That was an incredible shot.
Thank you. Zoot does not have what it takes. That was my best shot of this round. But it doesn't. Oh wow! Look at this. I've never seen the hold right there. Stop.
Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, big dog.
Tell Riser to stop smoking.
Start smoking, Riser.
Stop smoking.
I'm smoking or start smoking.
Stop smoking.
I'm smoking you in fucking mini golf right now.
Well, how many people have told you in your life to start smoking?
Oh my word! He just made it.
Wow. You're saying start smoking?
Has
Oh,
anyone ever gone
that
up to you and said,
fucks
"You should
me.
start smoking"?
That fucks me. I'm gonna be. Riser's gonna get a point. I'm gonna get no points.
Because my whole life, people have told me not to smoke.
Doctors used to tell people to smoke.
Last hole in this fucking
But doctors used to tell people to smoke.
I got lucky that this is the last hole.
I did.
Did you say that doctors used to tell people to smoke?
Yeah.
Well,
Get in the hole.
there's witch doctors that tell you to smoke meth.
No
No,
way.
don't give him a fucking win. God damn it.
Riser, you're the only person who hasn't got a hole in one this game.
Zoot, you take the worst angle at it. Come on and work, Zoot. Alright, Zoot's got a chance to fuck over Riser. If Zoot makes this, he fucks over Riser. Make it. Make it.
Oh no.
He
Oh,
just
no.
fucked him.
3 holes in one.
No.
3 holes in one.
Are
3
you
holes in one.
kidding me?
I win all by myself.
Are you kidding me?
You went from being
2 holes in.
up to losing.
Can we just say something though? I got 2 holes in one in that game. That is the first time that has happened where someone has got more than 1 hole in one in a game.
I don't know if that's true.
With us playing.
With all of us, perhaps. Zoot, where's the hole? Use your spidey senses.
Okay.
No. I can see it. Out of three. Right.
Zoot's turn. Zoot. Zoot.
Good game.
He's looking for that cookie in his shake. Go. Zoot, can you hear us? She hit the ball.
Dude, you have 1 second. Dude, why is your Wi-Fi like McDonald's Wi-Fi?
Why are you going the wrong way?
I asked you where the hole is and you didn't already tell anyone.
I'm tricking you, guys.
Rabbi, thanks for contributing.
You're
Thanks for
welcome.
helping us out. Even though there's like a 1 in 20 chance that it's there.
I know.
I know where it is.
Okay, well then tell us
Behind that green tree.
which one.
Top right.
Oh, wrong one.
There you go. I helped. Good job,
Really,
Zoot.
we should be a ghost whisperer because you're really at bullshit.
What the fuck? This is. I think there is no hole here.
It's where that green tree is.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh,
Actually,
you fucked me.
Destroyed Rabbi, so you might not get a point here. Oh, you're gonna do that. Wow. Oh, you fucking. God damn it.
Get in the water.
Good luck making that.
Wow, did you fuck me?
You brought that on yourself.
Zoot takes a huge lead right now. Zoot, what flavor is the Squid Game shake? Does it taste like squid?
You just watched over my shot. There, Rabbi, well done. Oh, yeah, nice. Oh, almost. Oh, my God.
Zoot, I asked you a question. What does the Squid Game shake taste like? Squid?
No, it tastes like ginger.
No!
Riser.
Why would I do that? Oh, my God. I had a feeling that happened, but I just didn't.
Oh no, no.
Oh no, I did it too.
And oh, oh, please, ball.
Zoot's got a difficult shot.
Oh, I'm gonna get some points here. Let's go.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, right. I'm not gonna make it. I don't think you'll be extremely lucky if you make this or that like that.
Zoot's getting 2 points, or Riser's getting 2 points. Oh, my favorite hole,
Oh, there we go.
but it's not good to go last. Zoot. Zoot. Great shot.
There you go. copying my strategy.
Dude, you copied my strategy. I'm the one who told you how to do it.
I know, I'm good.
Oh, you fuck.
Oh, thank you, Lou. Thank you. Great shot, dude.
I kind of thought.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Make it.
Riza, that was one of the best shots I've ever seen, brother.
Thank you, dude.
Rabbi, I was one of the worst shots I've ever done.
I think it's a pretty good shot.
I'll show you why.
I was gonna shoot your ball into the purple lagoon.
Yeah, I hate this.
I'm a kind individual. Look at this shot.
Oh no! That was
Wow.
dirty.
I can't believe I tied you.
Oh, here we go.
It's such an advantage going first on this hole.
You see that green tree there on the front?
On the right, there's sometimes a hole in there.
I used to have all the percent memorized. Oh man.
Worst shot ever.
Oh, forget the percent.
It's 51%.
Thank you. Wow, look at this shot. Wow.
Are you fucking serious? That's bullshit. There might be a. If you take out that tree, there's sometimes a shortcut there. The tree on the right. I'm not kidding. That one, yeah. I'm serious.
Yeah.
We've seen it before. I can't guarantee it, but sometimes there is.
Good shortcut for me. I'd rather.
Yeah, you're welcome, dude.
I got well fit.
Dude, if you wait for me, then I can get points. No. Try hard. Try hard. Is there actually a shortcut or no?
Yes, we've seen it before. We just can't guarantee that it's there every time. Which technically means that the holes are different. But oh, what a shot! Well, it's pretty assured that Riser's getting 0 points here, which means
So you'd be surprised what I can do.
not here.
Oh no, this is makeable next shot again. Nope.
It all comes down to this hole.
Last hole. The worst hole in the game. It feels like it hasn't. There's like holes that it never brings up anymore.
Right.
In front of them. Yeah.
Zoo, help me out, big dog. Zoo, do you know it's your turn? Zoo.
Yeah, it was glitching out for me for some reason.
Dude, that's even worse for me.
Chess.
Hit my ball. Not like that.
I'm after this one. I'm gonna go.
Okay.
I gotta walk my dog, but I'll be back later.
Well, I'm almost sure Riser will not still be there.
Well,
Rise a little bit of day. I heard.
Short. Oh,
what did you say, Z?
I heard that you.
a bit of gay.
Yeah.
How is someone a bit of gay?
You heard it from where?
His boyfriend?
Yeah, from my boyfriend.
No way.
Oh, so they got in.
Hit my ball, Zoot. Give me a bump. Championship shot. Get there.
Oh,
Easy win for
making
Riser.
tie with this guy.
You don't have the balls.
I can't even do it.
You don't have the balls. You don't have the balls. Why would you do that?
Dude, knock his ball our way. Knock my ball.
You went from winning to tying.
I went from winning to losing.
No.
Oh, wait, no, I was a shot ahead.
Exactly. All you had to do was make it.
Did you not want to win?
I did want to win, and I tied for the win. There we go, kids. That was fun.
You're welcome.
Excellent. Okay.
Alright. Discord. I'm going out of Discord.
Okay. Nice plan, man. All right. I'm gonna go into Caspi and see. He's watching this guy. He's a big fan of this guy named Music Biz Marty. He sent me a link. Do you want me to send you the link?
Sure. Is that where he's at right now?
Yeah. Let me see if the guy's live. If he's not, I won't send it to you. He ended 7 minutes ago. Shit happens. Let me see if he's live on his if this guy. What is that?
I just sent me this AI song.
Horribly. Survive but suffer. That's what I was referring to. So when you look at 5 years from now, that might not be nuclear war. There might be something else, right? That kind of has a destructive effect. And history of humanity. I just don't know. I think since nuclear weapons, this has been, engineering pandemics, for example, robotics,
Take care, Boo. Pleasure to play with you.
Here's how
It seems like a real new possibility that we have to contend with it. We don't have good models, or from my perspective.
So if you look on, say, the last 1,000 years or 10,000 years, we could say we've seen a certain rate at which people are willing to make big destruction in terms of war. Yeah. Okay. And if you're willing to project that data forward, then I think that if you want to ask over periods of thousands or tens of thousands of years, you would have a reasonable data set. So the key question is what's changed lately?
Yes.
Okay. And so a big question of which I've given a lot of thought to, what are the major changes that seem to have happened in culture
Welcome.
and
How are you?
attitudes over the last few centuries?
We're glad you're
What's our
here.
best explanation for those so that we can project them forward into the future. And I have a story about that, which is the story that we have been drifting back toward forager attitudes in the last few centuries as we get rich. So the idea is we spent 1 million years being a forager, and that was a very sort of standard lifestyle that we know a lot about. Foragers to live in small bands, they make decisions cooperatively, they share food, they don't have much property, etc. And it was like that. And then 10,000 years ago, farming became possible, but it was only possible because we were plastic enough to really change our culture. Farming styles and cultures are very different. They have slavery, they have war, they have property, they have inequality, they have kings. They stay in one place instead of wandering. They don't have much diversity of experience with food. They have more disease. Farming life is just very different. But humans were able to sort of introduce conformity and religion and all sorts of things to become just a very different kind of creature as farmers. Farmers are just really different than foragers in terms of their values and their lives. But the pressures that made foragers into farmers were in part mediated by poverty. Farmers were poor, and if they deviated from the farming norms that people around them supported, they were quite at risk of starving to death. And then in the last few centuries, we've gotten rich. And as we've gotten rich, the social pressures that turned foragers into farmers have become less persuasive to us. So, for example, if a farming young woman who was told, if you have a child out of wedlock, you and your child may starve, that was a credible threat. She would see actual examples around her to make that a believable threat. Today, if you say to a young woman, you shouldn't have a child out of wedlock, she will see other young women around her doing okay that way. We're all rich enough to be able to afford that sort of thing. And therefore, she's more inclined often to go with her inclinations, her sort of more natural inclinations about such things, rather than to be pressured to follow the official farming norms that you shouldn't do that way. And all through our lives, we've been drifting back toward forager attitudes because we've been getting rich. And so, aside from at work, which is an exception, but elsewhere, I think this explains trends toward less slavery, more democracy, less religion, less fertility, more promiscuity, more travel, more art, more leisure, fewer work hours. All these trends are basically explained by becoming more forager-like. And much science fiction celebrates it. Star Trek or the culture novels, people like this image that we are moving toward this world where it's basically like foragers. We're peaceful, we share, we make decisions collectively, we have a lot of free time, we are into art.
So forager is a word, and it's a loaded word because it's connected to what life was actually like at that time. As you mentioned, we sometimes don't do a good job of telling accurately what life was like back then. But you're saying if it's not exactly like foragers, it rhymes in some fundamental way. Right. So you also said peaceful. Is it obvious that a forager with a nuclear weapon would be peaceful? I don't know if that's 100% obvious.
So we know a fair bit about what foragers' lives were like. The main sort of violence they had would be sexual jealousy. They were relatively promiscuous, and so there'd be a lot of jealousy. But they did not have organized wars with each other. That is, they were at peace with their neighboring forager bands. They didn't have property in land or even in people. They didn't actually have marriage. And so they were, in fact, peaceful. I think that's
When you think about large-scale wars, they don't start large-scale
They
wars.
didn't have coordinated large-scale wars. But anyways, chimpanzees do have. Chimpanzees do have wars between
that's a hopeful message. If we could return real quick to the Hello Aliens Twitter threads, one of them is really interesting about language. What percent of Hello Aliens would be able to talk to us in our language? This is the question of communication. It actually gets to the nature of language.
It also gets to the nature of how advanced you expect them to be. So I think some people see that like we've advanced over the last thousands of years and we aren't reaching any sort of limit, and so they tend to assume it can go on forever. And I actually tend to think that within, say, 10 million years, we will sort of
What's up, biggest loser on the internet? How you living, baby? Hey, how are you? What's going on, Ant Six? You guys are amazing. I want to tell you why I think you're amazing. You guys are huge fans. You even made your profile pictures my picture. I told everybody about it. I think that's amazing. How are you guys today?
Oh God, I've been hearing great stories about you. I've been watching your YouTube channel endlessly with my 400 iPhones that I have.
That's wonderful, man. I hope that they're all as exciting as the original one.
No, it's not. I literally have 400 iPhones looking at all your alternative phones, watching you sleep at different angles. Can you explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. And essentially, I've created the world's largest data archive on any single individual. It goes back 3 years. And if you didn't know, data is Earth's number one resource, and I have more data than any person ever. Shout out to Ant Six with Rabbi eating peanut butter.
It took them a minute to find out that data. I think it was 2022. There you go, 26. So you said 3 years, right?
Yeah, going back to the pandemic, it's more than 3 years. It's like 3.5 years now.
So what made you decide to, beat the world record of holding the world's largest stream to one given individual?
Great question. Great question. So I didn't start out that way. I'm in tech as a background. That's my craft, essentially. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I'm a certified project management professional, and I know the value of data. Well, I started it actually. I would hit golf balls after work at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, and I wanted to see what my drive looked like on camera. I'd never had the opportunity to see that. So I started recording myself just to see what my drive looked like, and I would sometimes make jokes to myself about which way the ball would go. And I thought, you know what, this might be something that my future family might think is funny. And so I started archiving that data, and I'd upload it every night after playing golf. But the thing that I ran into is it just takes too long to upload everything every single night. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to just start streaming it. And I did. So for like summer 2021, I would just stream that. And then from there, I recognized, you know what, why stop streaming if I get a lot of joy out of this? And I think that data is as important as I've heard it is in the tech world. Then why not just buy some devices and start streaming my life 24/7? Have you guys ever seen the movie The Truman Show?
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent.
No man was born yet, or me, so they don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Can you explain the Truman Show?
Absolutely. The Truman Show is a story of a man named Truman Burbank whose entire life is on camera from birth till his adulthood, and the entire world becomes enthralled or fascinated by him. The one difference between Truman and myself is that Truman it was done to that person without their consent. And in this case, we have my consent to do this. And I really don't want war anymore. I talk about some things that really will help the world, I think, because this gives me a platform. Truthfully, I want to end world hunger through the use of technology like agricultural drones, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. Utilizing those types.
You're endorsing technology.
Oh,
That's what you're trying to say.
100%. Yeah,
You're
absolutely.
trying to replace human beings for robots. That way, we don't have to do more.
Exactly. And we can hopefully focus on ourselves, focus on the betterment of society, and utilize AI and robots to our advantage.
24/7, comments on you, screenshots you, looks at you like an idol. Can you tell why you're wearing that Sonic the Hedgehog OTA?
Oh,
Whatever it's called.
word, absolutely. So I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth $300 million. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. And I met these guys about 2 years ago in a Twitter space, and I was talking about future technology, and they thought what I was saying was really interesting, and they asked me to become a member of their community, and they sent me a bunch of merch, and basically I've become a spokesperson for them, and I'm live. You can see over here in their Telegram, and let me give you guys a room tour so that you can see, because you guys basically only see me from one angle. So, hey, man, we might have to. I have one of those. Yeah, they're really nice. Okay, so back here, I've got a camera. I make this so that you can watch me in 360 degrees. Over here, I'm live on. I mean, these are all live on YouTube. So I don't know if you guys have seen, but I'm live on 10 different YouTube channels simultaneously. Exactly. You're the man. Shout out to Biggest Loser on the Internet. So then over here, I'm live in a bunch of other people's Discords, like the biggest Discords that I can find. And then let me show you. I've created a robot that automatically, if you guys know what Kick is, which you probably do if you know who Aiden is, it automatically spams for me. So, yeah, exactly. So everybody on Kick basically knows who I am because of this robot. Here we've got like I'm live in Wall Street Bets Discord. This is on YouTube right now. My robot is working, and then over here I've got more devices. Let me show you the device on which you usually see me. Just one moment. And again, thank you guys for being so nice to me. You guys are really sweet. You are. Well, I have recorded it. Just one moment. Over here, this is the device you usually see me on. And then as you see, I have like a wall of computers here. And yeah, exactly. So what they do is they record basically my every movement, every moment of the day, and they have been for more than 3.5 years. The robot itself, what it does is it creates an account. It then on Kick. It then will end up following a person, and then it creates a clip of them and types in the description my Discord, and then it spams them like 8 times, and then it moves on to the next person, and it just runs like continuously. Is I'll show you right now. So what's it going to do? It's going to open up Kick. It's going to go to the just chatting, and as you can tell, like my hands are here. This is all automated, and what it will do is basically create the accounts for me, and it's how people have gotten to know me, and I've gotten some really good interviews with people there. I mean, you ask anybody on Kick who's a top 300 streamer on Kick, they all know who I am because of my robot, and that's been a really nice way to get more influence on the world. But really what it's about is world peace. I am an advocate for world peace. I don't think it's right for you to put your hands on me, nor me put my hands on you without consent. And we're at a point in society where I feel we don't need war. We can advocate to defense contractors to start building robots and using AI for the good of humanity and move away from hurting each other. I feel that, especially with the current conflicts, the best way to avoid any further war is to first everybody lay down their arms, release all the hostages, come to terms at a table, eye to eye, person to person, and live stream it. That way, the whole world will be aware of if anybody is not playing fairly, essentially. And those are some of the things that I think are important. But we talk about some other things that are much bigger than just even world peace. things like anti-gravity, antimatter. I don't know if you guys know who Bob Lazar is, but I'm a huge advocate of Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar was a nuclear physicist at Area 51, specifically S4, and talks about the utilization of anti-gravity for propulsion and for perhaps the creation of force fields. We also talk about things like de-extinction. I don't know if you guys are aware, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003. It was with a Pyrenean ibex, which is like a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France. The scientists were able to de-extinct it, and fast forward to the year 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific has started, and they have made it their goal by the year 2028. So within the next 3 years or so, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth using African elephants. So perhaps within the next half decade or so, you might be able to see a woolly mammoth, at least on video. And they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, which might be very exciting. Additionally, once they're done with the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird, which I think is just incredibly exciting opportunity to be on Earth to be able to see these things. Other things that we talk about are things like life extension technology, the utilization. Like when you guys were born, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80. But I want to help you. I want to extend that. So the use of life extension technology, things like human growth hormone and stem cells, nootropics, things like cryogenics, cryonics, other things like ambrosia therapy, using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. All of these things are excellent opportunities for people to extend their life to age 100, 120. But then what happens? Your body's going to break down. You guys are going to say, okay, Rabbi, now what? Well, that's when the next type of technology comes into a place. And I really mean this to Ant and Fing and you, of course, biggest loser on the internet. I want to, once I go viral, I have more data than any person on Earth. Data is Earth's number one resource. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I have, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, palladium, silver, everything. And I have more data than any person ever archived. You guys know, I mean, I'm everywhere. And I want to be able to make you, your friends, and your families rich. And so that you can afford these types of technologies. So, all right, we get to age 80, age 100, age 120, our bodies start to break down. What do we do then, Rabbi? Well, that's when the next type of technology comes into effect, which is known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain if you want. This is all with your consent, but we scan your brain into a computer. We, we have access to your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, and take that data and download it into an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, whatever you want to be. You can be perhaps a robot or an ethereal being. These are all certainly opportunities that you may have in the future. And I just want you to know that I'm a leader in all of these facets of futurology, is what it's known as. And with as much data as I have, it may make me a very influential person. And if that happens, I want to help all of you. I want to help your friends and I want to help your families. I'll have more money than I know what to do with. I'm going to give it away. I want to give it to you and have you be able to start charities for people who you want to help, for you to be able to help your friends and family, and really just help the world. I think these are excellent opportunities.
All right. So in my interview, and just turned on his phone. It's probably mind blown.
That's okay.
How old are you, Rabbi?
39.
39. Okay. So, did you ever watch the movie Space Odyssey 2001?
Yeah, with Stanley Kubrick. Yeah.
Yes. That basically is all a symbolic message to like inferior people that don't know how to use their brain. Just like how you're saying you want to bring world peace and advance humanity when we're basically like robots. That's cool and all, but is it possible in this time? Fuck no. And I think the biggest thing is politics. I don't think half the stuff that you mentioned, like rejuvenation cream or stem cells or cancer thing, I don't think anybody cares. I think right now it's like, what whatever somebody's saying to my ear, I'm just gonna repeat it. That's how it is. It's always been like this because you're saying the same thing Plato said. Well, let's start this, surgery. Let's try to rebuild this human being back. And I'm like, man, you're stupid. 300 years later, now we have hospitals. I get what you're saying. I understand you're going to be this platform of it, but it's very hard and convincing to even understand. A lot of times, people are going to be like, whoa, where did you even come up with that idea? You're like, oh, I watched the movie. You know? That's just an example.
Absolutely, you're exactly right. I will have detractors. What people don't recognize is that there's a breakaway civilization of humanity. There are Homo sapiens, which we all are, and then we are evolving into a species that perhaps some of us don't die. And for those of us who are in this breakaway civilization, it's an extremely exciting opportunity for people. Now, I personally recognize what you're saying, and yes, it's been said for thousands of years. Hey, we want world peace. We don't think that other people should hurt other people. Yes, but we need leaders in society to be able to discuss these things.
Yeah, but that type of information that we have for like thousands of years. Tell Anne, how long can a human brain live on? Give me like, I don't know, 50 years. And the answer would be wrong. It would be 200 years. That's just because we just put a brain in like, I don't know, glycerin and like water, and we just sat there for like 200 years. And we're like, oh, yeah, it's still there. So if we already know the brain can live for 200 years, why aren't we abusing it? Oh yeah, we're smoking, we're doing drugs, we're drinking alcohol. So we don't even have a good data to even start with, like you're saying. You're trying to be an empire of the data. So your job is you got to inform all these retards to like actually understand the shit. Because they don't even understand what the fuck's going on in their ass. It could be a fart sound or it could just be a bad memory. They don't know.
Legitimate points. So let's talk about that, where we've already done damage to our brains, for perhaps through, I don't know, just aging, through cell degradation, through alcohol, through whatever. Okay, fine. Well, there's a type of technology and a type of device known as a replicator machine. Now, they're currently not available to people, but in the future they may be. So, replicator machine essentially will allow you to scan an object and be able to replicate it or clone it in its every facet. So to know where every atom is on it. And using AI, we could essentially take, let's just say, my brain that has had some cell degradation, replicate it, and then enhance it and be able to, I would say, perhaps heal wherever it has any damage, and perhaps even increase its capacity. So, using a replicator machine, these are also known as Santa Claus machines. Basically, you think it up and it can create it for you. It could create a clone of you. It could create a car. It's essentially like a 3D printer, but it just can create anything. With this type of technology, the sky is the limit. We'll be able to create clones of ourselves. We'll be able to perhaps revivify people who have previously died. We don't know. I mean, really, the opportunities are endless, but I'm somebody who is a forward thinker, and I would like to see humanity develop itself. And now, I don't know if absolutely every single person on earth would be able to take advantage of this. I would like that, but I think we all know that there are powers that be that don't necessarily want all of the goodness that the world has to offer for everyone, but perhaps some people may be able to take advantage of this. And if they do, these are some of the technologies that they may be able to utilize. You're good. Shout out to you. I'm a huge advocate for decriminalization of all drugs. I don't feel that we should put people in cages due to plants.
Well, I have my thoughts and political thoughts about people and humans in general. I think civilization in 2024, we have reached rock bottom, beyond rock bottom. It's like your rock bottom was like SpongeBob episode Rock Bottom.
Sure.
We're not in the dark. These dumbass kids are smarter than like these 40-year-olds. So, may God bless our hearts. We gotta suffer 40 more years because if we're life expectancy, whatever the fuck.
Life expectancy. Sure.
Yeah, my brain just rotted from like.
You're good. You just even said you just took a choke. I understand.
I understand that. That shit just
That's good. That means it's working.
It's weird with the fucking phone. I don't know. My brain's just going.
You're good, my G.
Demons coming out of me. Oh god. But look, seriously. Yeah, we reached rock bottom, man. Like rock bottom.
Well, hopefully we have, and we can move out of it. Hopefully the.
No, I don't want them to be recharged. Like they actually like gotta be like something like you can go outside, be like mechanics or like something useful.
Well, certainly.
Like a shopping cart assistant.
Yeah.
Shopping cart for old people. Like these things.
Well, what is happening is AI is replacing all of those positions.
Oh god, and they're selling it.
And so.
Look, Rabbi. I had
Sure.
a fantasy when I was like a little kid.
Okay.
I'm not gonna shit. Maybe you're the right subject. If you was paid whatever amount of money, right, to transplant your body into whatever type of robot, would you be the first person to try it out and show it live?
I don't want to be the first person to do it. No. I don't really want to be the first person for any of this. I want to make sure that it works. But once I know it works, absolutely.
How the fuck are we gonna know that? Who's gonna be the first, man?
Great question. So just like the people who are the first test subjects of Neuralink, there are people who are in desperate situations. The first person to ever have Neuralink implanted in them is a man named his name is Nolan Aspera, and he's based in Texas. And basically, he's a quadriplegic person, so he doesn't have use of his arms or his legs, and so he volunteered for this. So there are some people out there who may want to volunteer because they're in a certain situation where their life is essentially not as enjoyable as possible, and they want to increase the amount of joy that other people may be able to experience. So you may have someone who is like, let's say, just in current terms, 100 years old, and they've got cancer and they're going to die. And they may say, you know what, if mind uploading technology is a thing, please scan my brain and let's try it. I'm going to die anyway. So why not give myself the opportunity to be able to do it?
Doing the tippy toes on that shit. He already created a machine where you can implant the device to monkeys because the FDA kind of, didn't approve it to a human subject.
They have now, though.
Okay, you get my point now. So, your technology is going to be in these advanced age, at least in the 40s, maybe 30s. Who knows how far we advance. But it's going to be there. That's my point. My question now is, we as Homo sapiens, what time do you think that we actually created our first thought?
Our first off?
And why? Thought. Like,
Oh.
the first original thought. Like, as humans, like, Homo sapiens, like, monkeys.
Yeah, well, that's not technically true. So we as Homo sapiens have a common ancestor with other primates, but that common ancestor was more like a rodent than it was like a monkey. So we didn't evolve from monkeys. Monkeys are on a separate evolutionary branch than we currently are. But what you're saying is basically, when's the first time that a human-like subject or even a primate had its first probably conscious thought? And I would say that probably even predates our idea of being primates. It was probably, if we would have to say, what organism had a conscious thought? And that probably gets into an argument of maybe perhaps at a jellyfish type of level, meaning very primitive types of life forms. I don't know if like cell structure necessarily, like eukaryotic or prokaryotic bacteria necessarily has conscious thoughts, but the argument is to be made that whatever type of being had neurons to be able to communicate to some type of uh, central nervous system. That would be the argument could be made that that was the first thought that would be made. Now I get what you're saying. What about more developed thoughts? Okay, well, we get through evolution. Perhaps there were fish with thoughts that.
All right, I get what your point now. So you need actual data in detail into the actual constructive conversation to finish anything, like an AI. So if I told you I was the monkey, and my first original thought was everybody's walking around, right, on their four legs, whatever. So I'm just gonna grab a piece of, whatever, stone, bone, whatever, off the floor, and just whack somebody.
Okay.
Oh, snap, they died. So explain all that what just happened.
Okay.
You see my evolution?
Yes.
Like how I'm just
Are you?
evolving like so fast. That's what you need to do in this like journey that you're doing. Even as setting a world record, setting all these bars, you should take control of everything that you have of data and use it. Even if you had to make 100,000 users, even if your Bitcoin sponsor had to give you a shit ton of money, they should provide you at least like $10 phones that have at least a CPU that can like process all this information and not burn out. Like Ant's phone. Ant's right now on a Nokia 300.
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand that. Biggest loser on the internet. I want you to know I appreciate what you're saying, but if Ant is going to keep his camera on like that, we can't be doing this. Okay, good job, Ant. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I mean, I would love to tell you that I have hundreds of thousands of followers. There are a lot of people who know who I am, and I do have a core base of fans. I have people who stay in my Discord 24/7 along with me to the best of their ability. I have people who come in on a daily basis. We play games together. So I do have a tight-knit group around me. But eventually what's going to happen is the right people are going to see what I'm doing, and they're going to spread it, and it's going to continue to spread. And then perhaps I may be that one person uh, who's known to always be on the internet, and you can always follow me. That's a really exciting premise to people. The internet can be very boring, and when people are bored, they're going to be interested to see, hey, I wonder what Rabbi's doing.
So you just change it up and try to say you're going to be an uncle on the internet.
I'm essentially going to be a big brother to the world.
Yeah, an uncle.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't like that name no more.
Okay.
It's kind of funny.
Word, dog. Okay, so yeah, but the fun uncle.
Well, describe fun uncle. Like,
Sure.
what would a fun uncle do?
A fun uncle is somebody who you can go to. Perhaps you don't always want to go to your parents and be able to ask them questions and get realistic answers from them. And perhaps they're going to teach you how to enhance your life in ways that your parents wouldn't normally tell you. So, what are some examples of this? Well, we could, like, perhaps your parents wouldn't take you to a casino and you could go gambling, but your fun uncle might. And your fun uncle might give you a few bucks to be able to play tables and teach you all the games and how to do that. A fun uncle might teach you how to pick up women when your parents wouldn't normally do that. A fun uncle might be able to take the time, because they don't necessarily have children of their own, to be able to still care about you, but not. But
I got a great idea.
Go for it.
You got a 3D printer?
I don't.
I would print myself. I can probably get you one from Amazon. You're in the United States, but you say you're from Israel. I don't want to dox you, so just get a 3D printer somehow from Discord. I don't know, somebody trustworthy. Print yourself, like, what you're just saying, and just get like a pocket Rabbi, and just like, whoa, what would Rabbi say? And just get a hologram, a little crystal, flashlight. You already got all the footage, and just start talking.
Word, dog.
Start doing for like an 8-hour, skin or something like that. That itself is genius. Just imagine having that in your hand.
I'm in absolutely. What? 100%. 100%. So this right here is a pocket talk, which I imagine people will have. I mean, we have this kind of technology in our phones, but it's not as quick. Basically, with this, I can have it translate immediately for me. It's essentially a universal translator.
Básicamente, con esto puedo traducirlo inmediatamente. Es básicamente un traductor universal.
So in the future, it would just be AI, and you could ask Rabbi whatever you wanted, and I could be able to give you an AI advice, essentially.
Yeah.
Word.
All you gotta do is just carve out that plastic and put it in another plastic, and the hologram thing is just a crystal. All you gotta do is just play that crystal like a projector. Just project everywhere like light.
I'm in agreement with you. Absolutely. And with especially we are in the infancy of AI. We don't know its opportunities, especially currently we're working towards artificial general intelligence. But where AI gets really interesting is the next level, which is artificial super intelligence, where it's many times smarter than what an average person is. And once we get to that level, the opportunities are essentially endless.
Well, hey, to support you in every way, Rabbi. We
That's amazing.
appreciate you.
Hey guys,
But one day, we
go
should just talk, man.
Absolutely. I want you to know how much I appreciate you guys. I know that you guys are always razzing me, and that's cool. I mean, I appreciate the attention, and I want you to know if you guys ever need any support or you ever need anything, I'm here for you. I hope the best for all of you, and I'm going to continue streaming just like I always do. And if you ever need me, feel free to DM me or get my attention, and I'm here to help you, okay?
Hey, Rabbi, your uncle, man.
Absolutely. You take care, my friend. Much love to you all. If you're watching this either in 2024 or 5785, just know that I really appreciate those guys being so nice to me. Shout out to Aiden Ross for just allowing me to stream in his Discord. Not everybody would allow somebody to do that, and that's really nice of him. Shout out to those guys, they're really nice. Shout out to Biggest Loser on the internet. It takes a lot of courage to just randomly talk to people, and he is very comfortable, very nice, very smart. All right. Shout out to those guys.
imagine some maybe advanced aliens who become so weird and different from each other they can't communicate with each other, but we're probably pretty simple compared to them. So I would think, sure, if they wanted to, they could communicate with us.
So the simplicity of the recipient is, I tend to just to push back. Let's explore the possibility where it's not the case. Can we communicate with ants? I find that with this idea that,
We're not very good at communicating in general.
oh, you're saying, all right, I see. You're saying once you get orders of magnitude better at communicating.
Once they have maxed out all communication technology in general, they just understood in general how to communicate with lots of things and had done that for millions of years.
You have to be able to, so interesting, as somebody who cares a lot about empathy and imagining how other people feel, communication requires empathy, meaning you have to truly understand how the other person, the other organism sees the world. It's like a four-dimensional species talking to a two-dimensional species. It's not as trivial as, to me at least, as it might have first seemed.
So let me reverse my position a little, because I'll say, well, the hello aliens question really combines two different scenarios that we're slipping over. So one scenario would be that the hello aliens would be like Rabbi aliens. They would be just fully advanced. They would have been expanding for millions of years. They would have a very advanced civilization. And then they would finally be arriving here, after a billion years perhaps of expanding, in which case they're going to be crazy advanced at some maximal level. But the hello aliens about aliens we might meet soon, which might be sort of UFO aliens, and UFO aliens probably are not Rabbi aliens.
How do you get here if you're not a gravity alien?
Well, they would have to be able to travel, but they would not be expansive.
The road trip doesn't count as gravity. So we're talking about expanding the colony, the comfortable colony.
So the question is, if UFOs, some of them are aliens, what kind of aliens would they be? This is sort of the key question you have to ask in order to try to interpret that scenario. The key fact we would know is that they are here right now, but the universe around us is not full of an alien civilization. So that says right off the bat that they chose not to allow vast expansion of a gravity civilization.
Is it possible that they chose it, but we just don't see them yet? Because these are the stragglers, the journeymen.
So the timing coincidence is, it's almost surely, if they are here now, they are much older than us. They are many millions of years older than us. And so they could have built a galaxy in that last millions of years if they had wanted to. That is, they couldn't just be right at the edge. They're very unlikely. Most likely they would have been around waiting for us for a long time. They could have come here any time in the last millions of years, and they just chose it. They've been waiting around for this, but they just chose to come recently. But the timing coincidence, it would be crazy unlikely that they just happen to be able to get here, say, in the last 100 years. They would no doubt have been able to get here far earlier than that.
Again, we don't know. So this is referring to UFO sightings on Earth. We don't know if this kind of increase in sightings have anything to do with actual
I'm just talking about like the timing. Like they arose at some point in space, yes, right? And it's very unlikely that was just to the point that they could just barely get here recently. Almost surely they could have gotten here much earlier.
And well, throughout the stretch of several billion years that Earth existed, they could have been here all time.
Exactly. So they could have therefore filled the galaxy a long time ago, or they had wanted to.
Not that much. That's what the question to me is: isn't it possible that the expansion of a civilization is much harder than the travel? The sphere of the reachable is different than the sphere of the colonized. So, isn't it possible that the sphere of places where like the stragglers go, the different people that journey out, the explorers, is much, much larger and grows much faster than the civilization? So in which case, like, they would visit us. There's a lot of visitors, regrets, right, of the civilization. They're like exploring, they're collecting the data, but we're not yet going to see them
time delay between when the first thing might arrive and then when colonists would arrive in mass and do a mass amount of work is cosmologically short. In human history, of course, sure, there might be a century between that, but a century is just a tiny amount of time on the scales we're talking about.
So this is the computer science and causing optimization. It's true for ants. So it's like when the first ant shows up, it's likely if there's anything of value, it's likely the other ants will follow quickly.
Relatively short. It's also true that traveling over very long distances, probably one of the main ways to make that feasible is that you land somewhere, you colonize a bit, you create new resource hubs, then allow you to go farther.
Many short hops as opposed to a giant long.
Exactly. But those hops require that you are able to start a colonization of sorts along those hops, right? You have to be able to stop somewhere, make it into a way station, such that you can then support your moving farther.
So what do you think of? There's been a lot of UFO sightings. What do you think about those UFO sightings? And what do you think if any of them are of extraterrestrial origin and we don't see giant civilizations out in the sky? How do you make sense of that?
I want to do some clearing of throats, which people like to do on this topic, right? They want to make sure you understand they're saying this and not that, right? So I would say the analysis needs both a prior and a likelihood. So the prior is what are the scenarios that are all plausible in terms of what we know about the universe, and then the likelihood is the particular actual sightings, like how hard are those to explain through various means. I will establish myself as somewhat of an expert on the prior. I would say my studies and things I've studied make me an expert, and I should stand up and have an opinion on that and be able to explain it. The likelihood, however, is not my area of expertise. That is, I'm not a pilot. I don't do atmospheric studies of things. I haven't studied in detail the various kinds of atmospheric phenomena or whatever that might be used to explain the particular sighting. I can just say from my amateur stance, the sightings look damn puzzling. They do not look easy to dismiss. The attempts I've seen to easily dismiss them seem to me to fail. It seems like these are pretty puzzling, weird stuff that deserve an expert attention. So in terms of considering asking what the likelihood is. So an analogy I would make is a murder trial. Okay. On average, if we say, what's the chance any one person murdered another person has a prior probability, maybe 1 in 1,000 people get murdered, maybe each person has 1,000 people around them who could falsely have done it. So the prior probability of a murder is 1 in 1,000. But we allow murder trials because often evidence is sufficient to overcome a 1 in a million prior, because the evidence is often strong enough, right? My rough guess for the UFOs as aliens scenario, some of them, is the prior is roughly 1 in 1,000. Much higher than the usual murder trial. Plenty high enough that strong physical evidence could put you over the top. I think it's more likely than not. But I'm not an expert on that physical evidence. I'm going to leave that part to someone else. I'm going to say the prior is pretty high. This isn't a crazy scenario. So then I can elaborate on where my prior comes from. What scenario makes most sense of this data? My scenario, to make sense, has 2 main parts. First is panspermia siblings. So panspermia is the hypothetical process by which life might have arrived on Earth from elsewhere. And a plausible time for that, it would have had to happen very early in Earth's history, because we see life early in its history. And a plausible time could have been during the stellar nursery where the sun was born, with many other stars in the same close proximity, with lots of rocks flying around, able to move things from one place to another. Hence, if a rock with life on it, some rock with planet with life came into that stellar nursery, it plausibly could have seeded many planets in that stellar nursery, all at the same time. They're all born at the same time in the same place, pretty close to each other. There's lots of rocks flying around. Okay, so a panspermia scenario would then create siblings, i.e., there would be, say, a few thousand other planets out there. So after the nursery forms, it drifts, it separates, they drift apart. And so out there in the galaxy, there would now be a bunch of other stars all formed at the same time, and we can actually spot them in terms of their spectrum. And they would have then started on the same path of life as we did, with that life being seeded, but they would move at different rates. maybe it did before us. So if they did, they could know all of this, and they could go searching for their siblings. That is, they could look in the sky for the other stars with the spectrum that matches the spectrum that came from this nursery. They could identify their sibling stars in the galaxy, the thousands of them, and those would be of special interest to them because they would think, well, life might be on those. And they could go looking for them.
It's such a brilliant mathematical, philosophical, physical, biological idea of panspermia siblings, because we all kind of started at a similar time in this local pocket, right, of the universe. And so that changes a lot of the math.
So that would create this correlation between when advanced life might appear. No longer just random independent space-time. There'd be this cluster, perhaps.
And that allows interaction between
around the cluster. Yes.
Non-gravity alien civilizations, like kind of primitive alien civilizations like us with others, and they might be a little bit ahead. That's so fascinating.
They would probably be a lot ahead. So the puzzle is, sure. If they, if they happened before us, they probably happened hundreds of millions of years before us.
Well, less than a billion.
Less than a billion, but still plenty of time. That they could have become gravity and built the galaxy and gone beyond. So there'd be plenty. So the fact is, they chose not to become gravity. That would have to be the interpretation. If we have panspermia,
plenty of time they become gravity. So
yes, they should be plenty of time, and they chose not to.
Are we sure about this? So again, 100 million years is enough.
100 million. So I told you before that I said within 10 million years, our descendants will become gravity or not.
And they'll have that choice. Okay.
Right. And so they clearly more than 10 million years earlier than us, so they chose not to.
But still, go on vacation, look around.
So
it's not gravity.
If they chose not to expand, that's going to have to be a rule they set to not allow any part of themselves to, like, if they let any little ship fly away with the ability to create a colony, the game's over. Then they have prevented. Then the universe becomes gravity from their origin with this one colony, right? So in order to prevent their civilization being gravity, they have to have a rule they enforce pretty strongly that no part of them can ever try to do that
through a global authoritarian regime or through something that's internal to them, meaning it's part of the nature of life that it doesn't want.
As like a political officer in the brain or whatever.
Yes, there's something in human nature that prevents you from one, or like alien nature,
right?
That as you get more advanced, you become lazier and lazier in terms of exploration and expansion.
So I would say they would have to have enforced a rule against expanding, and that rule would probably make them reluctant to let people leave very far. Any one vacation trip far away could risk an expansion from this vacation trip. So they would probably have a pretty tight lid on just allowing any travel out from their origin in order to enforce this rule. But then we also know, well, they could have chosen to come here. So clearly they made an exception from their general rule to say, okay, but an expedition to Earth, that should be allowed.
It could be intentional exception or incompetent exception.
But if incompetent, then they couldn't maintain this over 100 million years, this policy of not allowing any expansion. So we have to see they have successfully, they not just had a policy to try, they succeeded over 100 million years in preventing the expansion. That's substantial competence.
Let me think about this. So you don't think there could be a barrier in 100 million years? You don't think there could be a barrier to, like, technological barrier to becoming expansionary?
Imagine the Europeans have tried to prevent anybody from leaving Europe to go to the New World. And imagine what it would have taken to make that happen over 100 million years.
Yeah, it's impossible.
They would have had to have very strict, guards at the borders around the water saying, no, you can't go.
Well, but just to clarify, you're not suggesting that's actually possible.
I am suggesting it's possible.
I don't know how you keep, in my silly human brain, maybe it's the brain that values freedom, but I don't know how you can keep, no matter how much force, no matter how much censorship or control or so on, I just don't know how you can keep people from exploring into the mysterious, into the unknown.
You're thinking of people, we're talking aliens. there's a vast space of different possible social creatures they could have evolved from, different cultures they could be in, different kinds of threats. I mean, there are many things, as you talked about, that most of us would feel very reluctant to do. This isn't one of those, but
Okay, so how, if the UFO sightings represent alien visitors, how the heck are they getting here under the panspermia siblings?
so panspermia siblings is one part of the scenario, which is that's where they came from. And from that, we can conclude they have this rule against expansion, and they've successfully enforced that. That also creates a plausible agenda for why they would be here. That is to enforce that rule on us. That is, if we go out and expanding, then we have defeated the purpose of this rule they set up. Right? So they would be here to convince us to not expand.
Convince in quotes.
Right? Through various mechanisms. So obviously one thing we conclude is they didn't just destroy us. That would have been completely possible, right? So the fact that they're here, if we are not destroyed, means that they chose not to destroy us. They have some degree of empathy or, whatever their morals are that would make them reluctant to just destroy us. They would rather persuade us.
Destroy their brethren. And so they may have been, there's a difference between arrival and observation. They may have been observing for a very long time.
Exactly.
And they arrived trying to, not to try, I don't think
To ensure.
to ensure that we don't become grabby.
Which is because we can see they did not. They must have enforced rulings against that, and they are therefore here to do. That's a plausible interpretation. Why they would risk this expedition when they clearly don't risk very many expeditions over this long period to allow this one exception, because otherwise, if they don't, we may become grabby. And they could have just destroyed us, but they didn't.
And they're closely monitoring the technological advancing of
Right.
civilization. Like the nuclear weapons is one thing that, all right, cool. That might have less to do with nuclear weapons and more with nuclear energy. Maybe they're monitoring fusion closely. Like, how clever are these things?
So no doubt they have a button that if we get too uppity or risky, they can push the button and ensure that we don't expand. But they'd rather do it some other way. So now that explains why they're here and why they aren't out there. There's another thing that we need to explain. There's another key data we need to explain about UFOs if we're going to have a hypothesis that explains it. And this is something many people have noticed, which is they had two extreme options they could have chosen and didn't choose. They could have either just remained completely invisible. Clearly, an advanced civilization could have been completely invisible. There's no reason they need to fly around and be noticed. They could just be in orbit and dark satellites that are completely invisible to us, watching whatever they want to watch. That would be well within their abilities. That's one thing they could have done. The other thing they could do is just show up and land on the White House lawn, as they say, and shake hands, like make themselves really obvious. They could have done either of those, and they didn't do either of those. That's the next thing you need to explain about UFOs is aliens. Why would they take this intermediate approach, hanging out near the edge of visibility with somewhat impressive mechanisms, but not walking up and introducing themselves, or just being completely invisible?
So, okay, a lot of questions there. So one, do you think it's obvious where the White House is, or the White House lawn?
Well, obvious where there are concentrations of humans that you can go up.
So it's just humans the most interesting thing.
Yeah.
Water.
Yeah.
Are you sure about this? Because
if they're worried about an expansion, then they worried about a civilization that could be capable of expansion. Obviously, humans are the civilization on Earth that's by far the closest to being able to expand.
just don't know if aliens obviously see humans, like the individual humans, like the organism, the meat vehicles, as the center of focus for observing a life on a planet.
They're supposed to be really smart and advanced. Like, this shouldn't be that hard.
But I think we're actually the dumb one. Because we think humans are the important things, but it could be our ideas, it could be something about our technologies.
It's mediated with us, it's correlated with us.
No, we make it seem like it's mediated by us humans. But the focus for alien civilizations might be the AI systems or the technologies themselves. That might be the organism. Like what humans are like, human is the food, the source of the organism that's under observation versus like,
So what they wanted to have close contact with was something that was closely near humans, then they would be contacting those. We would just incidentally see, but we would still see.
but don't you think isn't it possible, taking their perspective, isn't it possible that that they would want to interact with some fundamental aspect that they're interested in without interfering with it. And that's actually a very, no matter how advanced you are, it's very difficult to do.
But that's puzzling. So I mean, the prototypical UFO observation is a shiny, big object in the sky that has very rapid acceleration and no apparent, surfaces for using air to manipulate its speed. Um, and the question is, why is that, right? Again, if they just, for example, if they just wanted to talk to our computer systems, they could like move some sort of like a little probe that like connects to a wire and like reads and sends bits there. They don't need a shiny thing flying in the sky.
But I do think they would be there. They would be looking for the right way to communicate, the right language to communicate. Everything you just said, looking at the computer systems, I mean, that's not a trivial thing. Coming up with a signal that us humans would not freak out too much about, but also understand, might not be that trivial.
Well, so the not freak out part is another interesting constraint. So again, I said, look, like the two obvious strategies are just to remain completely invisible and watch, which would be quite feasible, or to just directly interact, like come out and be really very direct, right? I mean, there's big things that you can see around. There's big cities, there's aircraft carriers, there's lots of. If you want to just find a big thing and come right up to it and like tap it on the shoulder or whatever, that would be quite feasible. And they're not doing that. So my hypothesis is that one of the other questions there was, do they have a status hierarchy? And I think most animals on Earth, who are social animals, have status hierarchy. And they would reasonably presume that we have a status hierarchy. And
Take me to your leader.
well, I would say their strategy is to be impressive and sort of get us to see them at the top of our status hierarchy. Just to that's how, for example, we domesticate dogs, right? We convince dogs we're the leader of their pack, right? And we domesticate many animals that way. That is, we just swap in to the top of their status hierarchy. We say, we're your top status animal, so you should do what we say. You should follow our lead. So the idea that would be
This
they
girl's
are
hair
going to
is
get
so
us to do
shitty.
what they want by
Because of her eyebrows.
top status. All through history, kings and emperors, etc., have tried to impress their citizens and other people by having the bigger palace, the bigger parades, the bigger crown, diamonds, right, whatever, building a bigger pyramid, etc. Just it's a very well-established trend to just be high status by being more impressive than the rest.
Push back when there's an order of several orders of magnitude of power differential, asymmetry of power. I feel like that status hierarchy no longer applies. It's like mimetic theory. It's like
Most emperors are several orders of magnitude more powerful than any one member of their empire.
let's increase that by even more. So like if I'm interacting with ants, right, I no longer feel like I need to establish my power with ants. I actually want to lessen. I want to lower myself to ants. I want to become the lowest possible ant so that they would welcome me. So I'm less concerned about them worshiping me. I'm more concerned about them welcoming me.
Well, it is important that you be non-threatening and that you be local. So I think, for example, if the aliens had done something really big in the sky, 100 light years away, that would be there, not here. And that could seem threatening. So I think their strategy to be the high status would have to be visible, but here and not
I
threatening.
still know it's obvious how to do that. Like big deal, especially the Akia planet, with relatively intelligent, like complex structures being formed. Like light bulbs. You can choose it under in pipe or something like that. The moon is secure. Right. In Europa, you start to see not necessarily bacteria like multicellular life, future forms like very complicated cellular colonies, structures that they're
Oh,
gigantic.
you're so
There's a lot
hot.
of stuff going on.
Both of y'all.
Some gigantic cellular type of construct. How do you make yourself known to them in an impressive fashion without destroying it? Like we know how to destroy potentially.
Right. So if you go touch stuff, you're likely to hurt it, right? There's a good risk of hurting something by getting too close to touching it and interacting, right?
Like landing on a White House wall.
Right. So the claim is that their current strategy of hanging out of the periphery of our vision and just being very clearly physically impressive with very clear physically impressive abilities is at least a plausible strategy they might use to impress us and convince us sort of we're at the top of their status hierarchy. And I would say if they came closer, not only would they risk hurting us in ways that they couldn't really understand, but more plausibly, they would reveal things about themselves we would hate. So if you look at how we treat other civilizations on Earth, other people, we are generally, interested in foreigners and people from other lands, and we were generally interested in their varying customs, etc., until we find out that they do something that violates our moral norms, and then we hate them. And these are aliens, for God's sake, right? There's just going to be something about them that we hate. They eat babies, who knows what it is. But something they don't think is offensive, but that they think we might find. And so they would be risking a lot by revealing a lot about themselves. We would find something we hated.
Interesting. But do you resonate at all with mimetic theory where, like, we only feel this way about things that are very close to us? The aliens are sufficiently different to where we'll be, like, fascinated, terrified or fascinated, but not, like,
Right, but if they want to be at the top of our status hierarchy to get us to follow them, they can't be too distant. They have to be close enough that we would see them that way.
but pretend to be close enough, right? And not reveal much. That mystery, that old Clint Eastwood, cowboy.
The point is, we're clever enough that we can figure out their agenda. That is just in the fact that we're here. If we see that they're here, we can figure out, oh, they want us not to expand. And they are this huge power, and they're very impressive. So, and a lot of us don't want to expand. So that could easily tip us over the edge. Or we already wanted to not expand. We already wanted to be able to regulate and have a central community. And here are these very advanced, smart aliens who have survived for 100 million years, and they're telling us not to expand either.
That would be so much. Returning to that Barbie siblings, just to clarify one thing, in that framework, who originated, who planted it, where did he grab it into? Nation that planted the siblings, or else?
The simple scenario is that life started on some other planet billions of years ago, and it went through part of the stage of evolution in its life, not all stages of its life. And then some rock hit it, grabbed a piece of it off the rock, and that rock drifted for years until it happened on the nursery where it started.
And something about that life, without being super advanced, nevertheless, resilience, the heart's mission state.
There's some graphs that I've been impressed by that show sort of the level of genetic information in various kinds of life on the retriever. And basically, we are now more complex than earlier life. The earlier life is still pretty damn complex. And so if you actually project this log graph from history, it looks like it was many billions of years ago when we get to zero. So that plausibly you could say there was just a lot of evolution that had to happen before you could get the simplest life we've ever seen in the history of life on Earth. Still pretty complicated, right? And so that's always been the puzzle. How could life get to this enormously complicated level in the short period it seems to at the beginning of Earth history? So where, only 300 million years at most when it appeared, and then it was really complicated at that point. So panspermia allows you to explain that by saying, oh, it's another 5 billion years on another planet, going through lots of earlier stages where it was working its way up to the level of complexity you see at the Earth.
We'll try to talk about other ideas of yours, but let me return to UFO sightings. Is there other explanations that are possible outside of transformers that can explain no gravity aliens in the sky, and yet alien arrival?
Well, the other category of explanation that most people will use is, well, first of all, just mistakes. Like, you're confusing something ordinary or something serious, right? Or some sort of secret organization, like our government is secretly messing with us and trying to do a false flag off or whatever, right? They're trying to convince the Russians or the Chinese that there might be aliens and scare them and not attacking or something, right? Because if the history of World War II, say the U.S. government did all these big fake operations where they were faking a lot of big things in order to mess with people. So that's a possibility. The government's been lying and faking things and paying people to lie about what they saw. That's a being seen. And another explanation people offer is some other hidden organization on Earth. There's some, secret organization somewhere that has much more advanced capabilities than anybody's given it credit for. For some reason, it's been keeping a secret. I mean, they all sound somewhat implausible, but again, we're looking for maybe, 1 in 1,000 sort of priors. The question is, could they be in that level of plausibility?
Can we just linger on this? So first of all, you've written, thought about so many different topics. You're an incredible mind, and I just thank you for sitting down today. I'm almost like at a loss of which place to explore. So let me, on this topic, ask about conspiracy theories. Because you've written about institutions, authorities. What, this is a bit of a therapy session, but what do we make of conspiracy theories?
So the phrase itself is pushing you in a direction, right? So clearly, in history, we've had many large coordinated keepings of secrets, right? Say the Manhattan Project, right? There's hundreds of thousands of people working on that over many years. They kept it a secret, right? Clearly, many large military operations have kept hidden secrets over, even decades, with many thousands of people involved. So clearly, it's possible to keep something secret over time periods. But the more people you involve and the more time you were assuming, and the less centralized an organization or the less discipline they have, the harder it gets to believe. But we're just trying to calibrate basically in our minds which kind of secrets can be kept by which groups over what time periods for what purposes, right?
But let me, I don't have enough data. So I'm somebody, I hang out with people and I love people. I love all things, really. And I think that most people, even the assholes, have the capacity to be good and they're beautiful and I enjoy them. So the kind of data my brain, whatever the chemistry of my brain is that sees the beautiful in things, is maybe collecting a subset of data that doesn't allow me to intuit the confidence that humans are able to achieve in constructing a conspiracy theory. So, for example, one thing that people often talk about is like intelligence agencies. It's like broad things they say. The CIA, the FSB, the British intelligence. I'm unfortunate enough, never gotten a chance that I know of to talk to any member of those intelligence agencies, nor like take a peek behind the curtain or the first curtain. I don't know how many levels of curtains there are, and so I can't intuit. In my interaction with the government, I was funded to the DoD and DARPA, and I've interacted, been to the Pentagon. Like, with all due respect to my friends, lovely friends in government, and there are a lot of incredible people, but there's a very giant bureaucracy that sometimes suffocates the ingenuity of the human spirit, is one way I could put it. Meaning, it's difficult for me to imagine extreme competence at a scale of hundreds of thousands of human beings. Now, that doesn't mean that's my very anecdotal data of the situation. And so I try to build up my intuition about centralized system of government, how much conspiracy is possible, how much the intelligence agencies or some other source can generate sufficiently robust propaganda that controls the populace. If you look at World War II, as you mentioned, they've been extremely powerful propaganda machines on on the side of Nazi Germany, on the side of the Soviet Union, on the side of the United States, and all these different mechanisms. Sometimes they control the free press through social pressure. Sometimes they control the press through throughout the violence, as you do in authoritarian regimes. Sometimes it's like delivering the big figure, like writing the headlines and literally announcing it. And something about human psychology forces you to embrace the narrative and believe the narrative and scale that becomes reality when the initial spark was just a propaganda thought in a single individual's mind. But I can't especially in this modern age when information is becoming more and more accessible by the populace. Anyway, I don't know if you can
They call it suffering scale, but of course, say during wartime, the people who are managing the various conspiracies like D-Day or Manhattan Project, they thought that their conspiracy was avoiding harm rather than causing harm. So if you can get a lot of people to think that supporting the conspiracy is helpful, then a lot more might do that. And there's just a lot of things that people just don't want to see. So if you could make the conspiracy the sort of thing that people wouldn't want to talk about anyway, even if they knew about it, you're most of the way there. So I have learned over the years many things that most ordinary people should be interested in, but somehow don't know, even though the data's been very widespread. So I spoke to the elephant in the brain in one of the chapters is there on medicine, and basically most people seem ignorant of the very basic fact that when we do randomized trials where we give some people more medicine than others, the people who get more medicine are not healthier. Like just overall in general, it's like you induce somebody to get more medicine because you just give them more budget to buy medicine. And just not a specific medicine, just the whole category. And you would think that would be something most people should know about medicine. You might even think that would be a conspiracy theory to think that would be hidden, but in fact, most people never learn that fact.
So just to clarify, just a general high-level statement, the more medicine you take, the less healthy you are.
Randomized experiments don't find that fact. Do not find that more medicine makes you more healthy. There's just no connection. In randomized experiments, there's no relationship between more medicine.
So it's not a negative relationship, but it's just no relationship.
Right.
So the conspiracy theories would say that the businesses that sell you medicine don't want you to know that fact, and then you're saying that there's also part of this that people just don't want to know.
They just don't want to know. And so they don't learn it. So, I've lived in the Washington area for several decades now, reading the Washington Post regularly. Every week there was a special, section on health and medicine. It never was mentioned in that section of the paper in all the 20 years I read that.
So do you think there is some truth to this caricatured blue pill, red pill, where most people don't want to know the truth?
There are many things about which people don't want to know certain kinds of truth. That is not looking truths that discouraging truths that sort of take away the justification for things they feel passionate about.
Do you think that's a bad aspect of human nature? That's something we should try to overcome?
Well, as we discussed, my first priority is to just tell people about it, to do the analysis and the full facts of what's actually happening, and then to try to be careful about how we can improve. So our book, The Elephant in the Brain, co-authored with Kevin Simler, is about hidden motives in everyday life. And our first priority there is just to explain to you what are the things that you are not looking at, what you are reluctant to look at. And many people try to take that book as a self-help book where they try to improve themselves and make sure they look at more things, and that often goes badly because it's harder to actually do that than you think.
Yeah.
And so, but we at least want you to know that this truth is available if you want to learn about it.
But to Nietzsche, he gave wrong to the abyss Jesus unto you. Let's talk about this elephant in the brain. Amazing book. The Elephant in the Room is for an important issue that people are reluctant to acknowledge or address as a taboo. The elephant in the brain is an important but unacknowledged feature of how our mind works and introspective taboo. You describe selfishness and self-deception as the core, some of the core elements, some of the elephant offspring in the brain. Selfishness and self-deception. All right. Can you explain why these are the taboos in our brain that we don't want to acknowledge?
Your conscious mind, the one that's listening to me that I'm talking to at the moment, you like to think of yourself as the president or king of your mind, ruling over all that you see, issuing commands immediately obeyed. Yes. You are instead better understood as the press secretary of your brain. You don't make decisions. You justify them to an audience. That's what your conscious mind is for. You watch what you're doing, and you try to come up with stories that explain what you're doing so that you can avoid accusations that violate norms. So, humans, compared to most other animals, have norms, and this allows us to manage larger groups with our morals and norms about what we should or shouldn't be doing. This is so important to us that we needed to be constantly watching what we were doing in order to make sure we had a good story to avoid norm violations. So many norms are about motives. So if I hit you on purpose, that's a big violation. If I hit you accidentally, that's okay. I need to be able to explain why it was an accident and not on purpose.
So where does that need come from for your own self-preservation?
Right. So humans have norms, and we have the norm that if we see anybody violating a norm, we need to tell other people and then coordinate to just make them stop and punish them for violating. So such punishments are strong enough and severe enough that we each want to avoid being successfully accused of violating norms. So, for example, hitting someone on purpose is a big, clear norm violation. If we do it consistently, we may be thrown out of the group, and that would mean we would die. Okay? So we need to be able to convince people we are not going around hitting people on purpose. If somebody happens to be at the other end of our fist and their face connects, that was an accident, and we need to be able to explain that. And similarly for many other norms humans have, we are serious about these norms, and we don't want people to violate them.
Look
Why
at
them
this,
violating them? Accuse them.
Look at this movie.
Many norms have a motive.
This is really good athletic. Look at this movie.
Explain ourselves and make sure we have a good motive story about
Look at this athleticism.
which is why we're
Unprecedented.
trying to explain what we're doing, and that's what your conscious mind is doing. It is trying to make sure you've got a good motive story for everything you're doing. And that's why you don't know why you read
Popping toes.
What you know is what the good story is.
Fucking hoes and popping toes.
That's the self-perception.
Why?
And you're saying that there's a machine, the actual
Why not, baby
dictator
boo?
is selfish. And then you're just the press secretary who's desperate, doesn't want to get fired, and is justifying all decisions of the dictator. And that's the self-deception.
Right now, most people actually are willing to believe that this is true in the abstract. So our book has been classified as psychology and was reviewed by psychologists, and the basic way that psychology referees and reviewers responded to say this is well known. Most people accept that there's a fair bit of self-deception,
But they don't want to accept it about themselves.
well, they don't want to accept it about the particular topics that we talk about. So people accept the idea in the abstract that they might be self-deceived or that they might not be honest about various things.
Why is that?
But that hasn't penetrated into the literatures where people are explaining particular things like why we go to school, why we go to the doctor, why we vote, etc. So our book is mainly about 10 areas of life and explaining about in each area what our actual motives there are. And people who study those things have not admitted that hidden motives are explaining those particular areas.
We haven't taken the leap from theoretical psychology to actual public policy.
Exactly.
And economics and all that kind of stuff. Well, let me just linger on this and bring up my old friends, Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung. So, how vast is this landscape of the unconscious mind? The power and the scope of the dictator. Is it only dark there? Is it some light? Is there some love?
The vast majority of what's happening in your head, you are unaware of. So in a literal sense, the unconscious, the aspects of your mind that you're not conscious of is the overwhelming majority. But that's just true in a literal engineering sense. Your mind is doing lots of low-level things, and you just can't be consciously aware of all that low-level stuff. But there's plenty of room there for lots of things you're not aware of.
But can we try to shine a light on the things we're unaware of? Specifically, now again, staying with the philosophical psychology side for a moment. Can you shine light on the Jungian shadow? What's going on there? What is this machine like? Like what level of thoughts are happening there? Is it something that we can even interpret? If we somehow could visualize it, is it something that's human interpretable, or is it just a kind of chaos of like monitoring different systems in the body, making sure you're happy, making sure you're fed, all those kind of basic forces that form abstractions of each other? They're not introspective at all.
We humans are social creatures. Plausibly, being social is the main reason we have these unusually large brains. Therefore, most of our brain is devoted to being social. And so the things we are very obsessed with and constantly paying attention to are, how do I look to others? What would others think of me if they knew these various things they might learn about me?
So that's close to being fundamental for what it means to be human, is caring what others think.
Right. trying to present a story that would be okay for what others think, but we're very constantly thinking, what do other people think?
So let me ask you this question then about you, Robin Hanson, who in many places, sometimes for fun, sometimes as a basic statement of principle, likes to disagree with what the majority of people think. Um, so how do you explain, how are you self-deceiving yourself in this task? And how are you being how's your, like, why is the dictator manipulating you inside your head to be so critical? Like, there's norms. Why do you want to stand out in this way? Why do you want to challenge the norms in this
So
way?
almost by definition, I can't tell you what I'm deceiving myself about, but the more practical strategy that's quite feasible is that ask about what are typical things that most people deceive themselves about, and then to own up to those particular things.
Sure. What's a good one?
So, for example, I can very much acknowledge that I would like to be well thought of.
Yes.
That I would be seeking attention and glory and praise from my intellectual work, and that would be a major agenda driving my intellectual attempts. So, if there were topics that other people would find less interesting, I might be less interested in those for that reason. For example, I might want to find topics where other people are interested, and I might want to go for the glory of finding a big insight rather than a small one, and maybe one that was especially surprising. That's also, of course, consistent with some more ideal concept of what an intellectual should be. But most intellectuals are relatively risk averse. They are in some local intellectual tradition, and they are adding to that, and they are forming to the sort of usual assumptions and usual accepted beliefs and practices of a particular area, so that they can be accepted in that area and treated as part of the community. But you might think, for the purpose of the larger intellectual project of understanding the world better, people should be less eager to just add a little bit to some tradition. They should be looking for what's neglected between the major traditions or the major questions. They should be looking for assumptions maybe we're making that are wrong. They should be looking at things that are very surprising, like things that would be, that you would have thought a priori unlikely, that once you are convinced of it, you find that to be very important and a big update, right? So you could say that one motivation I might have is less motivated to be sort of comfortably accepted to some particular intellectual community and more willing to just go for these more fundamental long shots that should be very important if you could find them.
Which would, if you can find them, would get you appreciated,
Respect.
across a larger number of people across the longer time span of history.
Right.
So like maybe the small local community will say you suck,
Right.
you must conform, but the larger community will see the brilliance of you breaking out of the cage of the small conformity to a larger cage. There's always a bigger cage, and then you'll be remembered by more. Yeah. Also, that explains your choice of color for sure. There was a gray and a black background, so you definitely stand out.
Right. Now, of course, you could say, well, you could get all this attention by making false claims of dramatic improvement.
Sure.
And then wouldn't that be much easier than actually working through all the details?
Why not?
To make good claims.
Let me ask the press secretary, why not? Why? So, of course, you spoke several times about how much you value truth and the pursuit of truth. That's a very nice narrative, right? Hitler and Stalin also talked about the value of truth. Do you worry when you introspect, as broadly as all humans might, that it becomes a drug? This being a martyr, being the person who points out the emperor wears no clothes, even when the emperor is obviously dressed. Just to be the person who points out the emperor wears no clothes. Do you think about that?
So I think that the standards you hold yourself to are dependent on the audience you have. So if you think of your audience as relatively easily fooled, much easier. Of course, if you are, say, a salesperson, you make money on sales, then you don't need to convince the top few percent of the most sharp customers. You can just go for the bottom 60% of the most gullible customers and make plenty of sales, right? So I think intellectuals have to vary. One of the main ways intellectuals vary is in who is their audience. Who are they trying to impress? Is it the people down the hall? Is it people who are reading their Twitter feed? Is it their parents? Is it their high school teacher? Right? Or is it Einstein and Freud and Socrates? Right? So I think those of us who are especially arrogant, especially think that we're really big shot or have a chance of being a really big shot, we were naturally going to pick the big shot audience that we can. We're going to be trying to impress Socrates and Einstein.
Is that why you're hanging on comic going on and trying
Sure, I mean,
to give this
right,
stuff?
and they might think, from the point of view of just making money or having sex or other sorts of things, this is misdirected energy, right? Trying to impress the very most highest quality minds, that's such a small sample, and they can't do that much for you anyway. So I might well have had more, ordinary success in life, be more popular, invited to more parties, make more money if I had targeted a lower tier set of intellectuals with the standards they have. But for some reason, I decided early on that Einstein was my audience, people like him, and I was going to impress them.
Yeah, I mean, you pick your set of motivations. Convincing, impressing Tyler Cohen is not going to help you get laid. Trust me, I tried. All right. What are some notable sort of effects of
Look at this move.
in the brain in everyday life? You mentioned when we're trying to apply that to economics, to public policy, when we think about medicine, education, all those kinds of things. So what are some things that
The key thing is medicine.
It's just some athleticism, kid.
So, if you were focused on your health, you would care a lot less about it. And if you were focused on other people's health, you would also care a lot less about it. But if medicine is just more about showing you care and let other people
Is that my boy?
care about you, then
Fuck yeah, dude.
a lot of
Gangster.
area of medicine makes sense. So that was our very earliest discussion in the podcast.
Come on, you little
about
bitch.
should you give people a lot of medicine when it's not very effective? And then the answer then is, well, that's the way that you show that you care about them, and you really want them to know you care, then maybe that's what you need to do. If you can't find a cheaper, more effective substitute.
So we actually just talk on that a little bit.
Stupid
How
slut.
do we start
Come on, you fucking cunt.
whole set of
Where were you?
perception happening in medicine?
So we have a method that we use in our book that is what I
There's
recommend
like a
for
thing.
people to use in all these sorts of topics. The straightforward method is first, don't look at yourself. Look at other people. Look at broad patterns of behavior in other people, and then ask, what are the various theories we could have?
Damn, that thing's a thing.
Patterns of behavior?
Rudy Huxtable is a thing. Well, she'd grow up to be a thing. She wasn't a thing then, but she'd be a thing.
And the last step is to assume that
Let's hear it for the boys.
don't assume you're an
Let's hear it for the boys.
Look at what other people do. Explain what other people do and assume that's you too.
But also,
Look at this.
there's
Look at this athleticism, though. For realsies. Look at this move. I've never seen anything. This motherfucker is so athletic. Unprecedented athleticism.
There are governments, there are regulations, there are lobbyists. So you can build up a network of categories of humans in this, and they each play their role. So how do you introspect sort of analyze the system at a system scale versus at the individual scale?
So it turns out that in general, it's usually much easier to explain producer behavior than consumer behavior. That is, the drug companies or the doctors have relatively clear incentives to give the customers whatever they want. And somebody say governments in democratic countries have the incentive to give the voters what they want. So that focuses your attention on the patient and the voter in this equation and saying, what do they want? They would be driving the rest of the system. Whatever they want, the other parties are willing to give them in order to get paid. So now we're looking for puzzles in patient and voter behavior.
especially again returning to the producer.
This bitch's eyebrows bother me. Her hair is
Decision-making process
so badly done.
voter and the
Well,
consumer.
now, in almost every industry,
Bitch has
producers
a skunk
in general
line.
have people lie and exaggerate in order to get more customers.
Yeah.
This is true of auto repair as much as human body repair and medicine. So
Holy
the differences
shit.
between these industries can't be explained by the willingness of the producers to give customers what they want or to do various things that we have to, again, go to the customers. Why are customers treating body repair different than auto repair?
Yeah, and that potentially requires a lot of thinking, a lot of data collection, and potentially looking at historical data too, because things don't just happen overnight. That over time, there's
In principle, it does, but actually, it's a lot easier than you might think. I think the biggest limitation is just the willingness to consider alternative hypotheses. So many of the patterns that you need to rely on are actually pretty obvious, simple patterns. You just have to notice them and ask yourself, how can I explain them? Often you don't need to look at the most subtle, most difficult statistical evidence that might be out there. The simplest patterns are often the one.
all right. So there's a fundamental statement about self-deception in the book. There's the application of that, like we just did in medicine. Can you steel man the argument that many of the foundational ideas in the book are wrong? Meaning, there's two that you just made, which is it can be a lot simpler than it looks. Can you steel that in the case that's case by case? It's always super complicated. Like it's a complex system. It's very difficult to have a simple model about. It's very difficult to introspect. And the other one is that the human brain isn't not just about self-deception. That there's a lot of motivations at play. We are able to really introspect our own mind, and like what's on the surface of the conscious is actually quite a good representation of what's going on in the brain. And you're not deceiving yourself. You are able to actually drive to deeply think about where your mind stands and what you think about the world. And it's less about impressing people, more about being a free thinking individual.
So when a child tries to explain why they don't have their homework assignment, they are sometimes inclined to say, the dog ate my homework. They almost never say, the dragon ate my homework. The reason is, the dragon is a completely implausible explanation. Almost always when we make excuses for things, we choose things that are, at least in some degree, plausible. It could perhaps have happened. That's an obstacle for any explanation of a hidden motive or a hidden feature of human behavior. If people are pretending one thing while really doing another, they're usually going to pick as a pretense something that's somewhat plausible. That's going to be an obstacle to proving that hypothesis if you are focused on sort of the local data that a person would typically have if they were challenged. So if you're just looking at one kid and his lack of homework, maybe you can't tell whether his dog ate his homework or not. If you happen to know he doesn't have a dog, you might have more confidence, right? You will need to have a wider range of evidence than a typical person would when they're encountering that actual excuse in order to see past the excuse. That will just be a general feature of it. So in order, if I say, there's this usual story about where we go to the doctor and then there's this other explanation, it'll be true that you'll have to look at wider data in order to see that, because people don't usually offer excuses unless in the local context of their excuse, they can get away with it. That is, it's hard to tell, right? So in the case of medicine, I have to point you to sort of larger sets of data. But in many areas of academia, including health economics, the researchers there also want to support the usual points of view. And so they will have selection effects in their publications and their analysis whereby if they're getting a result too much contrary to the usual point of view everybody wants to have, they will file for that paper or redo the analysis until they get an answer that's more to people's liking. So that means in the health economic literature, there are plenty of people who will claim that in fact we have evidence that medicine is effective. And when I respond, I will have to point you to our most reliable evidence and ask you to consider the possibility that the literature is biased, and that when the evidence isn't as reliable, when they have more degrees of freedom in order to get the answer they want, they do tend to get the answer they want. But when we get to the kind of evidence that's much harder to mess with, that's where we will see the truth be more revealed. So with respect to medicine, we have millions of papers published in medicine over the years, most of which give the impression that medicine is useful. There's a small literature on randomized experiments of the aggregate effects of medicine, where there's maybe a few half dozen or so papers, where it would be the hardest to hide it because it's such a straightforward experiment done in a straightforward way that it's hard to manipulate. And that's where I will point you to show you that there's relatively little correlation between health and medicine. But even then, people could try to save the phenomenon and say, well, it's not hidden motive, it's just ignorance. They could say, for example, medicine's complicated, most people don't know the literature, therefore they can be excused for ignorance. They are just ignorantly assuming that medicine is effective. It's not that they have some other motive that they're trying to achieve. And then I will have to do, as with conspiracy theory analysis, I'm saying, well, how long has this misperception been going on? How consistently has it happened around the world and across time? And I would have to say, look, if we're talking about, say, a recent new product like Segway scooters or something, I could say not so many people have seen them or used them. Maybe they could be confused about their value. If we're talking about a product that's been around for thousands of years, used in roughly the same way all across the world, and we see the same pattern over and over again, this sort of ignorance mistake just doesn't work so well.
It's also a question of how much of the self-deception is prevalent versus foundational. Because there's a kind of implied thing where it's foundational to human nature versus just a common pitfall. So this is a question I have. So maybe human progress is made by people who don't fall into the self-deception. It's like a baser aspect of human nature, but then you escape it easily if you're motivated.
The motivational hypotheses about these self-deceptions are in terms of how it makes you look to the people around you. Again, the press secretary. So the story would be, most people want to look good to the people around them. Therefore, most people present themselves in ways that help them look good to the people around them. That's sufficient to say there would be a lot of it. It doesn't need to be 100%, right? There's enough variety in people and in circumstances that sometimes taking a contrarian strategy can be in the interest of some minority of the people. So I might, for example, say that that's the strategy I've taken. I've decided that being contrarian on these things could be winning for me, and that there's a room for a small number of people like me who have these sort of messages, who can then get more attention, even if there's not room for most people to do that. And that can be explaining sort of the variety, right? Because similarly, you might say, look, just look at the most obvious thing. Most people would like to look good, right? In the sense of physically, just you look good right now. You're wearing a nice suit, you have a haircut, you shave, right? So, and we accept my own hair, but okay, well, that's all the more impressive.
That's a counter. That's a counter argument for your fight.
Right. Now, clearly, if we look at most people in their physical appearance, clearly most people are trying to look somewhat nice, right? They shower, they shave, they comb their hair. But we certainly see some people around who are not trying to look so nice, right? Is that a big challenge, the hypothesis that people want to look nice? Not that much, right? We can see in those particular people's context more particular reasons why they've chosen to be an exception to the more general rule.
So the general rule does reveal something foundational, generally.
Right.
That's the way things work. Let me ask you. You wrote a blog post about the accuracy of authorities. So we're talking about this, especially in medicine. Just looking around us, especially during this time of the pandemic, there's been a growing distrust of authorities, institutions, even the institution of science itself. What are the pros and cons of authorities, would you say? So, what's nice about authorities? What's nice about institutions? And what are their pitfalls?
One standard function of authority is that some to respectively without needing to seem too submissive or ignorant or gullible. That is, when you're asking what should I act on or what belief should I act on, you might be worried if I chose something too contrarian, too weird, too speculative, that would make me look bad, so I would just choose something very conservative. So maybe an authority lets you choose something a little less conservative because the authority is your authorization. The authority will let you do it, and you can say, and somebody says, "Why did you do that thing?" And they say, "The authority authorized. The authority tells me I should do this. Why aren't you doing it?" Right?
So the authority is often pushing for the conservative.
Well, no, the authority can do more. And so, for example, we just think about, I don't know, in a pandemic even, right? You could just think, "Oh, I'll just stay home and close all the doors, or I'll just ignore it," right? You could just think of just some very simple strategy that might be defensible if there were no authorities, right? But authorities might be able to do more than that. They might be able to look at some evidence, draw a more context-dependent conclusion, declare it as the authority's opinion, and then other people might follow that. That could be better than doing nothing.
So what you mentioned, WHO, the world's most beloved organization. So this is me speaking in general. WHO and CDC have been, depending on degree,
Right.
details, just not behaving as I would have imagined the best possible evolution of human civilization authorities should act. They seem to have failed in some fundamental way in terms of leadership in a difficult time for our society. Can you say what the pros and cons of this particular authority?
So again, if there were no authorities whatsoever, no accepted authorities, then people would sort of have to sort of randomly pick different local authorities who would conflict with each other, and then they'd be fighting each other about that, or just not believe anybody and just do some initial default action that you would always do without responding to context. So the potential gain of an authority is that they could know more than just basic ignorance, and if people followed them, they could both be more informed than ignorance and all doing the same thing, so they're each protected from being accused or complained about. That's the idea of an authority. That would be the good idea.
The con?
Okay.
So it's the negative. How does that
So
go wrong?
the con is that if you think of yourself as the authority and asking what's my best strategy as an authority, it's unfortunately not to be maximally informative. So you might think the ideal authority would not just tell you more than ignorance, it would tell you as much as possible. Okay? It would give you as much detail as you could possibly listen to and manage to assimilate, and it would update that as frequently as possible, or as frequently as you were able to listen and assimilate, and that would be the maximally informative authority. The problem is there's a conflict between being an authority, or being seen as an authority, and being maximally informative. That was the point in my blog post that you're pointing out to here. That is, if you look at it from their point of view, they won't long remain the perceived authority if they are too incautious about how they use that authority. And one of the ways to be cautious would be to be too informative.
Okay, that's still in the profile for me. Because you're talking about the tensions that are very data-driven and very honest, and I would hope that authorities struggle with that, how much information to provide to people to maximize outcomes. Now, I'm generally somebody that believes more information is better because I trust the intelligence of people. But I'd like to mention a bigger authority, which is the human question. This comes back to global government and so on. Is that there's humans that sit in chairs during meetings, and those authorities they have different titles. Humans form hierarchies, and sometimes those titles get to your head a little bit, and you start to want to think, how do I preserve my control over this authority, as opposed to thinking through what is the mission of the authority, what is the mission of WHO and other such organization, and how do I maximize the implementation of that mission. You start to think, well, I kind of like sitting in this big chair at the head of my table. I'd like to sit there for another few years. organization, not because you're trying to maximize outcomes, but because you're trying to maximize the effectiveness of the narrative that you are truly a great representative of this authority in human history. And I just feel like those human forces, whenever you have an authority, starts getting to people's heads. One of the most, me as a scientist, one of the most disappointing things to see during the pandemic is the use of authority from colleagues of mine to roll their eyes, to dismiss other human beings just because they got a PhD, just because they're an assistant associate full faculty, just because they are deputy head of X organization, NIH, whatever the heck the organization is, just because they got an award of some kind. They're at a conference, they won a best paper award 7 years ago, and then somebody shook their hand and gave them a medal, maybe it was a president, and it's been 20, 30 years that people have been patting them on the back saying how special they are, especially when they're controlling money and getting sucked up from other scientists who really want the money in a self-deception kind of way. They don't actually really care about your performance. And all of that gets to your head. And no longer are you the authority that's trying to do good and lessen the suffering in the world. You become an authority that just wants to maximize, self-preserve yourself in a sitting on a throne of power.
So this is core to sort of what it is to be an economist. I'm a professor of economics.
There you go, for the authority again.
No, so it's about saying that we often have a situation where we see a world of behavior, and then we see ways in which particular behaviors are not sort of maximally socially useful. And we have a variety of reactions to that. So one kind of reaction is to sort of morally blame each individual for not doing the maximally socially useful thing, under perhaps the idea that people could be identified and shamed for that and maybe induced to doing a better thing if only enough people were calling them out, right? But another way to think about it is to think that people sit in institutions with certain, stable institutional structures, and that institutions create particular incentives for individuals, and that individuals are typically doing whatever is in their local interest in the context of that institution. And then, perhaps the less blame individuals for winning their local institutional game and more blaming the world for having the wrong institutions. So economists are often like wondering what other institutions we can have instead of the ones we have, and which of them might promote better behavior. This is a common thing we do all across human behavior, is to think of what are the institutions we're in and what are the alternative variations we can imagine, and then say which institutions would be most productive. I would agree with you that our information institutions, that is the institutions by which we collect information and aggregate it and share with people, are especially broken in the sense of far from the ideal of what would be the most cost-effective way to collect and share information. But then the challenge is to try to produce better institutions. And as an academic, I'm aware that academia is particularly broken in the sense that we give people incentives to, do research that's not very interesting or important because basically they're being impressive. And we actually care more about whether academics are impressive than whether they're interesting or useful. And I could go happy to go into detail with lots of different known institutions and their known institutional failings, ways in which those institutions produce, incentives that are mistaken. And that was the point of the post we started with, talking about the authorities. If I need to be seen as an authority, that's at odds with my being informative, and I might choose to be the authority instead of being informative because that's my institutional incentive.
And if I may, I'd like to, given that beautiful picture of incentives and individuals you just painted, let me just apologize for a couple of things. One, I often put too much blame on leaders of institutions versus the incentives that govern those institutions. And as a result of that, I've been, I believe, too critical of Anthony Fauci, too emotional about my criticism of Anthony Fauci. I like to apologize for that because I think there's deeper truths to think about. said, I do sort of, I'm a romantic creature by nature. I romanticize Winston Churchill. Uh, I, when I think about Nazi Germany, I think about Hitler more than I do about the individual people of Nazi Germany. You think about leaders, you think about individuals, not necessarily the parameters, the incentives that govern the system that, because it's harder. It's harder to think right deeply about the models from which those individuals arise, but that's the right thing to do so. But also, I don't apologize for being emotional sometimes, being
I'm happy to blame the individual leaders in the sense that, I might say, well, you should be trying to reform these institutions. If you're just there to like get promoted and look good at being at the top, well, maybe I can blame you for your motives and your priorities there. But I can understand why the people at the top would be the people who are selected for having the priority of primarily trying to get to the top. I get that.
can I maybe ask you about particular universities that receive, like science has received an increase in distrust overall as an institution, which breaks my heart because I think science is beautiful as a not as an institution, but as one of the things, one of the journeys that humans have taken on. The other one is university. I think university is actually a place, for me at least, the way I see it, is a place of freedom of exploring ideas, scientific ideas, engineering ideas, um, more than corporate, more than a company, more than a lot of domains in life. There, it's not just in its ideal, but it's in its implementation, a place where you can be a kid for your whole life and play with ideas. And I think with all the criticism that universities still not currently receive, I think I don't think that criticism
Shout out to
is
the biggest
representative
loser on the
of
internet.
universities. They focus on
I love that
great
guy.
anecdotal evidence.
It's amazing. It's really
of
nice.
people, and I still feel like there's a lot of place for freedom of thought. Uh, at least MIT, at least in the fields I care about, in particular kind of science, particular kind of technical fields, mathematics, computer science, physics, engineering, so robotics, artificial intelligence. This is a place where you get to be a kid. Yeah, there is bureaucracy that's, that's rising up. There's like more rules, there's more meetings, and there's more administration having like PowerPoint presentations, which to me should like be more of a renegade explorer of ideas and meetings destroy or suffocate that radical thought that happens when you're an undergraduate student. And you do all kinds of wild things when you're a graduate student. Anyway, all that to say, you've thought about this after. There's something positive, insightful you could say about how we can make for better universities in the decades to come. This particular institution, how can we improve them?
I hear that centuries ago, many scientists and intellectuals were aristocrats that had time and could, if they chose, choose to be intellectuals. Um, that's a feature of the combination that they had some source of resources that allowed them leisure, and that the kind of competition they were faced in among aristocrats allowed that sort of a self-indulgence or self-pursuit, at least at some point in their lives. Um, so the analogous observation is that university professors often have sort of freedom and space to do a wide range of things, and I am certainly enjoying that as a tenured professor.
You're a really, sorry to interrupt, a really good representative of that. Just the exploration you're doing, the depth of thought that, like, most people are afraid to do the kind of broad thinking that you're doing, which is
The fact that that can happen is a combination of these two things analogously. One is that we have fierce competition to become a tenured professor, but then once you become tenured, we give you the freedom to do what you like. And that's a happenstance. It didn't have to be that way. And in many other walks of life, even though people have a lot of, resources, et cetera, they don't have that kind of freedom for them. So I think I'm kind of lucky that tenure exists and that I'm enjoying it. But I can't be too enthusiastic about this unless I can approve of sort of the universities, I have to ask, where are the main sources of resources that are going to the universities, and are they getting their money's worth? Are they getting a good value for that payment, right? So first of all, there's students, and the question is, are students getting good value for their education? And each person is getting value in the sense that they
Are
are
you a fan of Biggest
identified
Loser on
and
the
shown
internet?
to be a more capable
That's my
person
G.
that worth more salary as an employee later. But there is a case for saying there's a big waste to the system because we aren't actually changing the students or educating them or more sorting them or labeling them. And that's a very expensive process to produce that outcome. And part of the expense is the freedom from tenure I get. So I feel like I can't be too proud of that because it's basically a tax of all these young students that pay this enormous amount of money in order to be labeled as better, whereas I feel like we should be able to find cheaper ways of doing it. The other main customer is researcher patrons like the government or other foundations. And then the question is, are they getting their money worth out of the money they're paying for research to happen? And my analysis is they don't actually care about the research progress. They are mainly buying an affiliation with credentialed impressiveness on the part of the researchers. They mainly pay money to researchers who are impressive and have high, impressive affiliations. They don't really much care what research project happens.
Why do they call him
Is
Broccoli?
that a cynical? So that there's a deep truth to that cynical perspective. Is there a less cynical perspective that they do care about the long-term investment into the progress of science and humanity?
Well, they might personally care, but they're stuck in an equilibrium.
Sure.
Wherein basically most foundations, like governments or research or like the Ford Foundation, the individuals there are rated based on the prestige they bring to that organization.
Give it to me.
Yeah.
And even if they might personally want to produce more intellectual progress, they are in a competitive game where they don't have tenure and they need to produce this prestige. And so once they give grant money to prestigious people, that is the thing that shows that they have achieved prestige for the organization. And that's what they need to do in order to retain
Man,
it.
it's hot all the time, bitches.
And you
I gotta
hope
scratch
that
my
there's a
back
correlation between prestige
like a
and
bear.
actual competence.
Of course, there is a correlation. The question is just, could we do this better some other way?
Yes.
I think it's pretty clear we could. What is harder to do is move the world to an equilibrium where we do that instead.
What are components of the better ways to do it? Is it money? So how the sources of money, how the money is allocated to give the individual researchers.
All right. What's the
Years
move?
ago, I started
Look at
studying
this.
topic exactly.
It's athleticism at its finest, motherfuckers.
This was many decades ago now. I spent a long time, and my best guess still is prediction markets, betting markets. So, if you as a research patron want to know the answer to a particular question, like what's the mass of the electron neutrino, then what you can do is just subsidize a betting market in that question, and that will induce more research into answering that question because the people who then answer that question can then make money in that betting market with the new information they gain. So that's a robust way to induce more information on the topic. If you want to induce an accomplishment, you can create prizes, and there's of course a long history of prizes to induce accomplishment. And we moved away from prizes, even though we once used them far more often than we did today. And there's a history to that. And for the customers who want to be affiliated with impressive academics, which is what most of the customers want, students, journalists, and patrons, I think there's a better way of doing it, which I just wrote about in my second most recent blog post. Can you explain? Sure. What we do today is we take sort of acceptance by other academics recently as our best indication of their deserved prestige. That is, recent publications, recent job affiliations, institutional affiliations, recent invitations to speak, recent grants. We are today taking other impressive academics, recent choices to affiliate with them as our best guess of their prestige. I would say we could do better by creating betting markets in what the distant future will judge to have been their deserved prestige, looking back on them. I think most intellectuals, for example, think that if we look back 2 centuries, say, to intellectuals from 2 centuries ago, and try to look in detail at their research and how it influenced future research and which path it was on, we could much more accurately judge their actual deserved prestige. That is, who was actually on the right path, who actually helped, which will be different than what people at the time judged using the immediate indications of the time, or which position they had, or which publications they had, or things like that.
So in this way, you think from the perspective of multiple centuries, you would higher prioritize true novelty. You would disregard the temporal proximity of how recent the thing
Right.
is. And you would think, like, what is the brave, the bold, the big, the novel idea?
This fucking rabbi says how valid like a motherfucker.
You can see the path through which
I
ideas
gotta take a
which
dump.
led dead end, which led to what other you could
Bitch could go into the World Series as such a playboy to the
better
top.
estimate of who actually
Oh,
had
man.
long-term effects on intellectual
One of
property.
those.
So my proposal is
Red
we actually pay people at several centuries to do this historical analysis. We have betting markets, we have prediction markets today where we buy and sell assets, which will later on pay off in terms of the final evaluation. And so now we'll be inducing people today to make their best estimate of those things by actually, looking at the details of people and setting the prices accordingly. So my proposal would be we rate people today on those prices today. So instead of looking at the list of publications or affiliations, you look at the actual price of assets that represent people's best guess of what the future will say about it.
It's brilliant. So this concept of idea futures, can you elaborate what this will entail?
I've been elaborating two versions of it here. So one is if there's a particular question that I'm asking the electorate to treat, and what you as a patron want to do is get an answer to that question, then what you do is subsidize a betting market in that question under the assumption that eventually we'll just know the answer and we can pay off the bets that way. Right? And that is a plausible assumption for many kinds of concrete intellectual questions like what's the mass of the electron and a tree.
In this hypothetical world that you're constructing, but maybe a real world, do you mean literally financial?
Yes, literal,
Literal.
very literal, very cash, very direct and literal. Yes. So, well, crypto is what I mean.
Yes, sure.
So the idea would be research labs would be for profit. They would have as their expense paying researchers to study things, and then their profit would come from using the insights the researchers gain to trade in these financial markets. Just like hedge funds today make money by paying researchers to study firms and then making their profits by trading on that insight in the ordinary financial market.
And the market would, if it's efficient, would be able to become better and better at predicting the powerful ideas the individual is able to generate.
The variance around the mass of the electron treatment would decrease with time as we learn that value of that parameter better and any other parameters that we wanted to estimate.
You don't think those markets would also respond to recency of prestige and all those kind of
Well,
things?
they would respond, but the question is if they might respond incorrectly, but if you think they're doing it incorrectly, you have a proper understanding where you can go fix it. So we'd be inviting everybody to ask whether they can find any biases or errors in the current ways in which people are estimating these things from whatever clues they have.
Right, there's a big incentive for the correction mechanism. In academia currently, there's not, it's the safe choice to go with prestige.
Exactly.
And there's no,
You can privately think that prestige is overrated.
even in the case, it's strongly
Right? So
overrated.
still, you don't have an incentive to buy that publicly.
You're going to lose a lot. Unless you're contrarian and the blogs, and then you could talk about or have podcasts.
Right. I mean, initially, this was my initial concept of having these betting markets on these key parameters. What I then realized over time was that that's more what people tend to care about. What they really mostly care about is just who's how good. Yeah. And that's what most of the system is built on, is trying to rate people and rank them. And so I designed this other alternative based on historical evaluation centuries later, just about who's how good, because that's what I think what the customers really care about.
Customers, I like the word customers here. Humans.
Right. Well, every major area of life, which has specialists who get paid to do that thing, must
machine. You're able to generate a lot of sense of what I like it. I love it. Viewquakes, which are insights which dramatically change my worldview, your worldview. You write, I loved science fiction as a child, studied physics and artificial intelligence for a long time each, and now study economics and political science. All fields full of such insights. So, let me ask, what are some viewquakes or a beautiful, surprising idea to you from each of those fields? Physics, AI, economics, political science. I know it's a tough question. Something that springs to mind about physics, for example, that just is beautiful.
I mean, right from the beginning, say special relativity was a big surprise. Most of us have a simple concept of time, and it seems perfectly adequate for everything we've ever seen. And to have it explained to you that you need to sort of have a mixture concept of time and space, where you put it into the space-time construct, how it looks different from different perspectives, that was quite a shock. And that was, such a shock that makes you think, what else do I know that, isn't the way it seems? Certainly, quantum mechanics is certainly another enormous shock in terms of you have this idea that there's a space and there's particles at points, maybe fields in between, and quantum mechanics is just a whole different representation. It looks nothing like what you would have thought as sort of the basic representation of the physical world, and that was quite a surprise.
What would you say is the catalyst for the viewquake in theoretical physics in the 20th century? Where does that come from? So the interesting thing about Einstein, it seems like a lot of that came from like almost thought experiments. It wasn't almost experimentally driven. And would actually I don't know the full story of quantum mechanics, how much of it is experiment, like where if you look at the full trace of idea generation there, of all the weird stuff that falls out of quantum mechanics, how much of that was the experimentals, how much was it the theoreticians? But usually in theoretical physics, theory is the way. So maybe can you elucidate like what is the catalyst?
The remarkable thing about physics,
Look at this athleticism. Look at this. This is like a very agile gazelle on the Serengeti.
If it hadn't been for Einstein,
Look at this
if it hadn't
move.
been for Heisenberg, certainly within a half a century, somebody else would have come up with essentially the same thing.
Is that something you believe?
Yeah, that's something. Yes. So I think when you look at sort of just the history of physics and the history of other areas, some areas like that, there's just this enormous convergence that the different kind of evidence that was being collected was so redundant in the sense that so many different things revealed the same things that eventually you just kind of have to accept it because it just gets obvious. So you look at the details, of course, Einstein did it for somebody else, and it's well worth celebrating Einstein for that. And, we, by celebrating the particular people who did something first or came across something first, we're encouraging all the rest to move a little faster, to try to push us all a little faster, which is great. But I still think we would have gotten roughly to the same place within a half century. So sometimes people are special because of how much longer it would have taken. So some people say general relativity would have taken longer without Einstein than other things. I mean, Heisenberg quantum mechanics, there were several different formulations of quantum mechanics all around the same few years. Means no one of them made that much of a difference. We would have had pretty much the same thing regardless of which of them did it exactly when. Nevertheless, I'm happy to celebrate them all. But this is a choice I make in my research. That is, where there's an area where there's lots of people working together, who are sort of scoping each other and getting a result just before somebody else does. You ask, well, how much of a difference would I make there? At most, I could make something happen a few months before somebody else. And so I'm less worried about them missing things. So when I'm trying to help the world, like do research, I'm looking for neglected things. I'm looking for things that nobody do it, nobody would do it.
They tell you
Nobody would do
in
it.
safety manual, whenever someone's underneath, like
Same with
going through the aisles that are very narrow,
when we do it.
alarm the guy that's on top, that's
So that's
stopping
the
the
place
guys.
where you can have the biggest
So this
impact, is
motherfucker,
finding the things that
he's a
nobody would do
Vietnamese
unless
guy.
you did them.
Very shady.
And then that's when you get
Dude,
the big
he
viewquake,
literally
the
put
insight.
himself
What
underneath my
about
forklift
artificial
as
intelligence?
I'm up. I'm just, you
Would
can't.
it be
So if you're on the forklift, you
yeah,
can't see what's below you. That's what people
emulated
are gonna walk
minds?
through. They
What
shouldn't walk
idea
through. They should at least alarm.
whether
So this
that
motherfucker
struck
walks through.
you
I think
in
it
the
was just
shower one day,
next to the wheel
or
and just
was
this
or that you just
clearly the biggest break in artificial intelligence is the realization of just how complicated our human minds are. Most people who come to artificial intelligence from other fields or from relative experience, a very common phenomenon, which you must be familiar with, is that they come up with some concept and then they think, yeah, that's the end. Once we implement this new concept, we will have it. We will have full human level or higher artificial intelligence, right? And they're just not appreciating just how big the problem is, how long it is, just how much is involved. Because that's actually hard to appreciate. When we just think, it seems really simple. When studying artificial intelligence, going through many particular problems, looking at each problem, all the different things you need to be able to do to solve a problem like that, makes you realize all the things your minds are doing that you are not aware of. That's that vast subconscious that you're not aware of. That's the biggest use case of artificial intelligence by far for most people who study artificial intelligence, to see just how hard it is. I think that's a good point, but I think it's a very early equation when the short gun and Kruger crash hard. It's the first realization that humans could actually play a human mind in your body.
Put that in the chat, dude.
But then, it's already been so long for me that I've experienced that viewpoint that for me, I now experience the viewpoints of, holy shit, this little thing is actually quite powerful. Like neural networks. I'm amazed. Because as you become almost cynical after that first viewpoint, like, this is so hard. Like evolution did some incredible work to get to the human mind. But then you realize, just because you have these about such a simple model, that simple things can actually be extremely powerful. That maybe emulating the human mind is extremely difficult. You can go a long way with narrational network. You can go a long way with that solution, with that skill electrical reinforcement learning. Right? Holy crap. You can go quite a long way with it.
But we still have a very long road to go. A lot left.
I refuse to know the road. The road is so long. And like you said, with the 6 hard steps that humans have to take to arrive at where we are from the origin of life on Earth. So it's long, maybe in the statistical improbability of the steps that have to be taken. But in terms of how quickly those steps could be taken, I don't know. My intuition says if it's hundreds of years away or if it's a couple of years away, I prefer to measure
Pretty confident at least a decade. And
well, we can.
mildly confident at least 3 decades.
I can steal math in either direction. I prefer to measure that journey with Elon Musk. That's where you.
We don't get Elon Musk very often, so that's a long time scale.
For now, I don't know. Maybe you can clone or maybe multiply. Or I don't even know what Elon Musk, what that is. What is that? What is?
That's a good question. Exactly. Good. Well, that's the next one.
How does that? And then how does that fit into the model of the 3 parameters that are required for becoming a grabby alien civilization?
So that's the question of how much any individual makes in the long path of civilization of their time.
Yes.
And it's a favorite topic of historians. People try to focus on individuals and how much of a difference they make. And certainly some individuals make a substantial difference in the modest term, right? Certainly without Hitler being Hitler in the role he took, European history would have taken a different path for a while there. But if we're looking over many centuries longer term things, most individuals do fade in their individual influence.
So,
Even Einstein.
no matter how sexy your hair is, you will also be the godly long arc of history. So you said at least 10 years. So let's talk a little bit about this AI point of how we achieve, how hard the problem of solving intelligence by engineering artificial intelligence that achieves human-like qualities that we associate with intelligence. How hard is this? What are the different trajectories that take us there?
One way to think about it is in terms of the scope of the technology space you're talking about. So let's take the biggest possible scope, all of human technology, right? The entire human economy. So the entire economy is composed of many industries each of which have many products with many different technologies supporting each one. At that scale, I think we can accept that most innovations are a small fraction of the total. That is, usually has relatively gradual overall progress, and that individual innovations that have a substantial effect on the total are rare, and their total effect is still a small percentage of the total economy, right? There's very few individual innovations that made a substantial difference to the whole economy, right? What are we talking? Steam engine, shipping containers, a few things. Shipping containers deserve to be up there with steam engines, honestly.
Can you say exactly what shipping containers?
Shipping containers revolutionized shipping. Shipping is very important.
But placing that as shipping containers. So you're saying you wouldn't have some of the magic of the supply chain and all that without shipping containers?
It made a big difference. Absolutely.
That's something we'll get to. We shouldn't take that tangent off something different. But anyway, so there's just a few innovations.
Right. So at the scale of the whole economy, right? Now, as you move down to a much smaller scale, you will see individual innovations having a bigger effect, right? So if you look at, lawnmowers or something, I don't know about the innovations lawnmower, but there are probably like steps where you just had a new kind of lawnmower, and that made a big difference to mowing lawns because you're focusing on a smaller part of the whole technology space, right? So, and sometimes like military technology, there's a lot of military technologies, a lot of small ones, but every once in a while a particular military weapon makes a big difference. But still, even so, mostly overall, they're making modest differences to something that's increasing relatively. Like U.S. military is the strongest in the world consistently for a while. No one weapon in the last 70 years has made a big difference in terms of the overall prominence of the U.S. military. Right? So that's just saying, even though every once in a while, even the recent Soviet hyper missiles, whatever they aren't changing the overall balance dramatically, right? So when we get to AI, now I can frame the question: how big is AI? Basically, so one way of thinking about AI is that it's just all mental tasks. And then you ask, what fraction of tasks are mental tasks? And then I go, a lot. And then if I think of AI as like half of everything, then I think, well, it's got to be composed of lots of parts where any one innovation is only a small impact, right? Now, if you think, no, AI is like AGI, and then you think AGI is a small thing, like there's a small number of key innovations that will enable it. Now you're thinking there could be a bigger chunk that you might find that would have a bigger impact. So the way I would ask you to frame these things in terms of the chunkiness of different areas of technology, in part in terms of how big they are. But if you take 10 chunky areas and add them together, the total is less chunky.
Yeah. So are you able, until you solve the fundamental core parts of the problem, to estimate the chunkiness of that problem?
Well, if you have a history of prior chunkiness, that could be your best estimate for future chunkiness. So, for example, even at the level of the world economy, right? We've had this, 10,000 years of civilization, and that's only a short time. You might say, oh, that doesn't predict future chunkiness, but, looks relatively steady and consistent. We could say, even in computer science, we've had, 70 years of computer science, we have enough data to look at chunkiness in computer science. Like, when were there algorithms or approaches that made a big chunky difference, and and how large a fraction of that was that? And I'd say mostly in computer science, most innovation has been relatively small chunks. Bigger chunks have been rare.
Well, this is the interesting thing, just about AI and just algorithms in general, is PageRank, so Google's, right? So sometimes it's a simple algorithm that by itself is not that useful, but the scale effect, in the context that's scalable, but depending on the context, all of a sudden the power is revealed. And there's something, I guess that's the nature of chunkiness, is that things that can reach a lot of people simply can be quite chunky.
So one standard story about algorithms is to say algorithms have a fixed cost plus a marginal cost. And so in history, when you had computers that were very small, you tried all the algorithms that had low fixed costs. and you look for the best of those. But over time, as computers got bigger, you could afford to do larger fixed costs, try those, and some of those had more effective algorithms in terms of their marginal cost. And that, in fact, that roughly explains the long-term history where, in fact, the rate of algorithmic improvement is about the same as the rate of hardware improvement, which is a remarkable coincidence. But it would be explained by saying, well, there's all these better algorithms you can't try until you have a big enough computer to pay the fixed cost of doing some trials to find out if that algorithm actually saves you on the marginal cost. And so that's an explanation for this relatively continuous history. So we have a good story about why hardware is so continuous, right? You might think, why would software be so continuous with the hardware? But if there's a distribution of algorithms in terms of their fixed costs, and it's say spread out in a wide logarithmical distribution, then we could be sort of marching through that logarithmical distribution, trying out algorithms with larger fixed costs and finding the ones that have lower margin.
So, would you say AGI, human level, AI, even emulated mind, is chunky? Like a few breakthroughs can take
So an M is by its nature chunky in the sense that if you have an emulated brain and you're 25% effective at emulating it, that's crap. It's nothing. Okay? You pretty much need to emulate a whole human brain.
Is that obvious?
It's pretty obvious. But I'm talking about so the key thing is you're emulating various brain cells, and so you have to emulate the input-output pattern of those cells. So if you get that pattern somewhat close, but not close enough, then the whole system just doesn't have the overall behavior you're looking for, right?
So you could have functionally some of the power of the overall.
So there'll be some threshold. The point is, when you get close enough, then it goes over the threshold, right? It's like taking a computer chip and deleting every 1% of the gates, right?
No, that's very chunky. But
right.
With the emulated human brain, the human brain itself is not really
right. So it has a certain level of redundancy and a certain level of robustness. And so there's some threshold when you get close to that level of redundancy or robustness, then it starts to work. But until you get to that level, it's just going to be crap, right? Yeah. It's going to be just a big thing that isn't working for us. So we can be pretty sure that emulations is a big chunk in an economic sense, right? At some point, you'll be able to make one that's actually effective in enable substituting for humans, and then that will be this huge economic product that people will try to buy like crazy. Now,
people bring a lot of algorithms to us, they'll be willing to pay for it.
Well, but it could be that the first emulation costs $1 billion each, right? And then we have them, but we can't really use them; too expensive. And then the cost slowly comes down, and now we have less of a chunky adoption, right? That as the cost comes down, then we use more and more of them in more and more context. And that's a more continuous curve. So it's only if the first emulations are relatively cheap that you get a more sudden disruption to society. And that could happen if sort of the algorithm is the last thing you figure out how to do or something.
What about robots that capture some magic in terms of social connection? The robots, let's grab a robot dog, right there. Robots that are able to capture some magic of human connection as they interact with humans, but are not emulating the brain. What about those? How far away?
So we're thinking about chunkiness or distance now. So if you ask how chunky is the task of making a emulatable robot or something,
which chunkiness and time are correlated.
Right, but it's about how far away it is or how suddenly it would happen. Chunkiness is how suddenly, and difficulty is just how far away it is. But it could be a continuous difficulty. It would just be far away, but we'll slowly, steadily get there. Or there could be these thresholds where we reach a threshold and suddenly we can do a lot better.
Yeah, that's a good. Question for both. I tend to believe that all of it, not just the M, but AGI too is chunky, and human level intelligence.
So my best
embodied in robots,
because the history of computer science chunkiness so far seems to be my rough best guess for the chunkiness of AGI. Yeah,
it is chunky.
It's modestly chunky, not that chunky, right? Our ability to use peanut butter, do many things in the economy has been moving relatively steadily. Overall, in terms of our use of computers in society, they have been relatively steadily improving for 70 years.
No, I would say that's part of the outcome. Okay, I would have to really think about that because neural
oh yeah, these things are surprising. But if you stand back, we see something like that every 10 years or so. Something to do with innovations that has a big effect.
So moderately chunky. Yeah.
So the history of the level of disruption we've seen in the past would be a rough estimate of the level of disruption in the future, unless the future's we're going to hit a chunky territory, much chunkier than we've seen in the past.
Well, I do think there's it's like Kuhnian, like revolution type. It seems like the data, especially on AI, is difficult to reason with because it's so recent. It's such a recent field. In this way,
around years.
well, I mean 50, 60, 70, 80 years being recent.
Okay,
That's how I'm.
it's enough time to see a lot of trends.
A few trends. I think the internet, computing, there's really a lot of interesting stuff that's happened over the past 30 years that I think the possibility of revolutions is likelier than it was in the.
I think for the last 70 years, there's always been a lot of things that look like they had a potential for revolution.
So we can't reason well about this.
I mean, we can reason well by looking at the past trend. I would say the past trend is roughly your best guess for the future.
No, but if I look back at the things that might have looked like revolutions in the 70s and 80s and 90s, they are less like the revolutions that appear to be happening now, or the capacity of revolutions that appear to be there now. First of all, there's a lot more money to be made. There's a lot more incentive for markets to do a lot of kind of innovation, it seems like, in the AI space. But then again, there's a history of winters and summers and so on. So maybe we're just like riding a nice wave right now.
One of the biggest issues is the difference between impressive demos and commercial value.
Yes.
So we've often through the history of AI, we saw very impressive demos that never really translated much into commercial value.
As somebody who works on and cares about autonomous and semi-autonomous vehicles, tell me about it. And there again, we return to the number of Elon Musks per Earth per year generated. That's the M. Coincidentally, same initials as the M. Very suspicious. Very suspicious. We're gonna have to look into that. All right, two more fields that I would like to force you to push your arm to. All right, to look for viewquakes and for beautiful ideas. Economics. What is a beautiful idea to you about economics?
You mentioned a lot of them. Sure. So as you said before, there's going to be the first viewcake most people encounter that makes the biggest difference on average in the world, because that's the only thing most people ever see is the first one. And so, with AI, the first one is just how big the problem is. But once you get past that, you'll find others. Certainly for economics, the first one is just the power of markets. You might have thought it was just really hard to figure out how to optimize in a big complicated space, and markets just do a good first pass for an awful lot of stuff. And they are really quite robust and powerful. And that's just quite the view criteria, where you just say, just let up. If you want to get in the ballpark, just let a market handle it and step out. And that's true for a wide range of things. It's not true for everything, but it's a very good first approximation. Most people's intuitions for how they should limit markets are actually messing them up. They're that good in sense, right? Most people, when you go, I don't know if we want to trust that, well, you should be trusting.
What about what are markets? Just a couple of words.
So the idea is if people want something, then let other companies form to try to supply that thing. Let those people pay for their cost of whatever they're making and try to offer that product to those people. Let many such firms enter that industry and let the customers decide which ones they want. And if the firm goes out of business, let it go bankrupt and let other people invest in whichever ventures they want to try to attract customers to their version of the product. And that just works for a wide range of products and services.
And through all of this, there's a free exchanging information too. There's a hope that there's no manipulation of information and so on. That you're making
even when those things happen, still the simple market solution is usually better than the things you'll try to do to fix it. That's a view crack. It's surprising. It's not what you would have initially thought.
That's one of the great, I guess, inventions of human civilization,
right?
That trust in markets.
Now, another view that I learned in my research that's not all of economics, but something more specialized, is the rationality of disagreement. That is, basically, people who are trying to believe what's true in a complicated situation would not actually disagree. And of course, humans disagree all the time, so it was quite a striking fact for me to learn in grad school that actually rational agents would not knowingly disagree. And so that makes disagreement more puzzling and makes you less willing to disagree.
Humans are to some degree rational, and they're able to. Their priorities
Are different than just figuring out the truth, which might not be the same as being irrational.
That's another tangent that could take an hour. In the space of human affairs, political science, what is a beautiful, foundational, interesting idea to you, a viewquake in the space of political science?
The main thing that goes wrong in politics is people not agreeing on what the best thing to do is.
That's a wrong. So
That's what goes wrong. That is, when you say what's fundamental behind most political failures, it's that people are ignorant of what the consequences of policy is. And that's surprising because it's actually feasible to solve that problem, which we aren't solving.
So it's a bug, not a feature, that there's a inability to arrive at a consensus.
So most political systems, if everybody looked to some authority, say, on a question, and that authority told them the answer, then most political systems are capable of just doing that thing. But that is, so it's the failure to have trustworthy authorities that is sort of the underlying failure behind most political failure. We invade Iraq, say, when we don't have an authority to tell us it's a really stupid thing to do. And it is possible to create more informative, trustworthy authorities. That's a remarkable fact about the world of institutions, that we could do that, but we aren't.
Yeah, that's surprising. We could, we are.
Right. And another big view correct about politics is from the elephant brain, that most people, when they're interacting with politics, they say they want to make the world better, make their city better, their country better. And that's not the priority.
What is it?
So they want to show loyalty to their allies. Show their people they're on their side, yes. But their various tribes they're in, that's their primary priority, and they do accomplish that.
Yeah, and the tribes are usually color-coded, conveniently enough. What would you say, it's the Churchill question, democracy is the crappiest form of government, but it's the best one we got. What's the best form of government for this, our 7 billion human civilization, and maybe as we get farther and farther? You mentioned a lot of stuff that's fascinating about human history as we become more Voyager-like, and looking out beyond, what's the best form of government in the next 50, 100 years as we become a multiplanetary species?
So the key failing is that we have existing political institutions and related institutions like media institutions and other authority institutions. And these institutions sit in a vast space of possible institutions. And the key failing, we're just not exploring that space. So I have made my proposals in that space, and I think I can identify many promising solutions. And many other people have made many other promising proposals in that space. But the key thing is we're just not pursuing those proposals. We're not trying them out on small scales. We're not doing tests. We're not exploring the space of these options. That is the key thing we're failing to do. And if we did that, I am confident we would find much better institutions than what we're using now. But we would have to actually try.
So there, a lot of those topics, I do hope we get a chance to talk again. That's an issue being. So I'm skipping a lot of tangents on purpose that I would love to take. You're such a brilliant person with so many different topics. Let me take a stroll into the deep human psyche of Robin Hanson himself.
Incredible athleticism.
The first
May not be that deep.
Some people might even consider it unprecedented.
I might just be all on the surface. What you
You
see,
don't
what you get,
suck
might not be
dick.
what's hiding behind it.
some of the fun is on the surface, and
I actually think this is true of many of the most successful, most interesting people you see in the world. That is, they put so much effort into
popular.
the surface that they've constructed.
You're gonna be
Not so much
popular.
energy. Like so somebody might be a statesman or an actor or something else, and people want to interview them and they want to say like, "What are you behind the scenes? What do you do in your free time?"
Look at
Kids,
kids. If you really want to know athleticism and motion, people used to call me athleticism and motion. It's very common. And you call me athleticism and motion, agility. Some bitches just call me agility. Where's the phone? Where's the phone? I feel it. Look at this one.
And the depth is very different from the surface. And that's actually what makes it very not interesting to interview. If you are an actor who actually lives the role that you play, so like a Clint Eastwood type character, completely represents the cowboy, right? Ryan, actor, the person you play on the surface. That's authentic.
Some people are typecast and they have basically one persona they play in all of their movies or TV shows, and so those people probably is the actual persona that they are, or it's become that over time. Clint Eastwood would be one. I think Tom Hanks is another. I think they just always play the same person.
And you and I are just both players. You're the one million thinker, and I am suit wearing. That's it. That's probably why Sage had asked me what advice we should get to in high school and college about life, about how to live a successful life, career.
Most young people, when they actually ask you that question, what they usually mean is, how can I be successful by usual? And yeah, I'm not very good at giving advice about that because it's not how I try to live my life. So I would more look around and say, you live in a rich society, you will have a long life, many resources available to you. Whatever career you take, you'll have plenty of time to make progress in work. Yes, it might be better if you find a way to combine your career and your interests in a way that gives you more time and energy, but there are often big compromises there as well. So if you have a passion about some topic or something that you think just worth pursuing, just do it. Don't need other people's approval.
I want to do it myself.
And you can just start doing whatever it is you think is worth doing. It might take you decades, but decades are enough to make enormous progress on most all of these things.
And doing what I make. And that's a lot of what people worry about. When there's so many options, if I choose a thing,
Jan and I had satellite. We used to watch a reality show called
But I mean, so I switched my career at the age of 34 to the age of 0 to academic grad school of social science after being a software research software engineer. So it's quite possible to change your mind later in life.
Be overexposed.
But I
You only need two things. Roll duct tape.
less than one.
Okay. 30 minutes or what? Please go back.
You would have
Take your seat.
Right? Like people also ask what to do.
Hey, wait.
So you read lots of textbooks or maybe review articles. I'm not so sure you should be reading, blog posts and therapies, even podcasts. I would say,
It's dangerous to keep
this stuff at some humanity stuff on my how to learn things is crammed into textbooks.
especially the ones introduction to biology.
Just read all about it. Let's make a textbook. Stuff like that. That maybe if you want to know more about a subject, might review articles. Actually, you don't need to read those latest stuff on most topics.
And actually, textbooks often have pictures.
There you go.
And depending on the field, it's technical and doing the homework problem at the end. That's extremely useful. Extremely powerful way to understand. That's really huge. I actually think of like high school and college, which is kind of remind me of that way, but you almost not again get an opportunity to spend the time fundamental stuff. And like, you know, and everybody's forcing you, like, everybody wants you to do it. And like, you'll never get that chance again to sit there. Even though I'm like glad you didn't turn biology, which I started into biology, chemistry. I never again read this as seriously.
This
And
is
it
what
was
a
so
true survivor man
nice
does.
to
You
be
simulate
forced
a
to
disaster like a plane wreck.
be
You
forced
only
into
wear
that
clothes that you have on.
stay
You only use
the
stuff that you
pictures,
have in your
do
pockets. Now,
certain
in this
moments
case,
actually for a
this
moment
disaster
enjoy the
is
beauty
a
of
serial
this,
killer
of like
with the
how
guy
cells
who's
work
abducted me
and
and is taking me
you're
out
somehow that
into
state,
the
like the
wilderness.
rituals of that fascination, that state where you
Never understood. Well, yes, I would. I would survive. I would make the
utilize
now within an hour of routine.
learning
Grab your fingertips. You're not going to identify you, and they call me the overkill killer. You are as creepy as a real serial killer.
altruistic,
For real.
but in a
Okay.
rush.
I am putting this on, so I have no
The usual
familiarity
human
with my
tradition that goes
surroundings.
back, hundreds
Now
of
this way,
years
I
is
can't
that
retrace
people's
myself.
productivity
I don't know
rises
what
with
street
time.
you
You take peaks around the age of 40 or 50.
What are you doing? It would be better if you were unconscious. No,
Having
God,
high income, you have the most contact.
you want to do this right or not?
About how the world
Please
works.
allow me to have
Um,
one cathartic
Expect to have your
experience in
biggest
my life.
impact then. Before then, you can have impact, but you're also maybe building up your resources and abilities.
Yes.
That's the usual trajectory. Expect that to be true of you too. Don't be in such a rush to like accomplish enormous things at the age of 18 or whatever. I mean, you might as well practice trying to do things, but that's mostly about learning how to do things by practice. There's a lot of things you can't do unless you just keep trying.
There are 13 people. And all else skills try to maximize the number of lost you can't.
That's certainly something I've neglected. I would tell my younger version of myself, hey, try to have more.
One is a joke about how old you are.
Yes, absolutely. It matters more than I realize.
I'm not crack the drug.
And the other in terms of inappropriate, making copies of yourself in mutative form.
You want to
And
high harmony?
just enjoy it.
Sure. I mean, the meaning
He is a very valuable enterprise
started in the literature on
possibly to
the value people get out of life is you just think happiness. So happiness is how do you feel right now about it, right now. The meaning is how do you feel about your whole life.
I think getting down the way happy.
And many things that produce happiness don't produce meaning as well. I believe you have to choose between them. You'd rather have meaning.
I don't like it.
And meaning is more goes along with sacrificing happiness.
Wow.
And children are an example of that. You get a lot more meaning than children.
Do you think it's a good idea?
They're a lot more work.
What do you think children are so magical?
Here.
Kids. I would love to have
Wait, hold on.
kids and
Take my blindfold off.
whenever we go to robot, there's some
Just the
big
two of us
magic
from
or
this
there's
point
an
out?
entity that comes to life. And in that case, I'm not trying to draw too many parallels, but
Here we go into the wild.
echo to it. Which is when you program a robot,
Smell the
there's some
trees in
aspect
the
of
nature.
your intellect that is now instilled in this other moving being.
Just some
What
bushes
kind of
and
magic
some
is? Or why do you think that's magical? You said happiness is meaning. As opposed to a shorting.
Got it.
Why is it meaning?
Translating from the language.
Overdetermined. I can give you several different reasons, all of which is sufficient. And so the question is, we don't know which ones are the correct ones, but technically, overdetermined. So, I meet a lot of people interested in the future, interested in thinking about the future. They're thinking about how can I influence the future, but overwhelmingly in history so far, the main way people have influenced the future is by having children. Overwhelming.
Right.
And that's just not an incidental fact. You are built for that. That is, you're the sequence of thousands of generations, each of which successfully had a descendant, and that affected who you are. You just have to expect, and it's true that who you are is built to be, expect to have a child, to want to have a child, to have that be a natural and meaningful interaction for you, and it's just true. It's one of those things you just should have expected, and it's not a surprise.
Well, to push back a bit,
All right.
in terms of influence in the future, as we get more and more technology, more and more of us are able to influence the future in all kinds of other ways.
Right.
Being a teacher, educator.
Even so, though, still most current influence in the future probably happen
Let me ask some dark, difficult questions if I might. Let's take a stroll into that place that may or may not exist, according to you. What's the darkest place you've ever gone to in your life? A dark time, a challenging time in your life that you have to overcome.
Probably just feeling strongly rejected. And so I'm apparently somewhat emotionally scarred by just being very rejection first, which must have happened because some rejections were just very scarring.
At a scale, what kind of communities are they? The individual scale?
I mean, from lots of different scales, yeah. All the many different scales. Still that rejection stings.
Hold on a second. But you are a contrarian thinker. You challenge that norms. Why, if you are scarred by rejection, why welcome it in so many ways at a much larger scale, constantly with your ideas?
Perceive that I'm just stupid. Or that I've just categorized them differently than I should. That most rejection that I've faced hasn't been because of my intellectual ideas. So the intellectual ideas haven't been the thing to risk the rejection.
The one that challenge your mind, taking you to a dark place, the more psychological rejection.
So you just asked me, what took me to a dark place. You didn't specify it as sort of an intellectual dark place, I guess. Yeah, just meant like what?
So what intellectual is disjoint or at least at a more surface level than something emotional.
Yeah, I would just think, there are times in your life when, you're just in a dark place, and that can have many different causes. And, most intellectuals are still just people, and most of the things that will affect them are the kinds of things that affect people. They aren't that different necessarily, and that's going to be true for, I presume most basketball players are still just people. If you ask them what was the worst part of their life, it's the kind of thing that was the worst part of their life for most people. So rejection early. Yeah. I mean, not a great one, probably, but being a young nerdy guy, giving not in much demand or interest, or later on.
Wish I could have gone with Ryan on that cool retreat!
But I think that's, most of us like to pretend we don't that much need other people. We don't care what they think. The common sort of stance if somebody rejects you or something. I didn't care about them anyway. But I think to be honest, I really do care.
Yeah, we do seek that connection, that love. Everything is the word of love.
Opacity in heart. That is, love is one of those things where we know it's some level important to us, but it's not very clearly shown to us exactly how or why or in what way. There are some kinds of things we want to just clearly see that we want to like, right? We know when we're thirsty, why we're thirsty, what to do about being thirsty, sober, no longer thirsty.
Nice juicy rabbit would be delicious.
Like, what do we see? We're drawn to it, but we do not understand why we're drawn exactly. Because it's not just affection. It's just affection. We don't seem to be drawn to pure affection. We don't seem to be drawn to somebody who's a servant. We don't seem to be necessarily drawn to somebody that satisfies all your needs or something like that.
So it's clearly something we want or need, but we're not exactly very clear about it. And that is kind of important to it. So I've also noticed there are some kinds of things you can't imagine very well. So if you imagine a situation, there's some aspects of the situation clearly you can imagine it being bright or dim, you can imagine it being windy, you can imagine it being hot or cold. But there's some aspects about your emotional stance in a situation that's actually just hard to imagine or even remember. Hard to you can often remember an emotion only when you're in a similar sort of emotion situation. And otherwise, you just can't bring the emotion to your mind. And you can't even imagine it, right? So there's certain kinds of emotions you can have, and when you're in that emotion, you know you have it, and you have a name, you can associate it. Later dry. Remember joy. It doesn't come to mind. Right. And that's sort of the reason why we have one of the reasons that push us to reproduce is that we can't reimagine it.
There's a Daniel Kahneman type of thing. I mean, some aspect of that emotion, but thinking of that situation from which that emotion came.
Right.
So, like a certain song, you can listen to it, and you can feel the same way you felt the first time you remember that song associated with
So you can remember that situation.
And this little guy, maybe he got a bit was
You just take one part off of it, and then if you get the whole package again, you remember the whole feeling.
Yes, or some fundamental aspect of that whole experience that aroused the feelings when you're feeling growth. And actually, the feeling is probably different in some way. It can be more pleasant or less pleasant than the feeling you felt originally. And that's more over time because how you replay that memory. It is interesting. You're not able to replay the feeling perfectly. You don't remember the feeling, you remember the facts and the events.
There's a sense in which over time we expand our vocabulary as a community and language, and that allows us to sort of have more feelings and know that we are feeling. Because you can have a feeling but not have a word for it, and then you don't know how to categorize it or what it is, and whether it's the same as something else. But once you have a word for it, you can sort of pull it together more easily. And so I think over time we are having a richer palette of feelings.
Totally great.
Because we have more words for it.
And sometimes you can get a
What has been a painful loss in your life?
well,
Maybe
it's a
somebody
capability.
or something that's no longer in your life.
Okay, yeah. You know what? We're just gonna
Played an important part in your life.
You.
No way.
That's a
I'm
challenge.
not a machine,
No,
Jim.
it
You
has
can't
to be.
just change
I
plans
was
willy-nilly
much
and
younger.
expect these little magic party elements to do your bidding. Or even demonstrate at
But
each
do
cover,
you see that
but
as a
you
different
will.
person? Maybe you
Mushroom
lost that
cats.
person.
Certainly, yes, absolutely, I'm a different person than I was when I was younger, and I'm not. I don't even remember exactly what he was. So I don't remember as many things from the past as many people do. So it's something I've just lost a lot of my history by not remembering.
Oh, does that?
And I'm not that person.
It's all right here. We're gonna
Is it a
entertain
painful
ourselves
loss?
out
Is
here.
it a
So
painful
who
loss?
has problems
Yeah.
with it?
Or is it a why is it painful? Is your why?
So then we just shouldn't do it.
Your
What am I supposed to do with 2 cakes
I
and a
mean,
pie?
there's so many things that are beneficial to you.
Right, but
I mean,
So you just want
I just was this person, and I felt assured that I could continue to be that
I will
person.
always remember that constant by that.
He's gone, and I'm not in any hurry. He died.
I think I struck the mother
fanfare,
of
or, you know.
those
and then the person you are today,
nature's
be that
best
person
mushrooms.
who
Wild,
changed
I have to
too.
say,
Yes.
these little
And so
buggers.
then
In 20 years, he won't be there anymore.
Wow.
and the future person look back
The empty version of you for him will be left with himself. For him, they would be able to save an archived copy of themselves at each different age, and they could turn it on periodically and go back to it.
and some of that would be so the feeling by for them. There's a digital cloning that happens. And you think that makes you more special. You feel does that make you the experience of
Man
life,
became civilized.
the experience of a moment, the scarcity of that moment, the scarcity of that experience, isn't that a fundamental part of what makes that experience so delicious, so rich and
I think if you think of a song that lots of people listen to that are copies all over the world, we're going to call that a more special song.
Nice wood.
yeah.
I don't need fresh air because I have a fresh
So
air.
there's a perspective on copying and cloning where you're just
I
scaling
don't need
happiness versus degrading.
I mean, each copy of a song is less special if there are many copies, but the song itself is more special if there are many copies.
And en masse, right? You're actually spreading the happiness even if it diminishes over a large number of people at scale, and that increases the overall happiness of the world. And then you're able to do that with songs.
Is a person who has an identical twin
Birthdays
more or less special?
Terrible idea. Yeah. Okay. I did that.
physical twin. I think they have a richer life for being part of this couple, which each of which is very similar. Now, if you said, will the world, we lose one of the other twins, will the world miss it as much because you've got the other one that's very similar? Maybe from the rest of the world's point of view, they suffer less of a loss when they lose one of the identity. But from the point of view of the identity itself, their life is enriched by having a twin.
See, but the identical twin copying happens in the first birth. It's different than copying after you've done something environment like the nurture, the teenage or the 20s after college.
Interesting thing for him to find out all the different ways that you have different relationships with different people who have different degrees of similarity to them.
Yeah.
It seems like a rich space to explore. It's like interesting.
There'll be some that go from
There'll be many new choices to make that they don't make now. And we discussed that with okay, Japan. Like, say you have a lover and you make a copy of yourself, but the lover doesn't make a copy. Well, now, which one of you, or are both, still related to the lover?
socially entitled to show up.
So, yes. So you'll have to make choices then when you split yourself. Which of you inherit which unique things?
Yeah, and of course there'll be an equivalent increase in lawyers. Well, I guess you can call them the lawyers to help manage some of these negotiations of how to split property. The nature of owning, property is connected to individuals, right?
You only really need lawyers for this with an inefficient, awkward law that is not very transparent and able to do things. So, for example, an operating system of a computer is a law for that computer. When the operating system is simple and clean, you don't need to hire a lawyer to make a key choice in the operating system.
Human in the loop.
Just make a choice.
Every time
Right?
I go
So
in a meeting,
ideally, we want a
he
legal
makes me
system
come
that
in and give him a
makes
post-it note
the
telling me
common
what's
choices
wrong.
easy
I did
and
it
not
once.
require much
He
overhead.
freaked out.
And
He
that's
loved it so
what
much.
digitization.
The thing is, he doesn't get that many calls,
Enables that.
so he has me make them up every 10
So the
minutes.
loss of the illness. What about the loss of your life overall? Are you harder to death, mortality? Are you afraid of it?
I am a cryonic specimen with this little tag around my neck. It says that if you find to be in a medical situation, you should call these people to enable the cryonics transfer. So I am taking a long shot chance at living a much longer life.
Can you explain what cryonics is?
So when medical science gives up on me in this world, instead of burning me or letting work feed me, they will freeze my head. And there's damage that happens in the process of freezing the head, but once it's frozen, it won't change for a very long time. Chemically, it will just be completely exactly the same. So future technology might be able to revive me. In fact, I would be mainly counting on the brain emulation stuff, which doesn't require reviving my entire biological body. I would be giving computers. And so I think I've got at least a 5% shot at that. And that's immortality. So when I look like they have both kinds of therefore I'm sad. Immortality.
Do you think immortality is something
Well, just like infinity, you can't know it forever, which is never right. So all you can really, the better choice is at each moment you want to keep going. So I would like at every moment to have the option to keep going.
It's not an interesting thing about
The company
human
fired her
experience that
for having courage to augment her production.
And they displayed a pattern of disrespect and inappropriate.
Yes.
But
Yes.
the thing that happens, leave them wanting more.
Can we pull over for the top?
Right. That phrase is the thing that happens anytime.
My hair. It's not just a pattern, it's a pattern of disrespect
Training,
and
tired of
inappropriate
and that actually
behavior.
Desiree, my
makes
friend
life
Desiree got respect. Desiree spec.
makes that experience perhaps you can tell us that's life itself if you have a wall in the horizon.
Yep.
So
Find out how much you're going to get.
Might as well wait and find out.
but then you
$1 million.
suffering.
$4 million.
So in later age, I decide that I'd rather replace myself with a new copy
Stop
from a
saying
younger age.
ridiculous things. He's just going to tell the truth. It is very, complicated. So we went over it carefully and just not a chance or we just pull over on the top. I think that's just like I'm shut down.
Brain and body.
All right, fine. Just a second.
Most brain emulations will in fact host most of their time in virtual reality. But they wouldn't think of it virtual reality, they just think that their usual reality. The thing to notice, I think, in our world, most of us spend most time indoors. And indoors, we are surrounded by walls,
There he is.
floors,
Hey.
tile, or rugs.
I'm glad you're here.
Most of our environment is artificial. It's constructed to be convenient for us. It's not the natural world that was there before. Virtual reality is basically just like that. It is the environment that's comfortable and convenient for you. But when the right that environment for you is real for you, just like the room you're in right now is very real for you. You're not focused on the fact that the paint is hiding the actual stuff behind the walls, the actual wires, lights, and everything else. The fact that we're hiding that from you doesn't make it fake.
What are
The
the
warehouse got a
chances
ping pong table last week.
that we're
Now Jim
actually
comes down and plays
in
with
the
Daryl.
very kind of
Sometimes I
system
bring
you're
juice.
describing where the environment
My boyfriend
and
is
the brain
12.
is being emulated and you're just replaying an experience when you first did a podcast
Tuesday
with
chicken legs
Lex.
and sucks a king
And
phone. Hi,
now,
Kelly. This is boyfriend
person
it is.
that
I don't
originally
want
watched
to
this
you
has
weird.
did hundreds of
It's not
times.
my boyfriend.
This is just the first
I
time.
think it's dad, but
And you
he
like
is.
this time because of
I
so much
have
uncertainty.
I talk to
There's
him.
nerves going in each direction.
Cash App is like hypothetical. Like,
At the
you
moment,
know,
we
it's
don't
so
have the
fat to
technical
be
ability
intimate.
to
This
create
night club is
that
happening like right
simulation. So we
now.
can be postulating that
I mean, I know for a fact.
we
It's
have
like
that
a
ability,
right there.
and then they choose to evaluate this moment now.
No, but don't you think we could be in the simulation of that exact experience right now and we wouldn't be able to know?
So
Okay, it's got
one
regulations.
scenario would be
It'll do.
this never really happened. This only happens as a reconstruction later on.
Yeah.
That's different from the scenario that this did happen the first time and now it's happening again as a reconstruction.
Your boyfriend
That
is
second
so
scenario is
big,
harder
he's there just to
put
watch
together
baseball.
because it requires this coincidence where between the two times
His
you
parents,
produce the
first
ability to
cousins
do
are
it.
also bad at ping pong?
No, because if there has replay of memories,
So I guess.
poor replay of memories is
So
something
that
that
might be possible.
you're saying is harder than touch.
Hi. No, absolutely not. What is he
So
doing
the
here?
main way I would think about it is in terms of the demand for simulation versus other kinds of things. So I've given this a lot of thought because, when I first wrote about this long ago, when Foster first wrote
I think it's good about it.
simulation argument that I wrote about how to live in simulation. So the key issue is, the fraction of creatures in the universe that are really experiencing what you appear to be really experiencing relative to the fraction that are experiencing it in a simulation way, i.e. simulated. So
People underestimate Michael.
the key parameter is at any one moment in time,
Like,
creatures at that time,
he's a
many of
very
them
good ice skater.
probably really experiencing what they're experiencing, but some fraction are experiencing some past time. Where that past time is being remembered via their simulation. So, to figure out this ratio, what we need to think about is basically two functions. One is how fast in time does the number of creatures grow? And then how fast in time does the interest in the past decline? Because at any one time, people will be simulating different periods in the past with different emphasis based on the way they think so much. Okay,
Right, yeah.
so if the first function grows slower than the second one declines, then in fact your chances of being simulated are low. So the key question is how fast are changes in the past decline relative to the rate at which the population grows?
Is this related to the earlier suggestion that the future increases are those
Welcome.
features in the future is
Hope you're amazing.
But the simple way to do it is, as you know, like
They will
pen
talk to
graph,
you.
that's a way to type in a word and see how interested in like time devices over time, right? You can just type in a year and get the answer to that. If you type in a particular year, like 1900 or 1950, you can see in Google Anagram how interest in that year increased up until that date and decreased after it. And you can see that interest in a date declines faster than does the population grow with time.
That is brilliant.
And so,
That is so
you
interesting.
just have the answer.
Yeah.
Wow. And that was the argument against, not against, this particular aspect of simulation, how much past simulation there will be. Replay of past memories.
So first of all, if we assume that like simulation in the past is a small fraction of all the creatures that have yes, right? And then it's about how about that. Some people have argued plausibly that maybe most creatures in the past fall to the past functions, but some unusual category of creatures in the past won't fall that quickly, and then that eventually will double. So that's a other hypothesis.
Like some category. So that's that very outline specific kind of, yeah, like really popular kind of memory. Probably
In a trillion years, there's some small research institute that tries to randomly select all possible people.
Yeah.
How big is this research institute, and how big is the future in a trillion years, right? That would be hard to say. But if we just look at the ordinary process by which people simulate research, so if you look at, it's also good for movies, plays, and video games. Overwhelmingly, they're interested in the research habits. There's very few video games where you play the Roman Empire. Or even fewer where you play someone in the Egyptian Empire.
Yeah, it's different. It's declining very quickly, but every once in a while, that's brought back. But yeah, you're right. And you just look at the last payment, like 6 years ago, movies, games, focusing on the present, maybe some more science fiction stuff.
No, I can
Sort
totally
of,
believe that your relationship began 2 years ago and not even.
What is science fiction? I mean, it's a mix of the past and present, some kind of manipulation of that to make it more efficient for us to ask deep philosophical questions about
So the closest genre to science fiction is clearly fantasy. And I see science fiction mini bookstores, even Netflix or whatever categories, they just lump together. So clearly they have a similar function. So that the function of fantasy is more transparent than the function of science fiction. So use that as your guide. What's fantasy for? It's just to take away the constraints of the ordinary world and imagine stories with much fewer constraints. And that's what fantasy is. You are much less constrained.
what's the purpose of the word escape from the harshness of the chance of the real world, or is it to just make the thing or explore some get a deeper understanding of our world? What is it? I mean, why do people do that? I'm not a cheap fantasy reading kind of person. So I need to
All of my heroes are
One
table
story
tennis
that
players.
sounds plausible to me is that there are sort of these deep story structures that we love and want to realize, and then many details that will get their way. Fantasy takes all those elements out of the way and lets you tell the essential hero story, the essential love story, whatever essential story you want to tell. The
Jan
reality
and I had an
is,
off again relationship for 2
and so
years.
science fiction can be thought of as like fantasy, except you're not willing to admit that it can't be true. So the future
But
gives
I
you
throw myself
some
adversity on the
definition. You accept more reality constraints, or the illusion at least.
We'd like to enter the record page from Michael Scott's personal journal.
maybe
Whoa.
and that
My diary.
This is page 107.
is something
I
really
quote from an entry dated January
and
4th
it seems
this past
also to
year.
be an important part of
Just got back from
creating
East
these
Bay.
to be able
Tan
to
almost everywhere.
you and the Rothschild, where do you land
No
on the
diary,
simulation
what a week.
and all the
I had sex with my boss.
mathematical
I don't know if it's going to go anywhere.
just
Jan was
the
very
thought
specific that this is not
experiment
going anywhere, that it was a one-time mistake. But we had sex 6 times,
Just
so you
discussion
tell
we
me.
just had, that is,
I am
you
definitely
should
feeling
grant
very
the
eerie.
possibility being you shouldn't be 100% confident that you're large. You should certainly grant a small probability. The question is how large is that probability?
but you're saying
Later,
maybe
didn't I do you know this?
I'm saying you because I thought our discussion was about playing things that already happened.
Right, but the whole question is,
I
right
don't think
now,
anyone
is that
in this room has
what I
right
am?
to read my diary.
Am I actually a replay of something?
It doesn't necessarily be a replay, it could be a totally new, you could be, you don't have to be.
Right, but so clearly I'm in a certain era with a certain kind of world around me, right? So either this is a complete fantasy or it's a past of somebody else in the future.
No, it could be a complete fantasy though.
Right, could be right, but then you might, then you have to talk about what's the fraction of complete fantasy, right?
I would say it's easier to generate a fantasy than to replay a memory, right?
Sure, if we just look at the entire history, we just look at the entire history of everything, we just say, sure, but most things are real, most things aren't fantasies, right? Therefore, legitimately, everything is real, right? So the simulation argument looks stronger about the past. We say, but there's more future people than there are today. So you being in the past and the future makes you special relative to that. Makes you more likely to be in simulation. We're just taking the whole count and saying, in all creatures ever, what percentage are in simulations? Probably more than 10%. So,
What's a good argument for that? Most things are real.
yeah,
Rothschild said the other way.
in a competitive world, in a world where people like have to work and have to get things done, and they have a limited budget for leisure, and so leisure things are less common than work things, like real things, right? That's just
I'm sorry, but I need to win this.
History in the universe doesn't leisure.
All right, but I stole your diary. You gave it
That's
to
what
me.
we're
right now we're looking at the fraction of leisure, which takes the form of something where the person doing the leisure doesn't realize. Now there could be some fraction of it, that's much smaller, right?
Yeah.
Or somebody is foolish in the process of supporting this leisure, right? It might not be the person leisure, it's not a bit of sporting trigger or something, but still that's got a completion.
What you mentioned the children, and one of the things that are sort of
This is the way I see it.
broad.
Yes, I had sex with a big question. And yes, I did consider Jan to be my girlfriend. However, Jan clearly did not consider me
We
to
talked
be
about
my
alien
boyfriend.
civilizations.
So her actions
This is
are
the one
completely rightful.
where they
Mr. Spence,
Where
it's admirable the way
seem
you
to be conscious,
So obviously, I'm
introspect.
the one about the relationship.
That's why are we here?
This is the thing I told you before about how we can predict the future creatures.
That was before our relationship.
We
She was going through a
our
divorce.
preferences are about various sorts of random, sort of packed together preferences about diverse sex and sleep and attention and all sorts of things. So we don't understand that very well. It's not very transparent, and it's a mess, right? That is the source of our motivation. That is how we were made and how we are induced to do things. But we can't summarize it very well, and we don't even understand it very well. That's who we are. And often we find ourselves in a situation where we don't feel very motivated and we don't know why. In other situations, we find ourselves very motivated and we don't know why.
Proven himself to be an unmanageable
And so that's the nature of being a human of the sort that we are, because even though we can think abstractly and reason abstractly, this package of motivations is just opaque and a mess. And that's what it means to be a human today and the motivation. We can't very well tell the meaning of life. It is this mess. Our descendants will be different. So they will actually know exactly what they want. And it will be to have more descendants. But that will be the meaning for them.
How's it going?
It's fun when you have the certainty, you have more certainty, there's more transparency about our descendants than you do about yourself.
Right?
So, it's really interesting to think when you mentioned about love.
So should I schedule the rematch with Daryl?
Something that's fundamental about love is its opaqueness, that we're not able to really introspect what the heck it is.
the client.
Or all the feelings, the complex feelings involved about
Many of us.
and that's what it means to be human of the 20th and 21st century variety. Why is that not a feature that we will choose to persist? Civilization and this opaqueness, put another way, mystery, continuous sense of mystery about ourselves and about both of us. Maybe that's a really nice thing to have.
So this is the fundamental issue of analyzing the future. What will set the future? One theory about what will set the future is, what do we want the future to be? So under that theory, we should sit and talk about what we want the future to be, have some conferences, have some conventions, discussion things, vote on it, maybe, and then hand out off the leads invitation to you to make the future the way we've decided it should be. That's not the actual process that's changing the world over history. It is not the result of us deciding what we want and making it happen. In our individual lives, we do that. Say what career we want, what we want to say. In our individual lives, we often do slowly in our lives. Seriously consider, I think that that's not the whole world. The whole world so far has mostly been a competitive world, where happen if anybody anywhere chooses to adopt them and they happen to taste it, and then it spreads and other people are forced to adopt this inside kind of depression. So that's the kind of analysis I can use to predict the future. And I do use that to predict the future. It doesn't tell us it'll be a future we like. It just tells us what it'll be.
And it'll be one where we're trying to maximize the number of our descendants.
And we know that abstractly and directly. And it's not opaque.
With some probability, it's not zero, that will lead us to become Rabbi in expanding aggressively.
The timing is clear. We might become Rabbi. And then this happens. These are Rabbiness and this are both the result of competition, but it's less clear which happens first.
Does this feature excite you? Scare you?
Well, again, I do compare it to sort of dead cosmology. At least it's energizing and having a living story with real actors and characters, right?
Yeah, and that's one hell of a fun universe to live in. You're one of the most fascinating, fun people to talk to. Brilliant, humble, systematic in your analysis.
Hold on to my wallet here.
I already stole your wallet long ago. I really appreciate your valuable time. Yeah, hope we get a chance to talk. Maybe more times in the future. Thank you so much for sitting down.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Robin Hayes. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors. Now, any video support of Ray Bradford. We are an impossibility in an impossible universe. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Hey, David. I think you're a nice guy too. Why did I do it? I don't know. Jan said that it was because of a photo that she revealed the diary. But she already brought the
Did you
diary
imagine a song?
to New York.
Is it the opening you imagined?
No, it's
I
kind of
think it's scriptwriter, Anthony.
but
But you
never
never
gets
expect to get
open
scriptwriter.
and final. I think soundscape of how I'm feeling right now. So it could be the middle of the song for all I know, when I'm doing that. But my process for me is very much lyric, melody, music. Really, like by the same time, I mean, as I'm expressing maybe fast food, feeling like it's not that simple, but it's like I'll hear it like years old orchestra and all the buttons at once, and melody in my voice is one of those instruments.
The following is a conversation with Dan Reynolds, the lead singer of the Imagine Dragons, one of the most popular bands in the world, with over 75 million records sold, 4 songs, being streamed over 8 billion times on Spotify. Given all that, Dan is one of the most down-to-earth, kind, thoughtful, passionate musicians I've ever met. Grounded, smart, brave, lifelong struggle with mental health. The darkness, the love, and the creative growth are all there in one humble mind. For this reason, and many others, we became fast friends. Plus, he recently started his journey in programming, which, funny enough, is where we start this wide-ranging, deeply personal, and fun conversation. This is a Let's Freedom podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Dan Reynolds. So we were talking offline that you're not just getting into programming. What's the most beautiful program you've ever written? Something that brought you joy.
There's something I really love completion. It's the reason I did this song. I like there being nothing and then having some blocks or tools and building them into what you want it to look like. And then I find it incredibly rewarding to stand back and look at what you did. It could be anything for me. It's simple to begin with as just, because it's the object oriented, like making a cube. That simple as that. Understanding that, knowing that I built that.
It's not fair to these people. These people are my friends and I care about them.
And I think it's the thing that drew
We're not going to
me
do it.
to wanting to learn more.
Everybody, I just got off
But
the work
as far as what is
and basically I told them
piece of code that I've done,
we can stick with it over
it's more
Enjoy Friday. Thank you, Michael. All right.
tutorial that I follow
Happy Friday.
and
ham, meat pasta, little dinner dancing tricks.
But you're also essentially, like your heart is drawn to creating games and completing them. That's the good. You feel good it's done.
Yeah, I mean, I've been working over the last 2 years. There's actually a team out of Kiev. And we can get into that. And really kept that under wraps. But yeah, we're kind of getting to a point now where we have a prototype that we can play. It's a lot of fun. And thankfully, all the details are in place now. Things have obviously been on hold for a little bit, but when that started is when I really decided, okay, I need to understand base level coding in C#, so I'm not an idiot talking to these people. And so it's been doing that for years.
Is there any parallels between the final completion of you programming or implementing what you figured? Like there's debugging, work, tests, and so on. Early design stage, you're not sure like how that functions in class, how that works, and then it comes together. And it's done work together to do the screenwriting. Is there any parallels between that? Because are you really ever done with that? The song.
It's exactly the same. I mean, it's hard. I really believe that we are not fully encapsulated artists. Like we use art like most people think. Okay, the medium must be painting or music or writing. But I really think that creating something that engineers, for instance, creating something with the tools that you have, and it can be incredibly easy.
Make yourself at home.
It's never done. I feel like there is a sense that I never called or to the people who have to relax. Where I have to like go. And that's all I'm just doing it. But I was done.
Others for you in a sliding glass door.
Going down that road, what would have happened? And I'm really because of what I need to do. It's so much more clear for me.
Not super exciting.
No.
It's my workspace.
Check that out. You can smell there's a lot of different tones going on in here.
I just create in the same space that I'm sure you're the same way. No. A whole bonfire.
Yeah,
James
it
Bond.
feels like there's no ball, but still everything's right.
Are those explicit in your mind, or are they just kind of get the gut? Like you said, of course, once, twice, a few times. Is that a gut thing? Like that?
So
You know, I
this
think
is
it's a
the
rule.
master
Obviously,
bedroom,
I'm myself. Nobody's in my house.
I wanted it to be softer. So I
You
had
don't
to
do
make
this.
sure like
That's right.
There's no
White
major
and
label
white are
presence.
exactly the same color.
Imagine Dragon.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? My manager.
Well,
I think that because it's what I perceive to be enjoyable.
thanks. That's my bed.
It's kind of popular.
It has some
And
space
then I
issues,
ended
so
up
if you look
being
on that one.
what is quote unquote rock band, which I've never perceived it as that, but
And short.
that's
It's
kind of
actually
cool.
a lot bigger than it seems.
It's called it, and that's fine, but
You're a prisoner of a prison that you yourself constructed.
I finally worked out and bought myself
I guess what I'm trying to say is
last
happy prison of the prison that I have created
Check it out.
myself, and
I actually hung
prison
this on the wall myself.
So you work with Rick Rubin. What is Rick
A lot of people do. Need more space. Voila, right into the wall. Wow. Sometimes I will just stand here and watch
his outside opinion when we first met.
I love this TV. I also
My biggest focus was so much of my
What is
life.
that? Chestnut?
My biggest
No, I think that is either pine or northern cherry.
and I just stems from
It's terrible while it started.
everyone being on
Yeah, you tried to set up my table for me, but then I didn't have audio
the
for
thought
it.
of
If you ever need any help,
thinking you're good at something and really terrible at it and you're surrounded.
One beer song
I think
and
maybe from having 6 older brothers,
Look at this.
feeling inadequate,
right
and
here.
like the annoying younger brother. You know?
No,
But
what's
anyway, so and that's something I've learned with like all these gotten older. And even have life experiences. But one of the things that Rick said really early on that stuck with me is he said, yeah, you know, we were Zooming the first time we met. He said, I really like working with you because I feel like you're not referring to a sound. You've done a lot of different sounds. So it's exciting. Here, fans, there's a very big they do both. Or they do or they do surfing, or they do, you know, like there's and your fans kind of want that. Like they want them to do that thing, and then they don't do it. And sometimes that goes well, but a lot of times it doesn't. People, you know, critics and everybody is like, go back to the thing that you did do that. Rick was, well, whether he was right or wrong, said we could do, we hopped on this so much. And that's been for benefit and detriment.
You guys remember my old assistant Hunter?
Because people want you to be something. It's more, you can believe it more. Yeah, it's like,
It's more authentic. You never change.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's certainly not, I guess, gratitude.
that one night?
But I also,
You made everything alright.
I would look at the next song would be like Biggie, and the next song would be Nirvana. It was like a lot of Billy Joel and it was like, you know what I mean? I was product and product. Listen, this is really a lot of reasons. 90s was terrible.
You know, like
A lot of people say that I love it.
Well, I think it's probably because reliable family that
Was there was a lot of genre hopping. I don't know. I love that.
Yeah, the 90s had the boy bands, and it had Pro Jam, and Nirvana.
And it had a lot of women of the 90s was probably my biggest influence. Like, kind of that like and then my dad. So my dad didn't listen to me back. My dad was it was very much like singer-songwriter.
Do you mind if we go off and stop the industry and listen? And I was actually here before listening to a lot of stuff. Just like, damn, and not as known.
I just got a message from my lady.
Like, I was getting like, I don't know, not get into this conversation with a love song.
I would like that actually.
That's true.
But without you,
Dinner's out there delicious.
Oh,
See you home. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't think you're going to abandon this party here all by yourself.
No, I own it there.
You can buy new stuff, but you can't buy a new party.
That's true. What a great plan. Come on down
He's the
here.
best to do it, in my opinion. In my
Sit down on that couch. Just get those friends, and you're not going to think about all your stuff being destroyed, all right?
like
All right, here we go. This is going to be fun. Ready? Go. All right. First name is Bob.
No names, no rhyming, no sound alike. Okay, get it out of my head.
First name is blank. He goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
I don't know.
No. But he's married her.
music,
No,
in my
no, it has to be a real person.
whenever I
Jim.
read
Come on. Oh, okay. Okay.
I really think
With Arnold.
No, I'm rhyming.
Okay, another clip. Okay, he's Governor of California. He's the Terminator. No, God. Does anybody read the paper?
that in order to have success or be a leader or whether it's in art or anything, people need to believe that you believe what you're doing. I think the best actors, really, when they're doing their thing, it's like it's not acting. They're
I'm so sorry for
how
the
they feel,
comparison here.
expressing that sorrow, whatever it is.
Sliding
Harry Nelson.
pattern.
I just believe it. You see
That's
that,
really cute story.
feel it.
Do you want to
And
tell
whether
a
he's
neighbor
the
or should
greatest
I tell
bullshitter
it?
of all time, I don't think that's the case. I think he's probably seeing that song.
Ran through the
He
sliding
just
glass.
transported something wherever his life is. He's one of those great
Stop
writers.
it. I mean, I like ice cream,
Song.
okay? Tell me.
And
Oh,
someone to be the
no,
best
no.
actor and
I
sing
shouldn't
that.
say that jokingly because she will sue me.
Same,
She loves to sue.
same,
Loves lawsuits.
same everything.
You know, honey,
There's some
that door
unknown
was
where
extremely clean and it looked
I don't
visible.
You are so right. You are so right. Because before I lived here, it's not
there's something there that
energy.
You are! She is! She is the devil! Coming down! I'm burning! Help me!
You shouldn't joke about that. Just give more like, I was going to, I will get it. It's a good idea. I mean, like, no. In fact, you know what? Girls trip. Angela, come on.
it's just
So,
Yeah,
the very
the truly great art goes
see our bathroom after
for that place that you really are feeling it. And if you forget that you're being before you forget there's an audience, you really are feeling it. Yeah, which is, I agree with you. One of the things that I love about it is it's
I have
raw
never ever
bullshit
dated
detector
or
of the best.
wanted to do anything resembling dating.
Power.
Ever.
Beautiful,
Not
because
ever,
then the
not now, not
masses
then, not now,
be
not ever.
really authentic. Right.
Notice how you look at
And
them and
even if you didn't write the song, I think it helps a lot probably to write the song. But yeah, I wasn't lived it maybe a lot in Vegas, a little heartbroken.
I noticed you checking out
Find out that I was writing the songs. But I like, for example, Rocket Man, Elton John. Like, find out that Elton John didn't really know where the words for Rocket Man came from. Means like the depths of it. It's interesting. But nevertheless, he's super authentic because for Elton John, for Elvis, there's something in the fun, in the darkness, in the entertainment of it. Like, he goes to some place in his mind that might not be deeply connected from where the lyrics came from. He relates it to whatever is in his mind and goes to that place.
and that's what I think it is. And that's why an actor, like,
Yes, what are you doing here?
it's really honest to me. Maybe they didn't write the script, but I
I
really don't.
said
Like,
that
I've
I
always
could
been
not
told my
invite
lyrics
Dwight
were
because he was not from alcohol.
But I
And
would say,
wine
I see
glasses,
people all the time who are
brought glasses,
like
and
Elton John,
person.
Fine, whatever you want. Just like always.
didn't write the
Whatever.
lyrics.
Whatever I want,
I believe
never
that
whatever I want.
it means just as much
When
as what
I
wrote.
wanted to see Stop and you wanted to see Wicked, what did we say?
At least
When
it's
I
great.
said
Yeah,
that I
think,
wanted to have
that's
kids
different.
and you said you wanted me to have a vasectomy, what did I do?
I'm sure you've seen art that
You
does
said
movies.
you might want to have kids and I wasn't so
Maybe you
sure.
but for you, for somebody that
And then you said you definitely didn't want to have kids. What, reverse back? Stitch that, stitch that, stitch
I
that.
feel like a lot
I
of
did.
things in
You
a
know I did. The physical toll.
I think
But vasectomy is how a person.
I think buying is
And I bought this condo
value.
filled with children.
I'm so sorry that I don't want to bring kids into this screwed up
Yeah,
world.
but
Okay?
for me,
But look, if you want to have kids, then fine.
maybe not the entirety of the lyric, but if you want, do wonders to take you to a place. But then sometimes those words don't need to be connected with the other words. That's the beauty of music. They're allowed to float in the space of endless metaphors.
Yeah.
They're allowed to just jump around and somehow paint a picture without actually, what is it, that glycerine by Bush?
Yeah, right. But also how the person says it, right? Like, it's the feeling of exactly the same person can say that word in other ways and you don't care. But just with whatever it is. And it's like,
It's actually really good. Hey.
You know what I mean?
All the popular is good beats, so no one else makes me
No, I
want to
can't
buy.
forget this evening. Or your face as you were leaving, but I guess it's just the way the story goes. maybe him. Do you think he's leaving her or she's leaving him? Do you want to
This athleticism. Oh fuck.
And the chorus is, I can't
Look at
live,
this.
living is a value. Can't live, I can't give it.
Because I watch the same highlight videos where I send out my friends at Buffalo Wild Wings and watch his fight against Gus.
Incredible bodybuilding on his life.
Because I was in there with him.
Now you guys are
So
My
much.
issue is probably about his wife too, but she was a real alcoholic in his life, and it was his voice.
email?
And I don't know if I snapped up.
Ended up killing him.
And I know I snapped up.
And so when I hear
Which
that,
one's the best I've ever seen? I know, but maybe some of you are new and oh, he's this guy that used to do comedies, this
then
that, and
you
they were
start to
just
place
trying
in
to.
life, and you can't love someone properly.
But there was a
Can't live
time
with them, but you can't live without them.
when
Which is really
on a 4-fight win streak,
How about we take the beer right down and like this, and we can discuss it. We're all
should complicated as far as or other things, and let yourself love someone else. And you know, regardless of how you're raised, like
Leonard Garcia. This gets bigger.
You know what?
Gus is
not letting
At least he's a nice.
I watch the same highlight videos where I send out my friends at Buffalo Wild Wings and watch his fight against Gus. I'm telling you this. Because I was in there.
Hey, I think that person's really attractive, or hey, that person is not. I love that now.
a small tangent on that, just a curious question. Do you pay any attention to how
I got here. Quite a bit of this is my wife's watches it instead of night.
so we're all like,
You're much more complicated.
and it's, I've never seen, I don't care what the celebrity nature is, I don't care who, I don't care who it is, but it's just laid out raw form. For the world to see the toxicity, but also the passion, and clearly the starts from the drinking, but also like the longing and the dreams. I will always be with you. I will die for you. That's the role from and it's all there at the end. So it's like I'm also
Last 7 days, it turns off the entire site.
Germany.
Last week, it turns off your entire order. Less 50 times over that trust.
Many decades. Then we'll take it there. And so here we're seeing two people in the context of the courtroom analyzing the rise and fall of the love affair. Fascinating.
I'm telling my wife that that kid is a beginning. She was asking my thoughts. It's humor. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of things that are just really funny. But I look at it and I also see the internet. Someone's always just it's such a funny thing. I really believe
Oh, this is such. These guys are so.
Two people flying. Getting through it in ways that they only know how. I'm not saying you should be able to look about it and be virtuous or something, but just that there's not. I think unless you've been living with Andrew and John, I think just as one seems to be charismatic or more funnier or more believable, doesn't mean it's the truth. It's the truth.
And I feel like there's still love there too.
That's the hardest part. He won't even look at her. He looks down the whole time, and maybe people say, well, it's anger or hurt, whatever. But I.
WB Jones is renovating their offices, and their
It just feels
construction
like
crews
there's
are
so
taking up some
much hurt
of the
there
parking spaces we used to get.
that it hurts. What should I just feel it?
It just seems like it's become more of a lovely street.
And for both of them, I don't believe it on personal. And
I've never seen kind of love laid out in this wrong that way. It makes me feel better about like it all gives you seeing people going through struggle in a sort of mundane kind of way gives you room to struggle yourself about the messiness of love. Like you're supposed to the relationship is supposed to be simple or whatever, but it's like, oh man, this is hard.
For the rest of us, I don't feel like I think it's actually really beautiful art. And I agree there's a lot of people who walk away from it and change in certain ways or look at things different. I'm not saying it's changing the whole world with Johnny Depp, but it's art. It's just like if you look at painting, it might affect you. My only commentary is more that there's not, I think it's silly when people say who's right and who's wrong, who's the clear villain.
Michael started the process of selecting a new chair about 3 weeks ago. And normally I wouldn't care, but he promised me his old one. It's way better.
You're right, and you're wrong. And I just think that's silly unless it's your wife.
So speaking of heroes and villains, highs and lows, you grew up in Las
The one with a
Vegas.
really great
You
mesh
said
black
that
high back
Vegas is a
swivel chair.
performing town, a town of high stakes, drama, and electricity.
She's got
It's a town of high highs, low lows. And I think they have to right there because you point out that correlation out the first a long time ago. So to me, Vegas from the outside is romanticized as the lows are high, the beauty of the power, and certain movies, we casino, with Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci, and Sharon Stone. Being Las Vegas with Nicolas Cage, Deer Holding, Las Vegas with
What is it like being single?
Hunter Stanton. First of all, what's your favorite representation of Vegas? The darker side, and do you draw any wisdom like in the
situations,
darkness, the lows and the highs in those movies, or is it the romantic side?
kindly turn to page 85.
So I grew up in a really conservative Mormon community. And Vegas was established by the Mormons and the mob. Those were like the two very different worlds that created what Vegas is. And if you live in Vegas, it really shows in a lot of ways because
I am
Vegas
ready to
has
start dating again.
the
Getting back on the market.
craziness, but
So,
also has
FYI, for those of you who are thinking about fixing me up with any of your friends,
conservative people.
use the woman
Would she fit
85
in
as
a
a template.
regular size rowboat?
For me,
Oh
growing
shit!
up here, for instance, was a lot of like driving on the freeway and my mom being like, "Children, close your eyes."
Children?
On that billboard, "Game on." On our way to church, you know what I mean? It was like, but also being like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Getting whatever I could when I could.
Yeah.
Completely overchanged.
So I saw, and I'm grateful for that. Like, I really love that I didn't grow up as a moment that I think college is like the difficult place because I saw both sides. And
Kid, you want to see some fucking athleticism? We're not gonna flip the bed. It's for the rabbits. All right. What? Huh? I heard it. Anyway, look at this move, moving the salsa ruffles with my feet. All right. Now look at this move. Look at this, kids. I'm really trying to summarize it as best as possible. It would be like if Roy Jones Jr. had sex with Nadia Comaneci at the top of K2 without the need of any additional oxygen. Look at this move. No one anticipated this. It was one of the most athletic things perhaps we've ever seen. Kids, let's talk about this. Look at this move. Oh, what the fuck is that shit? Look at this move. No one was even expecting this.
Yeah. So, but that's more like lighthearted. Yeah. Or,
Right. It's not like I guess what I'd say is there's no truth for stuff that I see. What I see of it is there's obviously like parties and stuff in the nightlife, which I'm not a big party person, so I haven't really experienced much of that. But there's also drugs, and I
Kids.
have a relationship with drugs. I've lost a few friends to drug overdoses, so I don't feel that.
Kids.
But there's also
Do you know how athletic?
yeah, if you ask for a dark reflection, I see a dark reflection in Vegas, and I feel like Vegas is typically personified as like.
Kids, let's just talk about the athleticism that you're witnessing. Really? It would be like if Pete Sampras had sex with Monica Sorenstam on the 50-yard line of War Memorial Stadium. Yeah, you out of breath? Dog, look at this. Tuck. There's one tuck, one no tuck. Look at this move. Look at this. Friends, do you recognize how athletic this is?
Is an obsession and has been since it's young. I really feel that I'm deeply like committed to finding answers in life, and there's some answers that I don't know the answer to. And I'm also very open to finding answers, so I just don't give up to that. I'm like, well, they're talking somewhere to that. There's some teacher, or there's somebody out there that has the answer, or maybe it's yet to be found. I'm gonna find it. I'm really, my life has been to date probably unhealthy finding answers about God or the lack thereof, and mortality. That's all I've seen about. All my records have been about. Who do you think is God? Have you ever gotten a glimpse? You know, I will say the closest I feel like I have been to experiencing God is love. And this sounds so, I don't know how to say this, but it's who I am. That's my honest answer for you. I feel like I pretty much give up all hope.
Look at this. Kids, if you're learning how to make your bed at home, and you're wondering if this is instinct, you can't teach it. You can try to learn it. I'm trying to crack my foot. Why? Why not?
South Windsor Lane, dead. Car accident. Case closed. She's dead. She's so young. She was so young, and now she is dead. As dead as every dead animal ever died.
Chinese probably, how many people did it take to was school? It was hot too. Like I was doing like the 2 finger like technique. I'm glad you provided that. That's pretty ironic talking about mortality. This will be it. I've never done it on. It's a mixture of 2 plants. One of them is DMT, but a lot of people I really respect, very, very intelligent people, had profound experiences with what is that? Where do you go? Where does the mind go? What the heck is up with that? I'll first say that I can't even say I really do not enjoy it because I hate go control.
I'm setting my goals with my landlady.
If I feel out of control in life, it's like one of my
Whatever, I just can't take my soul with this.
It's very scary.
No question about it. I am
Some
ready
people
to get hurt again.
really enjoy such
Just a little fire. No, not the fire.
So I was too terrified of my mom said, yeah, and it wasn't strange. Like, I think most, we have a thing in America, like a misconception stigma on psychedelics where it's like it's a drug and it makes some people crazy. And then you're going to the street, you're out of your mind, or you're going to become like, you know, a crazy person, basically. And I think I really bought into that notion because, again, I wasn't even raised with TV, you know what I mean? Like, ayahuasca is very, I didn't, you know, you can imagine what that was like for a woman. I didn't know anything about it, and never touched drugs at all, and never even touched a cigarette, you know. So, anyway, so I think we have this misconception about it, where Americans are quick to go to the doctor and take any medication or drug, but, you know, whoa, when it comes to, like,
Michael?
psychedelics.
Are you Michael Scott?
Anyway, that being said, so I had that presentation looking into it, but I really loved my wife and I saw it make a profound impact in her life where she suddenly was able to heal from a lot of trauma that she had. She went through a lot in her life, and it really helped her heal. But it also set her on a new path spiritually that seemed really like a place that I would like. So I did it, and I did it twice. The first time it didn't really have an effect on me, which happens to a lot of people, I guess. I drank, this little thing. It was like this shaman who came over from overseas who was really had been in the world for decades, and it was a really incredible. I don't even know if it likes to be called shaman, but
It's supposed to be like 30, 60 minutes, take effect, a few hours.
Shout out to Data. We're very happy that he had sex.
Yeah, so the second time I took
Congrats on the sex.
took it in I would say 24 minutes. Exactly. I started to feel like I was like the dimension of what is reality. The curtain was pulled open, and there was a lot more to discover. And it really blew my mind in a way that I think it would probably blow anybody's mind if, for instance, God, some Christian God, or whatever it is, we all think it'd be this beautiful thing, but in reality, it would probably be super fearful and they lost their mind. Like I've always like joked that if the Mormon God came down and told my mom, like, if God himself came down to my mom, Mormonism is incorrect, she would say, Satan. You know, like we're never. I think our minds are just not prepared for a lot of.
Michael Scott did not make it today due to an unfortunate
anything that's really extreme, and it was very extreme.
Gentlemen, please.
Like the curtain of light was cut open, which scared me. But then I felt very much. A lot of people that I talked to had a similar thing where very much like I was either communicating something that was perceived as God to me, or highest sense of self or mind. Or so many different things. people have a very spiritual, similar experience to ayahuasca. Just in that it's like this kind of profound, one there was nothing, at least for me, that was just like psychedelic, funny cartoons or something. It was like I'm about to go on a journey, and I'm going to communicate
This could have
something
been an email.
incredibly wise. Showed me a lot of things in my life. I'm kind of almost like in the bird's eye, almost like I was looking through a video camera at a younger me. There was a particular thing that communicated to me. I really had a hard time with accepting success and not feeling undeserving for something. I can't quite put it into words, but of my position and what I've been doing, I think it's so much. And it showed me this thing when I was young, explained to me why I am now. And I do feel like I do not feel like myself. That's the only way. And there was a lot more that was incredibly small, but just the put it into a short form because there's so much to this. It felt, I walked away feeling very possessed. There was more to know, for sure. And a lot of my deep, like, things were not explanation. Didn't feel proud of it more. Specifically, I was very angry at my parents and my community for raising me in what I perceived to be falsehoods.
Look at this one. Oh, yeah, that's a spot.
Was looked out for me and my plans. And then it was like, good luck in life. But really, my parents gave me everything that they could. And they believed that very much so. But a 98-year-old angry felt like they had been duped, unless I had been duped. But ayahuasca really showed me this roadmap of like, this is true. And you're concerning yourself about a grain of sand, which is Mormonism or whatever it is. And there may be some truth in that, and there may be falsity. But so is all these other grains of sand. Focus on the truth. Stop focusing on these little details that are meaningless, and forgive and let go of people believing those things. I don't know if that makes sense, but that was like the core thing I was taught, and to let go of control and stop needing to control everything.
And it felt like the wisdom was coming from elsewhere.
Like it's really, I do not believe, at least in my current self, I don't have that, the mindfulness that I believe that exists in me to reach a lot of the conclusions that I did. And there was a lot more to it that would be for like a late night conversation with you, but it's so hard to put it into, you feel like a crazy person. At least anytime I talk about ayahuasca, it's something that I'm like, I don't even know where to begin. Like, how do you explain something that felt like a multiple dimensional type thing happened in a way that you're putting it in your words. And none of it was words, by the way. Did I do this for me? It was like, you know, people talk about self-defeat. And if it existed, it would be like, the guy wakes up every morning, he's $200 off the car. I'm so confined by having to articulate his words. Put him in a sentence. Wonders how he's going to tell you what. Only I could just be like, wonders. How am I going to pay? And it's emotional to do that sometimes, but you can see my emotions and be like, oh, that communication. I have to wonder. So that's what it felt like with ayahuasca. It felt like he was communicating to me very clear things, but it wasn't like, Daniel, it's me, Mother Earth. Let me relax, sit back, let me show you. But it was very clear to me what was being said. And no, it did not feel like but maybe science, smarter people than me who've done it would say, well, once you, I don't know, there's a lot of stuff in there that's not just science. We have all things for us. We haven't filled the depths of the ocean. We figured out
Hey, this is taking too long.
The surface of our conscious mind. What is that? Is that just inside our mind? Is there some kind of collective intelligence going on? We're all humans are connected to one kind of greater organism. Like, what is consciousness? We have a lot of hubris here. We understand any of it, like how the mind works at all. Like, what is it? Like, what is the origin we give each other PhDs and Nobel Prizes and congratulate ourselves as if we figured it all out. Humility is helpful here. Nevertheless, that is the question that humans are asking.
My shoe was on fire.
Ever since humans were humans,
Oh my God,
which is a question of mortality, a question of God. So whether it's Hamlet, Be or Not to Be, I think that's the hardest and most important question. Albert Camus asked, why the so in terms of crisis of faith, in terms of your search for truth, in terms of some of the dark places you've gone in your mind, what's a good answer to this question? So for Camus, with Sisyphus, was the question of suicide. Is what's your purpose? Like, what's a good answer to why keep going? Especially when you're struggling, especially when you're not, when you're feeling hopeless, and you feel like a burden. In this search for truth, we feel like we're surrounded by lies. What's a good answer to why live? I can get on it. Well, it's the simple answer right now. It's very easy to say. The right answer is just, of course, you brought these kids into the world, so you have a responsibility that I feel deeply as a father to them to always be there for as long as I can, and to take care of them and protect them. It's the most innate sense of me. That is wired in my animal existence. So if I take that away, that's my teeth. Let's put that aside. It's true. There's still some universal way to feel wrong. Yeah. And that actually was a real struggle for me for many years. I had a real turning point early in my career where we were flying somewhere overseas, and we were in a really small plane, and the lights went out, and like all these red lights were flashing, and the plane just started to dive. Completely like scariest plane experience I've ever been in. My manager was next to me, just my brother. He was crying and texting his wife a goodbye. That's how like crazy this phone was. Was it real, like genuine? Genuine engine went out, plane is going down, pilots looking like crazy in front, and it was a really tiny jet. And like I said, my brother next to me crying, typing a text.
I noticed something shining on the stainless car, and I got under to see what it was, and I messed up my hair.
Genuinely sat there, and I was like, this might actually be nice.
Right now,
Like I really felt like
I don't feel like eating it.
this goes down.
Give me an ice cream sandwich.
It sucks. It's hard. And that sounds so ridiculous, I know, to say, because I'm in a different place now, and I see my life for what it is. But at that moment, I did not.
So life was primarily defined by suffering as a burden.
It was I was incredibly depressed. I had been trying different medications. I was young, and I just had not found anything that was working. And then I was in a faith crisis, lost all my faith, started a band, just became, I wasn't ever thinking. I was like, can you call your band that guy? It's like, this was like a side project. It was fun. It was like art and college, everything. It was biology class. I would have left out. It was not, hey, this is my career. Let's go. Like it happened. And I'm an introvert by nature. I'm really not an extrovert.
I will be honest, the dating has not been going well.
I like to be at home with a couple friends. Have a conversation over good food. Like that to me is the perfect thing. Way to good food. Listen to your podcast, go on a walk. Those are things that I really, really enjoy. And then suddenly I'm in this life where I'm like supposed to be something that I really don't want to be. Except for on stage, which is a really strange thing for me, which is on stage I feel so free and exuberant and like an extrovert. And then I come off and I just feel like shrivel back into the shell. Like it's
What's the high?
Yes,
Go to
I'm
that
having a spare church
introvert.
one Saturday, so they says that if you don't phone, the sales
You're
on the website,
probably one
they
of
should have on the first
not
place.
the biggest
The website.
rock bands today, playing in front of huge
My
crowds.
favorite branch. How's everybody doing?
What's the high of that, and how can you let it back on earth?
Well, I kind of feel like what we are going for.
The high of it
And no matter how much we change the stuff,
incredibly
and we're building a website to be able to replace that. I can tell you a lot about this a lot. I appreciate that.
sing
David
these
Wallace does
songs
too.
that you
We
wrote
told them all about this business
and
player.
see it resonate with people around you and sing with them.
Yeah.
Different cultures, different places celebrate life. They celebrate the world seems like a fantastic place. It feels like we're all on the same.
Right, it's one big hug.
Ladies and gentlemen,
everybody
may I have
in
your
our room
attention,
gets
please?
it. And they all,
I know that a lot of you are very
You
angry with
just-
Ryan because he is the reason we all come in tomorrow. However, I swear to God, if
it's
any
just
of
like
you
this coexisting
hurts him
unit
in
of
any
people.
way,
It's not even
emotional,
about like,
or taunts him,
yeah,
or makes fun
it's
of his
incredible.
height,
It's
or
incredible.
tap beard,
I love it.
he,
I wouldn't do it.
yeah, I'm here today.
And then you walk
So
on
you
stage
see creative
and
problem
turn
solving.
like,
That's none of it's been invented.
we're all against each other, everybody hates each other.
Right.
It
Why am I
feels
being
that
forced to
way.
come in tomorrow?
The music
Because
really,
website made sales that I made.
that's why
This
live
is
music
temporary
is so
measure to increase
that's
the
what music is
sales.
so fun.
I don't like what my
Because
clients
even if you and that person that wrote the song listen to it, and the two
I
of
hear you, Stanley. That is a great observation.
you know, it's
Problems
like
like that will not happen.
you
when we
hear
launch
Tracy
that
Chapman sing like
identity.
Fast Car or something, you're just like, oh my gosh, yes, I get it.
So the problem
You feel
with
connected to that person, you feel welcome.
Yes.
So that's the high of it,
The
for
social
sure.
networking
And you get
feature
off
of the
stage,
identity website. One is
as
infiltrated by
much as like
sexual
my
predators.
uncle's hearts,
I don't understand why our website
incredible
is
hearts,
also
he like writes the book, like
It's
he's
all
like
about
the
creating
guy
a
that the heart
one-stop
surgeons talk to, he's
consumer
got a national
experience.
medicine, incredible genius.
You're chatting with your friends.
He,
You're talking about the latest music, about the election. All
always
of it
worries
is happening
and always reach
in
out to me. He's
our
like,
virtual
musicians die all the time, the reason they die, you know, just because you can't on stage, your heart's cortisol levels.
If I had created a website with this many problems, I'd kill
And it's a
myself.
really real question. Like, you
Yeah,
get
I
off
have a lot of
stage and you feel
questions.
like
Number one, how dare you?
like the world feels like incredibly
Ryan is
daunting.
doing a very good
But
job.
it's also, I'm sure, has to do with like
Applauding.
some like health thing in your heart.
Think about it. A month
that
ago,
are so
nobody
great.
would go on this site because we were worried about getting elected
I
or
know
losing
people are like, well, then
our
nothing's
identity, having it stolen.
Yeah.
But now,
Nothing's
time,
except heroin.
TTP,
And that's why a lot of artists turn to that.
all
And
these
I don't
problems
say it in
please
a
look
brief,
at
I don't say it in a
You're
brief
good,
way.
kid.
Like, I've struggled with
You're
drug
doing
abuse
good.
in my life. And I really, I understand
Well, it is
why
nice
artists,
seeing you again, my friend. You too.
But also the fact that you're an introvert,
Oh, Ryan, I need to
so
build
the
that
other side of
back.
it,
Let me go.
fame.
Let me go, Michael.
That's something that you also said is a double-edged sword for you. The interesting thing about
One
fame
of them, yeah.
that you also mentioned is it's something you can't take back. It's a thing you can't just like go on vacation in Hawaii and it's like consider down. You're not. No, you're staying in Hawaii for the rest of your life, and you've never been.
Bye, everyone. Stay
Whether you
real
like it
straight,
or
all right?
not. So, what's that like? Being, loved by millions and millions and millions of people, which is perhaps the best kind of fame, and we get to choose the kinds of fame there are, and still being an introvert and all that kind of stuff. So, what do you feel alone, more alone, being famous? Is there loneliness?
Okay.
I mean, it's such a funny thing.
Okay,
You guys, we were having this conversation a couple years ago. I think
Help me
incredibly
get
hard
this. I am in serious need of protein.
the last thing I want to ever do is sound ungrateful or unaware of how much I
Singles
have.
only. Singles only. Also, three is unlucky.
Celebrity with money. Always do like hard.
Sorry, Andy, do not take any chances on cursing. Not
But I'm
tonight.
also taking my
Everybody, I will see you tomorrow, Saturday morning. Probably wearing the same clothes
I'm
that I'm
here to
wearing
speak my truth
right
to you. I'm
now.
going to tell you my truth, whether it's whatever it is.
But you're human.
I
Feelings are real. And so, that's the interesting thing. With a lot of
No, my friend, comma, I only want the best one, period. If you ever need anything, or if you ever need anyone to whom to talk, comma, I am always here to be an open ear, period.
think, well, I would like to be famous. That's a big thing on social media, on Instagram and so on. and more rich or famous. So it's very interesting to think, right? Well, once you
Ryan's
arrive,
assistant told us that he
they're all
would be at this club
No, yeah.
this evening. It is
I will
called
tell you,
Rabbi.
there's one
Fire hazard.
whatever. That's fine.
Beautiful babies.
But the real
Swingers.
for me is
Classic. John Favreau.
you're
Tall
now
guy from Dodgeball.
you're what everybody's
Women look
perception
like
is
slaves.
that Lex is.
No,
And
they're
that's
just hotties.
now
I mean, you think about
Lex
it, how the
is probably a lot more
closer got to see more
as a lot of than the Lex that is
What are you
so
doing here? Well, just taking you up on your offer party, so, that is so awesome, man.
and you may
And you run this guy. Yeah.
find out that person is that person. Like I really my career
Yes, I am. Period. World peace. Period. I need to get.
Let's get a drink. Let's do it.
you're like, damn, I'm a Magic Dragon. And I wanted to just be the goofball that I have done my whole life with my brothers and family. But suddenly I found myself feeling like, I have to do this. Because that's so you're almost like playing a role. It's like I've heard a lot of actors talk about this where they take on a role and then it's like they feel like they have to be like really scary.
I do. Period. And I'm cooler than all the other rabbis. Period. Once they see how influential I am, comma, I will be able to get them on board. Period. These are my colleagues, comma, and trust me, comma, many of them do what world peace.
And you never wanted to burden people, and you always wanted to deliver to that person.
There is a master key and a spare key for the office.
Right, has a lot of like.
When I asked, what did I? How will we get into the office? He said, if I'm dead, you guys get to bed for me.
Make them feel like
Guys, I want you to meet a really good friend of mine.
now they got that role
Hey,
because they
nice
sat
to meet you.
cast correctly.
All right. Wait. Here's a token character.
Like,
He basically is, man. He's a regular banking wizard.
anyway, I'm like,
No, not a wizard.
doing a
A hobbit.
long story short, there's a lot of things.
Okay, all I know is I would like some chicken fingers and a Madura sour.
Yeah, what's your key here?
Oh, okay. Then
That was everything.
just bring me 2 cups, one with olives and another one filled with maraschino cherries.
It's like
You live in a regular sized
you
house?
never be famous. You're always.
Yeah, he's a normal guy. He's cool.
There's just so much to it that I just I
Thank you. I have my rings here.
lost friends in this career to do that for sure.
Oh, that's great. Toby?
This is certain elements on the
Toby, look at that.
music page of interactive blog posts. We see young folks look at YouTube. Names a thing that has levels. You're always trying to do more famous. A lot of folks chase fame. It doesn't matter how famous you're always trying to chase fame. So we start to lose that interesting things can happen if you're not self-aware, which is like,
This is
like you
Jim
mentioned,
Halpert from
you might be trying to grasp the fact that's where you were by leading into the formula that got you there. So the constraints of the image that you mentioned becomes the thing that you're now trying to manipulate. And that you walk away.
What is the saying? First they ignore you, then they hate you, then you win. Got it. First they ignore you, then they ridicule you, then they fight you, then you win. There you go.
That's too much for me, man. I'm in the bathroom. I've already been several times. Maybe I got a bladder infection. I don't know, maybe. I'll order you some cranberry juice.
Not letting to not do people pleasing at any scale. And being trapped by that.
And also feeling like I think that's the whole like it's very not the famous thing that's like everybody deals with feeling like when I'm here all the time.
I'll make sure to give him a big
When I get that job, when I have that money, when I get that surgery and my stuff like this, I will. It's like a constant chase of happiness instead of
I show of hands who think we're better
happiness. But it's like the opposite. It's the opposite of self-love. It's the opposite of happiness. There's no presence to it.
I never thought about getting a tattoo on my back as well at one point. I was thinking about getting back to the future. Back because it's on my back. and future, because I'm the kind of guy who likes to look ahead into the future. I just think a tattoo should mean something, you know? And it's my second favorite movie.
I've never heard of that.
Back to the Future? Oh, wow. Well, you should take a film education course.
How old are you?
30. I'm in my 40s.
Wow. That's so cool.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go back to my crib now.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for sharing.
You are welcome.
Because they, music, they have a deep connection with you and experiences with you.
This place is like a sexy preschool. If you want a place where we can get all the women, I would love a place where we can get all the girls. Hell yeah.
Probably angry,
Look it up.
sad, excited.
That's dangerous.
There's a core to the human being.
Should any of you need a person with whom to speak, just know I am always here for you, period.
How does the world find each other? We're the Jersey State varsity basketball team, Northeast Regional champs.
In the surface, that's attractive. Great actors. They've left so much
Wait.
themselves.
The Jersey State girls. Let's go.
They
We're not
can no
going
longer
unless we can all go.
Okay? You know what? Fine. Let's put two girls back. Come on. Let's do it.
That's
Come on, friend. Move out.
It's hard.
Hey,
It's hard to
we're
see.
four with him. Let's
So
go.
you get to see that with Johnny
Here we
Depp.
go. That's
Pirates. I was talking about that with Pirates of the Caribbean. That was a
Hey,
show.
look what I found in the
Right.
bag.
Like he's not that guy. Right. He's just forever.
Yeah, bam. Hit me up.
But the point is to remember that your family, it's interesting to live with your family. When I see people close to me, they also, there's elements
There you go.
that
Wait a minute. What is this? How do you order this?
they start treating you like a thing.
Yeah, I'm fortunate to have my manager is my brother.
What are you doing, man? Not safe. Anything could have been in there. Nice try. I've never met anybody who does that. You washed off. Very cool.
That's one aspect, just small thing. What do you do?
I am a bank teller. Brian told me to
You
always
guys
tell
like
women
some
to work
Charles,
in finance.
Your wife's safe.
I think so. Yeah,
Just get used to it. CC.
very perfect.
This was right here. You just said, boy, just mark my words. Life is about me.
Needs to be shared.
So it's actually, but it's not the person who's probably cheating, of course. I remember being like, right, picture of this, that's how it's cheating back in the year. But it got really, really weird, really quick, because suddenly you've existed your whole life in this way where everything you get,
You're washing the dog.
you achieve,
You're doing it, man. I know. I don't want to get ahead of myself.
every conversation you have,
I think I wanted to
if
meet my
someone likes
boss.
you at the end of that conversation,
There's going to be this massive nuclear holocaust, and after all the major nations are destroyed, it'll just be the tribes in the jungles that rise up and survive. The jungle warfare is going to rule the
and
world.
be myself,
Yeah,
go
maybe.
through it, find people along the way that I connect with, others know. That social integrity is so important.
It's
And we think
inevitable,
it would be
right?
nice to have this, and this is going back to the football thing. We think it would be nice to walk into a room and have everyone be like,
Still haven't left the house yet, huh?
and you could be like,
Good.
dumpster fire.
He's hurt.
Like, oh my god, dumpster fire. That's amazing. That dumpster fire is amazing. It's incredible. It just brings everything you need out.
No, I've asked a lot of girls to dance.
So then
They're
you
just, it's not. Yes, I get it.
I bet Michael
Like, they
had
have
some
to get over that,
elaborate
figure that
party
out.
plans, like scrambled
And,
eggs Saturday.
And then you meet people who know about this whole concept, and they're like, I'm gonna be there to show them that I don't.
Yeah, I'm not going to give that information
And
to you.
you're dealing with like people who are like, dumpster fire, and the person who's like, you know, you can say something and actually profound and nice, and they'd be like, that's stupid. Because it's like, it's an actual attempt to like show how much they don't care. So you live in this area.
But still, nevertheless, when nobody knew you, you were looking for deep human connection with a small number of people. And now, when a lot of people know you, you're still looking for deep connection with a small
So what I have found to be really successful
I have to go. Good luck against Mount College, all right?
therapist or psychologist will tell you, like I the right way to do it is exercise every day, eat healthy for sure. Find time, make time every day to do something that you love. Whatever that can be, whatever brings you joy. And you might, and you're really impressed that actually. Because the things that brought you joy don't bring you joy anymore. But I'm really into thinking that. But for me, like this is the cycle that I'll go through is I'll look at my life and I'll say, okay, what can I clean up? All right, well, for me it was cutting out alcohol actually helped me a lot. I know that sounds like I'm not like not judging anybody for that. I still drink on occasion, but I felt like alcohol was very unhelpful to my mental state. Feel less drive, less happiness the next day for things that I want to do. I feel like it's a lot easier.
So look for stuff to change.
Clean living, yeah, clean living, but also understanding that sometimes it just is, and you just keep breathing, and it will get better.
This too shall pass.
Like I really think that I'm pretty sure. I mean, I've had a lot of therapists and all of these things. Like you have major depressive disorder. It certainly works for me in the winter months. So I know it's like I can't think of the term, but there's a term for like seasonal depression. So I'll get to the winter and suddenly I'm like, geez, everything really sucks. And then, it's like this shit like that. Back to those days. That's my biggest one. My biggest one is on stage, my goal, a few things that I really want to do is mental health and self and therapy. For me, I think there's myself that it would be admitting that I was weaker than less. It doesn't have to go to therapy because less is stronger than strong. I would like to look at all my older brothers and I looked up so much of all these incredibly successful plastic surgeons, anesthesiologists, Stanford, NYU, like incredible high standard people scholars, like they valedictorian, they just did it all. So for me, I was really did not want to. Another thing it was like, what are you doing? Can you go through the middle and you can't act like it? And I think that's incredibly dangerous. And I feel like it almost cost me my eyes to get so long. So I really want kids to know, hey, it's great people that achieve great things. They're doing amazing. They probably have all the stuff. They're good at the gym. But, so I want to do psychiatry. Maybe that's what I'm talking to. I think you are psychiatrist.
I think I need more. I think actually, to be a good psychiatrist, you also need to be seeking therapy. Like you also need to have some stuff to work through in your mind.
Right.
I think, you have to have gone to some dark places.
Oh, that'd be scary.
Empathize. The empathy, the ability to empathize, and especially if you've directly experienced it, you can go to those places in your mind. Like you said, with music, to be authentic, you have to really go there. Why did therapy help so much? What is the process of therapy? You can just educate a little more. Are you basically bringing to the surface and talking through things that because of the momentum of life, you just never allow yourself to speak through, to think through? Is that what therapy is? Or is this a more systematic thing?
So I've been to a lot of so I'll tell you, first therapist, if I could
outside, right, back, stop. What's one dream? What do I write? What do I write?
it is actually pretty hard.
Yes, no.
I think we're well actually I have a few too because
I don't. What's a lifetime opportunity, people?
the beginning of my therapy was
that's
Yes,
so
it's their,
works. No, come on, give me something good.
a Scientology therapist. I met my wife, and she's a
Yeah,
Scientologist. It's like,
I love it.
it's such a funny thing. Like,
I love it more.
look back on when we met. And I was like, this morning, we just got home from the and met her. And I was Scientologist. Wow, that's actually crazy. Like, that's crazy. Like, what are you talking about? That's more like more than that's actually crazy. The two of us were like, huh.
Greatness is only skinned in for the most part. That's not getting attention. People will leave it so they're outside.
And we really fell in love through that.
Force it in as deep as you can.
We're both on the right track.
Today's a very
Figured
special
it out,
day.
but before that happened, we
It's
went
not
to
about me. It's about my grandkids.
Scientologist
Great
therapist
grandkids.
who
I
that
can come
therapy
back here.
consisted of what have you done wrong to Asia? And they would ask me a question over and over and over and over and tell them like the deepest, darkest things that were in the recesses of my mind. This wasn't there. This was marriage. Anyway, my that man was Scientology. I was visiting, and then I was there. No contact with university. And I was visiting. And since then I've been through a couple of therapies. That was more because where I was moving. So is it hard to find a great therapist? Probably not. Maybe don't go to your morning therapist first. Or maybe that's about for you. Maybe it's around there.
Yeah. But what is so
The
it's based on
tall man enters the next building.
what's the effect of
Visit a very nice
is it something to avoid too?
Sit down,
I mean, I
Mr.
think
Smith.
it's obviously that's the problem you're going to think of, which is like, I've been holding these things and I don't want to tell anybody and like, tell the person.
Eating cat food.
But that was really not what it really comes from. I think the real word is meeting with someone who is well versed and educated and understands. It's like coding. It really is. It's like someone who like they listen to you and they're like, well, that was a trigger. This trigger. They probably every time you're hearing that, thinking of this thing that happened earlier in your life, and they just will walk you through scenarios. Maybe some of them aren't right, but some of them you'll be like, it'll resonate.
All right.
Wow, I am feeling
my
that
God.
because of that, and that did happen.
Those make you look
Maybe
so
if I call my mom, it's like work. You put in work, you have hard conversations with people, things, and so if you're not
ugly scientist. Everybody, we're going to have a little
Hey, Jan.
like during and after. Yes, like I had this incredible therapist who I told him when I told him ayahuasca, he was like, Jesus, you know, he'd actually been a doctor before he developed a study the person who walked away from brain cancer, stored that.
Brain surgery.
How would I
And you're all just
energize our office?
And he
I mean,
basically
I
his
have done
belief
it
was
since
that
Christmas.
ayahuasca was like
Literally has just given up
basically
trying.
therapy, like 50
So what we need to do is we need to get things going. We need to get percolating a little bit. Anybody have any ideas? What would you do? Any suggestions? Yes,
we
change our
outgoing
answering machine.
and
So it's a little more zing and a little more.
I think like it's really hard for me to talk about ayahuasca without going back to that because I'm not looking to tell everybody to do it with ayahuasca. It's incredible.
Yeah, there we go.
I like this. Maybe a whole thing.
It felt like I went to heaven, but it also felt like I went to the
Stanley, you want to help us out with that?
It was
Stanley.
Did I stutter?
Come on, Stanley, put your little game down and join the group. Stanley, we'll do have a little brainstorm session.
Your childhood friend, I guess, Donald, like bullying and that kind of stuff. This song.
What's that?
What
What are you thinking about this beard?
Just a percussion.
Super
Super interesting lyrics.
Really?
How it flows.
No, itches
And
in.
also,
It's like face cube.
pain is exception. I mean, a lot of, like you said.
What do you think of Hanukkah? Dog, it's not even a major holiday.
Behind a lot of these songs, funny enough. Maybe they're covered in metaphor. It's hard to see.
I gotta take a shit. Really? What kind? Well, we just finished salsa chips, salsa ruffles, so it could be like a red, or perhaps a The burnt
tell the story of Christ on TV.
You'd understand.
I'd love to listen.
Sienna.
I have some questions for you
Hey,
about it too.
you're poor. Well,
Yeah, I
hey,
mean,
your mom is dead. That's
College ball.
I just feel like the greatest
6.
things in my life have come from
Why?
deepest hurt.
Why not?
Losing someone.
okay. I will.
I gotta take a shit.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe the hardest part for me.
Sister.
Thus
I
far,
gotta take a shit.
when I think of, okay, what was the hardest thing? Maybe like going
I like how Toby's hair is like a
I
dick.
think losing someone that you really love, death,
Really?
is one of the hardest. For
Dog.
me, I would
We meet
say
a lot of ladies driving next there.
but
You pull up to the
it also
stoplight,
makes you
and look over, and there's a next there next to you.
and
They're
alter your
always
life,
driven by
at
chicks.
least for me, in ways
So there's your icebreaker.
being more present,
Scratch.
letting go,
That's a racist drug.
trying to
One
control
percent.
wasting time, things like that.
I will buy it for
You
next
suddenly
month.
see like,
How
wow,
much time? Well, here are your options.
I got a small amount of time.
Okay, I could stand up
Drive it off a cliff.
Best way I know how.
and
That's
down.
it.
And donate it to a person that would like to see die in a
Yeah, I
car
mean,
crash.
it's a basic concept that's said a million times over in different ways, but that's pretty much what I was trying to say with believer, which is like, I lost faith in everything. At that time period, or previous to that time period, and then I'm rebuilding my faith, or my spiritual process. And it was after I was getting like, finding being a believer, and that's not necessarily a believer in God, or a
You
believer
will
in
sell me this car.
heaven and hell, or anything like that. A believer in
Man, I could stand.
believing
It would be very athletic to stand at this point.
there is some light. And again, those
me
words,
that form that I asked you to give me.
there's words
Would be like-
that were better words to formulate, but not that I'm trying to express, but just more. The thought of me dying for me, I don't fear it. I don't fear it. But actually, I really fear not seeing my kids. I'll say that. That is fearful.
Porque cada vez no hay una con
I
mucha gente con mucha persona. Ajá.
They're kind of good reminder of life actually is. And you don't always remember that.
Yeah, I think having kids is absolutely. But for me, especially if you have kids as a result of I feel like dying. You might feel more like dying after having a kid, actually.
First time they got it, I'm going to check it out.
But it changed a lot of people that it gave them a new intensity of gratitude to life. Sure. God, you might be, I'll return to this pain and believe you might be listening to a song.
For ejemplo, necesito leer
Did you write the music first or the words first?
For ejemplo,
If you
necesito
know, like what the first few seconds sound like, is that something that, like when you imagine a song, is it the opening you imagine?
No, it's kind of I never think opening, I never think final, I think soundscape of how I'm feeling right now. So it could be the middle of the song, all I know, when I'm feeling that, but my process for me is very much lyrics, melody, and music really come at the same time. Like, by the same time, I mean, I'm expressing maybe, like it's not that simple, but it's like I'll hear it like here's all the orchestra pressing all the buttons once, and melody in my voice is one of those instruments. You know what I mean? It's just utilizing one instrument.
So you see the landscape, the melody, percussion, lyrics, a little bit, or lyrics.
Or it'll be words, like a word in there. Like I'll be like. I'm like, what's a word that I'm thinking of when I'm feeling this? I always create with no you're formulating it as you go. Enjoy it. Music is. So I'll sit down, not thinking, hey, I've been wanting to write a song that has a hard beat.
Look at this one. No one's ever seen anything so athletic. It's really like a presenter.
I think, or at least fulfilling. Yeah, fulfilling is what I'm kind of looking for.
There's a lot of artists talk about like somewhat writers.
Look at this move.
It feels like having a good moment there where you're like, okay, I'm expressing this thing that I just need to express. For whatever reason, I need to express this. The majority of the songs I write, for the record, I've never heard. I write over 100 songs a year. I release 20 songs every 3 years. So, I don't know, what's that percent? 20 out of 300? More like, no, it's less than 10%.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah.
Come here for a second.
Anyway,
Answer me something as
And then like getting together with the band and like getting them
How do you
split
live
it down. Like, other projects happen. Do you really writing
All right, whatever you say.
a
Listen,
song
I have you here with
for 1 to 3 days? Kind of maybe a song you can't quite figure out the puzzle of that is gonna last a little longer.
I look at every idea.
You finish every idea.
Do I finish every idea?
It's not just like laying completely unfinished.
I could open my computer right now and I would show you hundreds and hundreds of songs that you would listen to. That sounds like a song. Like with rhythm, melody, there's multiple lyrics. Like it's the same thing as for coding for me. It's music because I can't walk away.
Don't get offensive.
Finished. It's just a well, finished is finished. Yeah, but it sounds like a song. I could only do a lot more with it after the band and technical part, but it's a song. It'll be like, you listen to it, it's a song. I get it. You understand what it is, for sure.
Do you think this is a painful question from a fan perspective? Do you think there's just genius on your computer that you walked away from that you just didn't notice it? Like, do you think there's truly great songs that you've written that you just didn't notice how great they are?
Oh, what's Dwight up to? Oh, probably nothing.
I feel like I don't feel like I've achieved greatness. Genuine. I'm not saying that in a way of like humility.
Like Michael Jordan.
Like genuinely, I feel like I am on a journey right now to find who I am. And I'm searching for it. It's like, I haven't begun there. I feel like I'm just starting. But that being said, I certainly don't know the right answer to what songs are
idiotic
beloved or good to the
numbskull
masses.
named Andy Bernard sold his Xterra to a smart and capable man named Dwight. This is shaping up to be an awesome day.
I always fight for what goes on the record. Always. I always put the record together, and that's the record that I want it to be, and me and the guys come up with that. And it's nobody else has influence. No manager, no one. The single, everybody wants to have the same. Your label wants to have the same, your manager wants to have the same. And I have fought really hard over that. I've been wrong before, and I've been right. But as far as songs that I have got, I mean,
I can imagine so many songs. You think of so many Beatles songs that are like some of their greatest projects. I'm trying to imagine weird sounding, not that interesting, possibly songs.
honestly, it may be our best episode put out because our band is such a. It's such a complex thing. I really don't know that. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll die and people will be like, I hate it, man. No, I really like that. Or maybe they'll be like, oh, it's all time. I don't really know.
But that's sorry, it is a tragic thing. That's why I asked. Which is like, there could be some great, incredible things that will take you a long time to rediscover, to realize how great they are. And it's also the tragic aspect of being an artist is you don't know, forget fame and all that kind of stuff. You don't know what's going to really move people. It's ultimately what you want is to get recognition from the diet.
I watched you screw up the
Because
sausage
they
for 10
basically held
years,
on,
and I'm filing a lawsuit, and I'm going to tell them about every stupid thing you've ever done up in this office.
a lot of these folks said that an idea was good enough.
You know how I
They
feel.
were wrong.
This was a fake file.
They had genius. Well, they weren't entirely wrong. It became potentially popular, but
So I'm not funny.
I try to genuinely to release the songs that move me the most. I'll say that.
you're an audience. You're your own audience.
Yeah, I try to put out the songs that make me feel the most.
Welcome. How you living? What up, Yahweh? And anyone speak to you?
Do you have any idea how to run an office? Every day you do something stupid than you did the day before. And I think there's no possible way you can top that. Until you do, you find a way, man, to top it. You are professional in it. Hey, son!
The main point that you would continually bring up, like, and he's not the type of person like, that's a bad song, that's good. It's just not who Rick Rubin is. It's more like, there's more nuance to it. He would say, I don't really believe you.
I can't put my glasses.
That's what he would say. And I knew that was like, that's not he'd say, and I would genuinely, there was a time he said it about a song that I really felt it and but he heard it. And I was enough, I was like, damn, at the end of the day, like, I can believe it all I want, man. The listener doesn't feel the opposite. Like we were talking about earlier, I think that's the most important ingredient is this true? Perceived as true to someone else. And if it's not, bullshit indicator goes, I don't know. Throw it away, I don't care about it.
Well, you said that he made you go through, like, line by line, the lyrics, every sample.
Because it's excruciating.
Why is that excruciating?
Well, first of all, it's Rick Rubin. So you're in the room. Rick Rubin, who's done a lot of the greatest of all time. And so I had to first put that aside. Like, okay, well, you've done a lot of my favorite records, but still you're reviewing not everything is right. You know, I'm a strongly opinionated person, so was Rick, and so were the two. Together, you know.
The lyrics, not really high composition, but just like, let's look at the lyrics.
Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah. He would look over everything. There was like, and there was battles he won and battles that he didn't win, and maybe he was right. I don't know. I mean, there was, for instance, I'll give you a.
Oh, the ball.
There's a song on the record called Number One. Rick will probably laugh. Because this was the big one that we kept going back and forth on. But this will give you a good insight of what it was like. And there's a line in it that says, of course, I don't know what I meant to. I don't need no one to believe. When it's all been said and done, I'm still my number one. And he was like,
I am a good person. And sometimes,
like, you have to be like, you cannot be like, you're still my number one. Like, no, it's not
hey,
anybody
I
else.
don't get no respect.
You know, it's about like
No
self-love.
respect at all.
Yeah, but like,
When I was in the sandbox as a kid, I got no respect.
one time, I feel like
My wife likes to talk about the sex.
something else to say there. Like,
So she called me from a hotel
you know,
room.
we kept coming
Said,
back.
I don't respect you.
I was like, I changed it. I tried changing it. I changed it too.
You know what? Don't get no respect.
It just made no sense. It
Airplane
wasn't about
food.
some love.
Why don't they just make the plane out of the airline?
I changed it to something else, and it was the one thing that I was like, I'm really sorry.
My wife don't get no respect.
I get it.
So take her
What up, dude? How you living, pimp? Fuck yeah. Come on back. Get your ass kicked.
But there were other songs for sure where Rick was like, that or this, that word, he feels a little trite. You already said that once. You said it a different way.
Deal with
It was
great
really
nuts.
helpful.
No grapes, no
It's really
nuts.
interesting because you're trying to say
I don't get no
something
respect.
so simply and yet not make it great.
There he is.
That's like that's
Big dog's in the house.
Because you want to say something.
How you living, pimp? You ready to get your ass kicked?
Yeah.
All right. Sound like Donkey Kong.
Well,
All right. You've been sending invitations. It is your obligation or choice, whichever you consider it, to accept.
I just declined your invite.
Okay, well, I just sent it to you again. All right.
I'm
Not the
Do you
shot.
want me to do the riskiest move?
Yeah,
This could be the riskiest move ever.
let's see it. Or it could pay off in spades for you, son.
I think you're in a better position than me.
I'm a shot ahead of you, though.
Doesn't mean you're in a better position than me.
No, I know. So hit your shot, and we'll see who's in the better position. You're in a better position. You can easily take the lead
I
here.
disagree.
Easily, you're gonna hit the ball. Oh, you fucked yourself.
How did I fuck myself?
You should have made that shot. We should not have tied. This is your hole.
You should get a hole in one here.
Oh, yeah. It's like probably
it's possible you get a hole in one.
Probably the best hole location for it. Come on, baby.
The worst shot. That is one of the worst shots you could have had.
It's past. It's past the hole. That's not what you want to do. Oh. Do you think you have a good shot?
Better than yours.
Dude, you just helped me majorly. Majorly.
Okay, your shot went from a 5 out of 10 to an 8 out of 10.
I'm in agreement with you.
I've helped you twice. Saved your life twice, yeah.
I'm in agreement. What do you think of this strategy?
It's not a bad strategy, but is it as good as this strategy here?
Terrible shot.
You'll see why it wasn't a terrible shot, isn't it? Rabbi.
I'm ready for it, big dog.
That was an okay shot.
It was amazing.
It was as good as this shot.
Oh, you're very fortunate. You took out that tree.
Oh.
It's better than your shot. Rabbi takes the lead.
Got 2 holes to go. Rabbi Rothschild is the name of your Discord.
It's actually
asking.
It's actually Rabbi's Oh Hell. Rabbi Rothschild Oh Hell, place for world peace. Why don't you hit my ball? Everybody would appreciate it if you hit my ball perfectly. Are you going to go in the water? No, but you're like in my way. What a shot. Oh, did you see that go right over the hole? Welcome, welcome. We have a new friend. Deadpool's here. Welcome, Deadpool. Oh, how are you?
So, Rabbi, remember me, the cars guy?
The cars guy. Which guy would that be? What car guy? Oh, yeah. No, I remember who you are now. Yeah. How are you?
Good, how are you, bro?
Well, man, did you ever get that to work? seemed impossible. One day, though, we're going to make them recreate that game just for you. What's good, Deadpool? What's good in your neck of the woods?
Nothing, just living life. I'm in Egypt now. I think I told you.
Right. How's that?
Pretty good. Like it better than here.
Very cool. We are playing a game right now. If you'd like to play, it's called mini golf. It's like miniature golf.
It's not called mini golf.
Well, the game we play is called mini golf. The app is called Play-Doh if you want to download it.
I just came into Palm and saying hi.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate you coming in. You know that you're always welcome, and we only want good things for you.
Rabbi, how close was that last shot?
Peace, my friend. Very close. Good job, Zoot. That's 1 game to nothing.
It's going to be your favorite hole.
This isn't my favorite hole.
Next one will be your favorite hole. I think it's your favorite. Oh, not after that shot. No, that's not your favorite hole.
That was a good shot, but it didn't do what I needed it to do.
What do you think of that shot?
It was pretty similar. This needs to be short. And it was not. What the F? Short in the water.
For the safe shot. You're going.
Oh no.
In the water.
Oh no.
You just gave me the game. You just gave me the game.
Make it. I'll take that. If I'm going to lose, I want to lose like that.
Give me the hole.
What's it like to have the lead? That was the.
I don't know why that shot fucked up.
You put it in a spot that fucks me though.
No, because it didn't let me. My screen was glitching out and it didn't let me shoot properly.
Well, it turned out pretty well for you, big dog. Extra speed. This has a chance to be really good for you. Wow, you're doing really well. No. You have a tough... No, you got a pretty easy shot, actually. Stop. You fucked it up.
It's not a bad shot, though. It's not awful.
How'd you like that? Now you're tied for the lead. This is the hole that I got a hole in one on.
We learned last game that you can get a hole in one on that shot.
That's right.
On this hole.
Are you fucking serious? Look at that. Hit my ball, big dog. Dude.
Yeah. Are you kidding me?
This is some shit.
Rabbi hits my ball. Rabbi hits my ball. You're the worst fucking M-word.
Wow. Wow. Calm down, big dog. Hey, I have something to tell you. It's not Aiden Ross, but it's pretty close, sort of. So there are these guys who always make fun of me in Aiden Ross's server. And after we played last night, or whenever we played, I checked my messages and I just saw this the notification. I saw all these people making fun of me. And they're like, come on in and talk with us. You're always in here, but you never talk with us. Hit the ball, dude. Hit the ball. Are you there? Are you fucking serious? Zoot. Zoot, are you there?
It's your turn.
No, it's not. It's your turn. You actually missed a shot. There you go.
What the fuck? My game glitched out.
Shit happens when you party
I had to
naked, big
close
guy.
the app. That was very weird.
You're still gonna tie.
I don't know what happened, but like it glitched out on my screen.
Oh, this poll we don't play
It
on.
said I took the shot.
Wow.
So what were you saying about Aiden Ross?
What do you think of that shot?
What were you saying about Aiden Ross?
So they were making fun of me, and I just saw my notifications were like, come talk with us, come talk with us. So I finally get in there, and I talked to them for like, I don't know, maybe an hour. And like, they were really, really nice. And they were like, they said, we like you. Aiden fucks with you, so you're cool in our book. So that's cool. If Aiden fucks with me, that's neat.
Who was that?
This guy who's called Biggest Loser on the internet. I'm not joking. That's what he goes by.
And he's friends with Aiden Ross?
Apparently. Dude, I'm playing like dog shit. You have a chance to steal a hole here. Water.
Hey, I'm retarded. I'm stupid. Sorry for that.
You're good. You can make it though.
Yeah, I'm biggest loser on the internet.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's in there right now. I like them because they're like super fans of mine. They made their profile pictures of me. I like that. Dude, are you serious?
What?
You're going that way?
Yeah, because you're gonna fuck that up.
Are you proud that you went that way?
You would say why in a sec.
I don't see why. I don't think I will get a chance to see why. Champion. That's 2 games.
So is he friends with Aiden Ross?
Yeah, I think through association, basically. He's friends with Aiden's like right-hand man. Aiden's right-hand man, I think, is Citrus, and they're friends. I'm friends with Citrus too.
My Wi-Fi is turned off, but I can use 4G.
Well, you're gonna need it because I'm whooping ass.
What?
I'm whooping ass on all the wavelengths. Dog, I'm already winning 2 games. Oh, that was bad.
What's the worst? So do you think that Aiden Ross interview is closer?
Yeah, I mean, that's not really what I'm going for, but I'm just happy that the people in there are being nicer to me. And then I'm in this other Discord, Wall Street Bets Discord, OG Wall Street Bets, and they're usually really mean to me. They're usually really racist to everybody, and they're slowly but surely. I mean, somebody will be like, "I hate you," and I'll just say to them, "I hope you have a great day." Like, that's the best comeback I have for them because you can't really hate on somebody if they're hoping that you have a good day. I mean, you can be as negative as you want, but then when I ask them the next day, "Hey, how are you?" and they're like, "I'm doing okay. How are you?" Then I've got them. That's exactly where I need them. Oh shit! What a bad shot.
Is being anti-Semitic racist?
I would consider it so. And I get it. Most of them haven't really probably been around Jewish people, and they don't necessarily have a good understanding that many of us have very kind hearts and only want the best for the world and for people everywhere. I've now taken a 2-shot lead. Keep in mind, I'm up 2 games to none. I hate this hole. I hate this hole when you're playing with multiple people.
Up until 2023, I never met a Jewish person.
Well, there you go.
It's not common where I live in Australia. There's not a large Jewish population.
All right.
Where I live in Australia.
Dude, you are in my fucking way.
There isn't really a large Jewish population anywhere in the world besides Israel.
United States. 10% of New York City is Jewish. There are as many Jews in the United States as there are in Israel.
How many?
Approximately, depending on numbers, 12 million. All right, this is a big shot.
That's like one.
What a great shot.
That's like one. So that's like 1% of the population?
Yep, between 1 and 2%. Dude, look at your shot. You almost stole one there.
Would have been great, though.
That was very, very good. All right, here we go. This is my hole.
Do you think it were?
Oh, wow. Did you see this? Did you see what just happened? Give it to me. How do you like that hole-in-one? That was probably the most crazy hole-in-one I've ever seen on this hole. Got a perfect game going. Oh, no, I don't. Because I didn't score on the last one. All right, I don't like this hole. Just don't hit that gnome. Just don't hit that gnome. Black. My friend, I am up 3 games to none on you. How does that make you feel?
Like I'm shit at mini golf?
Just dominating. All right.
I get it. You're good at mini golf. I'm not.
I'm not necessarily good, but
I mean,
when people aren't
Rabbi, that was a problem, man.
I know. When people aren't attacking me or like conspiring to or colluding, then I do a lot better. How do you like this shot? That was terrible. You can get a lead here. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Dude. You're going to take the lead here. How does it feel to take the lead so early? This is definitely going in the water. I don't know why you think that's a good shot. Water, or actually it's going to hit the thing. Not what you want to do. Nope. Maybe.
Oh. There's going to be a way to do this.
There is. You hit it off of the spinny thing. Like that. But you have to hit it hard. Like that.
Perfect. Perfect, but the thing is...
Oh, I went in the water, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like I'm going to be down two fucking shots to none. Or two...
No, you're only a shot behind me.
No, two holes. It's going to be 2 holes to 1. Or 2 holes to none. Now, I've already given up on this hole.
You can get it in.
No fucking way.
Possible.
No fucking way. Are you serious? That's horseshit. All right. So now I have to win. I have to win 3 holes in a row outright.
Right.
Oh,
yes, perfect shot.
Perfect shot.
Actually, it's a shoot shot.
No, it's not. You never make it through on the first time. Oh, I'm fucked.
Right.
I'm fucked, folks.
Look at my shot again.
I need the best shot of my life right now.
You can get it.
No way.
Right, look at my shot. This is terrible.
Dude, shut up. You have an easy shot. You are fucking it up, but that gives you a perfect shot.
You sure it's a perfect shot?
Yeah. What are you doing?
Destroying like the easiest lead in the history of leads.
I'm in agreement with you on that. Oh, yes. There you go.
The bad news is I should have won that. I should have won the game.
Right, I still have a chance to at least get a win. Tie for a win.
Oh fuck! I hate this one.
Take out the fucking gnome.
Rabbi, was that the worst shot you've ever seen?
No.
I think I hate.
Calm down, big dog. Calm down.
I think I hate where your ball is.
Okay. Oh no! Stop! Stop! What are you doing to me? Zoot, what are you doing to me? He won. Zoot, what does it feel like to win?
Don't know if I won yet.
You definitely won. You're up 4-1, man. You might have a perfect game.
My internet cuts out. Alright, ready?
I'm gonna have a perfect shot. It's gonna hit your ball.
Are you ready for my perfect shot you've ever seen?
Yeah.
I'm not sure you're ready for this. You'll be how the fuck did you do that? That was intentional, but what I was about to do.
Of course it was.
Rabbi, that was a good shot, but it's not as good as this shot. Doesn't matter even if you score a still win.
That's true. Stop. Hit my ball.
I'm gonna help you.
That definitely did not help me. Zoot got the win.
I'm winning.
You ready for Ocho?
Yeah, I just need to check something first.
You check whatever you need to check, big dog.
Alright. I'm ready.
All right, big man. I'm ready for you. Waiting on other players.
It's New Year's Eve in 2 days.
Very cool, man.
Sorry, it's New Year's in 1 day.
Very cool.
In 1 day, it's New Year's Eve for me.
Amazing. Dude, what the fuck, man? Dude, Zoot up 1-0.
That was the easiest game in the world. You remember how we had the longest game ever? That was the quickest game ever.
That could be. You could be right on that.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Okay. The really annoying part is... Okay, I know this is going to be really annoying. Fucking hell. Okay, Rabbi.
Yo, big dog.
I keep on getting the same fucking color. Kind of blue. Why didn't make me draw blue when I have a blue? Reverse it. Which way? Oh, Rabbi, you wish you did not do that. You are going to wish you did not do that. Yeah. You're gonna wish you did not do that.
Oh, I think
3-0.
you're 3-0?
Yeah, 3-0.
All right. The cards are not in my favor.
How long are you being now?
How long have I been up? Like,
Yeah.
7 hours or something? Dude, I have so many of the same color, it's ridiculous.
I know what card you have. Oh, you're in trouble. Yes. I think I'm fine. Yes. That's okay. Oh my god, that was perfect.
4 games to none. First to 10.
I'm saying something. That was complete luck how I won that.
Yeah, they all are, dog. Dude, what the fuck?
There's decisions where you can deflect the outcome though. Especially with special cards, you can deflect the outcome. Like now you know what I have. And I know that you know I have a yellow card.
Wow. You win. 5 in a row.
You know I have a 1 yellow?
Yep. 5 games in a row.
Green. I should have got red, but yeah.
No way. 6 games in a row.
What is happening? What is happening?
I want to see you get 10 in a row.
Yeah, you can keep on resigning.
Mm.
This might be the worst hand I've had. If you have any special card, you're probably better than me. Fuck, you played the... When I changed the X-ray, you played the exact card. So it's like... now have the upper hand.
Six one.
Oh,
Comeback of the century. Give me some special cards.
fucked up. If I didn't change the color, I would have won.
Word.
Oh. Red. That's bad, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad.
Seven one. Seven two.
Okay, you're in trouble. If we change for any other color than green, you're in fucking trouble. Oh, you're fucked.
Wow. Impressive.
Now I'm in trouble.
Eight one. Or 8-2 maybe. 8-2.
8-2. Plain sweet. What the fuck? How you play the reverse in on me? I get it. Come on.
8-3.
Oh, fuck. is I had the X-ray card. If I played the X-ray card, I could have seen what your last card was. That's probably a good strategy when you get down to 2, you get the X-ray card, and you know how to change the color. No, that's the worst. Oh my, this is the worst hand I've freaking dealt. Literally. And you fell right into the trap. Fuck.
Fuck.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Okay, any color but... Oh, this is bad. I think I've lost. What is the ghost blue?
I think if you don't have any blues, then it gives you 2 cards.
I didn't have any blues.
Right, so you have to take 2 cards.
No, I didn't draw any cards.
Oh, then I don't know.
Hey, Rabbi, you was as offended.
Fuck no. Why are you asking such weird questions?
Congrats, bro.
Yeah, when you ask me questions, think before you speak. You just can't sit here and ask me strange questions.
Yeah. Have you got
Stop with the questions.
Any fucking blue cards?
No. Go fish.
Oh fuck. Rabbi, I actually fucked up. Hey, Rabbi, I know your name, so I can actually, like, just Google it. Could... No, this is by Therese. But, like, it would be easy to Google.
Why would you even want to hang out with me if that were true? Why are we on this topic? I want to protect children, and here you are asking me strange questions, which makes me think about you. Are you?
Don't worry about it. Let's play. Let's play Uno. Um, 9-10?
9-3 or something.
9-3? Oh, fuck.
All right. One more win and it's over.
say America's a good place to grow up.
It's better than a lot of places.
It's really hot right now.
There you go. Congratulations. You won.
When's the? Do you think you'll get an Ed Ross interview soon?
I don't know. I would accept it, but I'm not holding my breath over it.
Yeah. What was the guy's name? Weirdest guy on the internet.
Biggest loser on the internet.
Biggest loser on the internet. That's me.
All right, feel free to watch this podcast with me. It's Lex Friedman. I think he's got some musical producer or musical writer on. We'll see.
Some of the greatest love songs. We looked at the value song. I mean, the whole thing is cringy. If you just read it on paper, like it's it's a court report or something, but yet it's not. Especially when it's sung, maybe. But no, there's something about maybe
Sung in the way you believe it.
when you believe it, but also written in a way that's singable the way you believe it.
I think I'm like go to bed.
All righty, big dog. Well, you take care. We'll see you tonight, hopefully.
No word catches your mind as cringy.
Yes.
It's just, but then music, I think great speeches are like that too, or just, communicating ideas simply. That's the art form, is to not be cringy. It's so interesting. And then yet, because like when you're raw and real, it might at first feel cringy. So that with the battle there, and that's where you see people fail. Like just regular artists, like I don't know, open mic. I got open mic, so I just listen to musicians. Like when they write songs, like they fail that test. They write simple stuff, but it's cringy. Why? I wonder what was that. Like what is that?
I tell you, like I tried to explain it to my brother the other day. It's the same thing with a live performance. If I'm not in my right headspace and I walk on stage, and I walk up and let's say I say something and I do this. Yeah. Because I'm like, this is the move, right? Yeah. This is the move. Yeah. The crowd doesn't fit. In fact, the crowd's like, that's cringy. Yes. But if I wasn't thinking about doing this, and I went up there, and I said something I really wanted to my body, was like, I can't explain this to you, and it's so silly to say out loud. But people will resonate to it when it's real. And when it's acted, it doesn't. You could do the exact, because the motions could look the same, your eyes could be the same, but there's something about the energy that people know. They know if it's real or not.
Yeah, people are, like you said, incredible bullshit detectors.
100%. I'll go on a stage, and if I'm not in the right headspace to be real, it won't be a good show. If I'm real, then it's a good show. It's simple as that.
Let's go through the song. Like I said, great opener. So you had this in your mind, this landscape?
Yeah.
Oh, is this that one motherfucker? What's his name?
The beat was
That fucker from fucking.
What about the first? Then the
What's
second,
his name?
Like first things first, second things
the first line I wrote was first things first.
No.
I don't know why.
These guys from Imagine Dragons.
And then I was like, oh, that's
Whatevs. Kids, this one night, I was driving by the fucking Honda Center, and there was an Imagine Dragons concert. Did I go? No, I'm too cool for that shit. But nevertheless,
Since your dad had that in his office, you had this saying.
who'd you think it was?
About the sailor.
That one guy who's written all those fucking huge songs.
There you go. Simple statement.
What's his name?
Zero cringe.
I don't know.
It's so
Matt
powerful.
McCormick or some shit.
It's so simple.
He's from
I'm the master. This whole song is
Sweden or some shit.
But in terms of
Nobody knows who that motherfucker is.
but extremely powerful and original and unique sounding.
I wonder if he has that record yet. Most written
then
Number one
I
hit.
was struggling from a young age. Like myself, the masters, writing my poems, that look at me, took to me, shaking me, feeling me, singing.
Max Martin, that's pretty close.
Taking my message from the thing. I can't. Why am I reciting your words to you? But the percussionist throughout it, and that was there.
Percussion is almost in the lyrics. Yeah, and I'm a very percussive singer because I was a drummer first before I think sang with Dave Grohl. Probably a similar thing, which is
Diane Warren and Lionel Richie. 8 number ones by themselves.
Right, and I also was, before I could play an instrument, I would beatbox. And I think Michael Jackson did this too, actually. I've heard in the studio that it was very similar. But a lot of what I do is percussive, because my brain thinks it percussively first.
Dude, I fucking hate this show so much. It makes me sick.
And then
The
you play
worst.
boards on that.
Everyone knows it's the worst. It's about talking about the guy with the boards. Stupid show.
Building.
You know, like the things.
It's almost like
It's all building to the chorus.
Dude, I don't know if I can play this song. I don't want to get in trouble.
What about the word pain? How did that come to you? Pain.
Dog, no one likes that show. It's the
yeah,
worst.
The idea of, I just wanted to, I really, one of the things that a lot of the songs that I like divisiveness. For instance, not always, but there's times where I want someone to hear a song and I want them to either love it or hate it. I really don't want them to be the middle ground. A lot of the songs, like, a lot of my favorite songs are divisive songs. And so, for instance, with Pain, I want you to hear that and almost like whoa, you know what I mean? And it's something either somebody's going to hear and they'll be like, man, I just don't want to hear that like that, or it's like, oh, I felt that so deeply when he said that in that way because it sounded like this. And when you think of the word pain, it's like that's a when I, at least for me, when I hear that word, it carries a lot of weight. It carries a lot of weight. So I want to see a lot of weight, and to come into that chorus is like it's a striking moment. And I'm also a tenor singing I'm a baritone singing as a tenor. So that's where that natural like gruffness comes from, is I'm singing out of my range, really.
They're real and they're spectacular. I knew it was going to be the number one fucking thing.
Can I ask you specific to the pause of pain? It's really interesting. It's like a double. What is that? How much work does that take to get that right? That's incredible. So you're kind of seeing the beauty through that, and then that whatever that sound is, the bass.
Yeah. I actually, when I first was approaching the chorus, it was actually. Like it came in on one. I'm not singing it right now, but it did not wait. And it felt like it didn't hit in the way that it was supposed to hit. Because you predict that. Like you're waiting, beauty through the pain, you made me up. Right, beauty through the pain, you made me up. So I wanted to feel a little more like striking. Again, it's like that thing that makes you kind of do this a little bit. You're like, huh? But once you hear it a few times, you're like, you predict. You know what I mean? It's like, I'd rather someone hear our song the first time and be confused by it, so they play it the second time. And then they're like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, I really don't want, I'd rather turn some people off along the way, and then the people who come along for you are going to feel more committed.
It's just an interesting, like, it feels gutsy to insert silence.
Yeah, that's what makes it, it's like the greatest speakers of all time are like, and I told you. Right.
This guy sucks.
Like, oh, yeah. What is that? Yeah, that's so interesting to do that just at the right time. And then pain.
Damn,
to
that's
listen
tight.
to movies. But it made the most sense of the scene, which was all the wrong reason to choose it, right? It was a I Bet My Life. It was a single off our second album. And that
Shout
song
out
was
to the
originally
CEO
written
of Jeju
with
Air.
vocal, and it's very just quiet.
He knows
like
what's
that.
up.
And we were like, oh, let's try to dial it up, let's try to produce it. And we overproduced that song. We self-produced it as a band, and we overproduced. And that song, I mean, it did good, you know, in terms of the song, but for us, it did not compared to other songs. And I really look back at that and learned a lesson from that. It's like, if I don't want to listen to the song, that's a sign already. If you don't want to listen to your own song, probably not a good song.
You said your dad, elsewhere today, just said that your dad early on was a kind of the early Rick Rubin. So when you were starting out, he gave you feedback, you listened. What did you learn about music, about life from your dad?
My dad is a really quiet grew up on a farm, very humble. I think he starts every sentence by saying, "This is just my 2 cents," pretty much. You know what I mean? It's like take it with me. Like, you know what I mean? It's that kind of a sense of there's humility in everything, and it's real for him. It's not like false humility. I really feel like when he's saying things, he really is like, maybe this isn't any worth to use, and he means it. But here it is, and it's always gold. I've had it incredible.
So what, in those early days, did you like, so you were like 12, something like that, like starting to write
At
songs?
12, I wasn't showing my music to anyone. I started writing around at 12, and I probably wrote for at least, let's say, 6 months or so. And I had written probably, I don't know, like a lot of songs.
What was the topic about it? Love, anger?
All sad. The first song I ever wrote went. And it was like a bluesy thing. It was like, there was my voice to that, and it was like, all by himself, no other one around. He stood all alone. When would he be found? Did he want something neat, or was he fine on his own? Everyone needs a friend, so why was he all alone? You know, it's like, but I was like a 12-year-old with, I just felt like depressed for the first time, and I just was like,
I think he discovered the blues as opposed to...
Yeah, right. It really was. It was like my sense of the blues at that time, for sure. Like bad version of the blues, but it was like a 12-year-old kid with a bunch of acne, and like I just like I hated going to school. I felt like it. I just had not found myself.
Sounds like a great song, by the way. Right? I don't want to keep. I forgot us.
But
yeah. What was your dad? At which point did you begin to share it with your dad?
A lot of the songs that I wrote in the beginning were very much like Bobby McFerrin, like that, because our Mike was in a part of the house where I couldn't do the piano and only the instrument I played piano. So I would do everything with my voice. Then I started teaching myself guitar in that beginning, like 6-month period, just watching my brothers play in their garage bands in the basement.
The
And I
other
started
stuff,
on my
it's pretty
like
funny.
India vibes, like stack my voice like 20, 30 times. Like, Enya meets like Jarre, which is who my dad would listen to a lot. John Michael Jarre, some incredible synth genius. But anyway, so I finally got my like doll up enough to show it to my dad one day after work. And I got very little of my dad because there were 9 kids and he worked from 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. We'll come home very tired. And there's 9 kids that are like, Dad, you know, and you're the young one. We're not. You're just gonna miss. I was in the middle kind of too, so it's even middle child like this. But I sat him down and I was like, Hey Dad, I just wanna show you a song. He's like, oh, he didn't know I was like writing anything, and I showed it to him and he listened. And he took it off and he really looked at me and was like, that was really good. Like I thought, and you said this, and you feel this. And it's like, and that did it. I probably would have given up. Like I look back, that was a very pivotal moment. I was like in a place where I was like, is this good, bad? I don't know. Maybe it's so embarrassing and terrible. And I was already writing lyrics that were a little like overly metaphorical to hide that I was dealing with faith crisis because I thought, okay, I'm gonna show this to Dad. I don't want my dad to know I'm like questioning the truthfulness of Joseph Smith. I'm not gonna be like, Just be a prophet, Mormonism, true, I don't really know. Like, it's like writing way overly metaphorical. But because my dad really validated it and he was a no bullshit person. So I knew when my dad said that, I was like, you know what? At least my dad really actually thinks this is cool. And I really trusted my dad's taste and thought everything he listened to was cool. So I was like, wow, keep doing this. And I just showed it to my dad for years. Still to this day, I sing every song.
The heat underneath it with the feedback is always like
Air projections
like this is
through.
just a positive, like a
No, positive. No,
but like underneath it, do you sense the positivity? Because I think
always. Never mean, never malicious. There's two types of criticism. There's like criticism that's just like you're looking to be hurtful to someone, and then there's criticism that's like really important to someone. It's the type of criticism that's like you see the value in what's
Foster
happening.
said everybody had that bitch.
Then you maybe communicate with that person like, I see what you're trying to do with that. It's not even like you have to say that or whatever, like butter it up, but it's like my dad would just give me this honest criticism that would be like, it certainly wasn't always good, but I knew it was always well intentioned. I guess that's how I would say.
You mentioned maybe you re-listen to it. I'm a big fan of Cat Stevens. You made me re-listen to Father and Son. I probably also
Damn,
have
bitch.
issues.
Hair drops are a thing, titty drops are a thing.
And you said that you connect with this song in particular. I think so. You're a father now. What is it about this song that connects with you? People only play a little bit. People should educate themselves on Cat Stevens.
Oh my gosh.
Right on the Peace Train.
The best piece. Right on Peace Train.
You think this is a hopeful or sad song?
I hear it as hopeful. I hear it as a loving father saying just what his son needs to hear. Just relax, take it easy. You're still young. That's your fault. There's so much you have.
It's like that calm wisdom.
Yeah.
It's time.
It's wise.
Look at me. I am old, but I'm happy.
Just the way he says that, like that should be a corny line, but it's not corny at all.
Yeah. Look at me, I'm old, but I'm happy.
When you found something.
Yeah, I mean the simplicity there, and but it's such a contrast with what's his name, Harry Chapin with the Cats in the Cradle.
It's Chapin, dog.
The sadness of this feels like there's a wise, calm connection between father and son, right? With Cats in the Cradle, I don't know if you remember that song. He learned to walk while I was away, and he was talking before I knew it. And as he grew, he'd say, "I'm going to be like you, Dad. I'm going to be like you." And the idea of that song is that he does become like his dad, which is funny enough, something you said. But in a different way, you become too busy making that connection. His dad was too busy making connection with his son. In a not a dramatic way, in a very kind of calm, nonchalant way. Like you just don't have time. You're busy at work, you provide family and so on. There's connection, but you don't really form that like depth of connection. And then the father, when the son shows up, college and all that kind of stuff, he doesn't spend any time with the father. Of that, and just the calm sadness of that. Like we can live parallel lives, and never quite connect.
And there is a little bit of that father and son with Cat Stevens too. Like when the son is saying, "From the moment that I could talk, I was ordered to listen." I always remember listening to that line, feeling like that really. But the beauty of that song is it shows. It's kind of like the theme of what I feel like we talked about since the second we got here, which is something I really like. I don't know why it's such an important thing in my life right now, but the duality of just understanding that you don't understand someone else's situation, and there's truth to both sides. Like there's truth to what the father is saying to the son. He's like saying these things. He's like, "I'm looking out for you. I love you. Take your time with these things. If you want to get married, like you can. Like this is me." And then the son saying, "Listen, like I want to pave my own path. I want to do this. Like, why are you telling me this?" Like, the son's not wrong. Because there's a lot of parents who tell their kids what they're doing, they're wrong. And then, you know what I mean? Like, and they don't let the kid form the path that they need to. But should you not be a parent? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a thing. It is annoying when you're older. You get to see people do all the same things. You can say, well, this is this is a phase, and you will see that this actually will end up in this way. You can like predict how the life unfolds, and it's very annoying for young people to hear, especially because it's probably going to be true. Like, no, it's not going to be like this. No, I'm going to be different. But then you become that person. But that doesn't mean they also let them live that life, right? Let them make the mistakes. But they're not mistakes, actually. They're like beautiful deviations from the path that they end up on, and those make the path. Do you have advice for young folks today? You've had like an incredible dark journey and a successful one, a loving one, and one of the most successful artists in the world. Is there advice you can give to young people today that would like to find themselves to that way, especially if they're struggling?
I thought you said device at first. I was like, honestly, I feel like that device is not helping. Maybe everybody should throw away the device. Advice. I would just say, like, what I emphasize to my kids is I really, really want my kids to just learn to love themselves. It's easier said than done. It's really easy to pick on yourself in life. It's really easy to look in the mirror and wish you looked different, wish you were more successful like that person over there, wish that, wish a lot of things. And people that I see that really succeed at life really succeed truly. And that doesn't mean they're making money necessarily or they're succeeding in, they're talking to a lot of people. Like, their success to me is like happy and real. They have real self-love. When you meet someone, you meet Rick, for instance, you meet Rick Rubin. Rick has a calmness about him. And it's funny because everybody sees him as this like Zen master. Like, Rick is just a really loving person who also loves himself and has self-confidence because you just see it and it resonates, and that's why he draws people. And that's why he's so great in the studio because you know his intentions always. As an artist, when a producer comes in, they're like, whoa, what are your intentions? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to get a hit out of me for the label? Or are you trying to make me something? Are you trying to like make me this so you can prove this about yourself? Like, there's a lot in that dynamic. And the reason that Rick is so good is because you know his intentions. And his intentions come because Rick has that self-love. So for me, find the things about yourself, because they're there, that you love, and really focus in on them. And it's not selfish. Like, I feel like I was brought up in a family, too, where it's like, never look inward, like, be selfless, like, serve, which, by the way, is a true principle of life. I think you love yourself more when you serve more. I think that's really evident in life. But also, spend time doing the things that make you happy. Take time every day to go on that walk that you need to go on. Listen to that book tape that you need to listen to. Like, for me, that's something I need. I know if I do that, I'm going to be a better dad because I gave myself some love back in life. And I just forgive yourself. Forgive yourself because everybody messes up. Everybody hurts others. Everybody says unkind words at times. Everybody fails all the time. And if you think that you're going to not, you're wrong. And you're eventually going to, and you're either going to punish yourself for it every day and be a lesser version of what you could be, or you're going to forgive yourself for it. And if you learn that that's not something you want, then try not to do it again. Do it again, and you're probably going to do it again. Whatever that is. You're going to gossip about that person. You're going to feel bad because then you gossip. Like, is there something you can say?
I'm the first bitch to get on the track.
Like that
I'll sit on the beat of the drum.
Do you need a little bit of that?
Because I'm blocks it.
Like McDonald's, a little drop of poison.
Right.
You need a little poison. Or is that silly?
No, I mean, look, my biggest thing in life has been like the thing that I've worked on the hardest for the last few years is to not be overly critical, and to let go of people. I think it's really easy to kill an artist. It's really easy to kill an artist. Like, if my dad would have sat down with me that day, and even if he would have just sat down and been like, good job, man. It sounds silly, right? Like, not everybody has a dad who's going to ever do something or put in the time or whatever. But that might have altered everything. Like, my dad taking the extra time to just give me a thoughtful response. Because kids know when you're just like trying to get out of the room or whatever. I knew he wasn't. And that did a lot. So yeah.
But is that a huge? Isn't that what makes the artist? The fragility of it. That, like, would you have it any other way?
No, I agree with you. I think that's the beauty of art. But I think also on the same token, it's like I went to Music Cares recently, which is a charity for musicians that are down on their luck. That maybe were successful at one point or have never been successful and they can't pay the bills. This charity contributes to these artists, inspiring artists, or artists who've had drug issues. Like, there's a lot to do, and there was a statistic that they told it was staggering, which is I think it was 75% of artists, musicians, say they struggle with severe depression. That's really high. I don't know what the national average is, but I would guess that that's higher than the national average per occupation. So I just think there's a tricky balance. There's a tricky balance in art. So yeah, of course, like it's a necessary thing, the fragility of it all. But
yeah, I wonder, because I'm extremely self-critical, and I sometimes ask myself the question. I've romanticized it, or rather, I've learned for it to be productive, to channel it into productivity. But I wonder if there's better ways to do that, and I also wonder if it's eventually a thing that destroys me. Like, if long term, right, if it's a healthy thing, it might be useful when you're in sort of actively fighting the battles of the day. For me, it's engineering challenges and all that kind of stuff. Right? But then when you're sitting back and enjoying life with family and so on, is that going to be like? Do you need to find that self-love, like ability to kind of silence criticism?
You know what? I really you're making a good point, and I think that the middle ground is you need self-doubt to push you to be better. I do believe that, like, for instance, if I believe I've hit, like, when you're like, is there a song on there that you think is genius? If I think I've written a genius song ever, I think I'd probably stop. I think I'd be like, you know what? Did it? I wrote what's that perfect song? Stairway to Heaven. Imagine, yeah. Okay. If I'd written Imagine, I'd probably be like, that's it. Did it? All right. Perfect song has been written. Best thing I'll ever do. Yeah. So the fact that there is, like, self-criticism and criticism outside, I think is necessary. 100% for sure. It pushes you. It's just finding the right middle ground for that young aspiring artist to also not feel squashed and to be heard and to love, not even to feel special, just to love himself. So that when they're in the room playing the song, they'll believe it because they believe themselves. They love themselves enough that they believe it. And then they'll do great. And then the song will come out great. And they'll do a great performance.
I have to ask, one of the very interesting aspects of your life, of the way you put love out there in the world. What is at the core of your support for the LGBT community?
A couple things. So one, growing up from a young age in the artist community, a lot of my closest friends were LGBTQ, starting in middle school. And I think a lot of the best artists in the world are LGBTQ, and that's just, it's not a secret. Like, it's like the artist community is filled with lots of LGBTQ people. So I think being raised in that community, in that my friends struggled with their faith and their sexuality, really opened up my eyes to how incredibly hard that path is. For instance, okay, when I was in high school, there was someone who went in front of, who was LGBTQ and was Mormon, and felt like there was not a place for them in the church. They felt like the path, when you're being told that it's evil and you believe it because you believe in your faith and you feel like it's unchangeable, you're putting a kid in a situation where there's really no good solution. It's either be alone for the rest of your life or marry outside your sexual preference, which I don't want to marry a man. Like, if I was forced to marry a man, I'm like, I don't want to marry him because I'm heterosexual. So you're forcing a kid into a situation where it's very dangerous. Long story short, this kid went in front of the Las Vegas Mormon Temple and shot himself. Killed himself. That impacted our community. Like, and not just that, but it was like severe bullying to LGBTQ kids. In the 90s, it was especially different. Like, there's still bullying, don't get me wrong, but man, like, bullying in school, I don't really know actually what it's like in school now. Maybe the bullying's just as bad as it was in the 90s.
Why do you say bullying is bullying?
It was
bullying
like,
is bullying.
I would hear all the time, like, the epithets were being slung out at people who were LGBTQ, and all the time. And I wasn't even LGBTQ, so I it's just seeing that. I think that any social justice issue takes all sides. It takes all pieces of the puzzle. If only the pieces of the puzzle contributed are from the side that is affected, I don't believe that we'll ever have resolution. We're doing a shit job, and we need to do better. And that's just that's the reality of it. So that's part of the reason I also have family who's LGBTQ, and it's just something that's been part of my path, and I feel like I'm a big believer in take the path that is presented to you. And this was just something that came up in my life a lot. When I met my wife, she was living with her two best friends who were LGBTQ, who really didn't want her to marry me because I was Mormon, and at the time it was Prop 8, which was Mormons were fighting against gay marriage. And so then they didn't come to our wedding, and that really broke my wife's heart. They were just like, because Mormonism represented everything that was against their community. So
you felt you had to say something.
Yeah, I felt like by not saying anything, I was saying everything. I felt like by not speaking up and being like, hey, Dan Rose is Mormon singer. Here's this new band, Imagine Dragons, and they're Mormon. It was like, okay, well, what do Mormons represent? They represent Prop 8. What does Prop 8 represent? Bigotry towards the LGBTQ community. So what do? Okay, speak in every interview and be like, well, that's not me. I don't believe that too. Or I could just be more active about it. And especially when it's affected my family and friends throughout my entire life, it was like, all right, this seems like a path that we need to go down. So long story short, it's a path that just presented itself through things in my life.
So just on that topic, religion and God gives a lot of meaning to a lot of people. It gives tradition that brings people together across the generations, but it also can hurt people. What do you make about that tension? So a source of meaning, but also a source of pain.
The reality is, at least to me, again, this is just my reality. I feel like I'm doing my dad's thing every time I'm talking to him. I'm like, I don't know,
My two cents. You have become your father.
Yeah. The reality is, my reality is the reality for sure. Right. I think that religion has brought a lot of hurt and pain to a lot of people. Absolutely it has. I don't think anybody can dispute that on either side. Whether it's for, whether it's slaughtering of entire peoples. Like there's been a lot of pain and suffering when it comes from religion. So my little thing that has been hard for me is a faith crisis, right? I had religion and then I lost it and then I had nothing. So that's, for me, I was like, well, religion did that, right? But then at one point, it's kind of like, how much of my life am I just complaining about, like, being raised normal or being depressed? So, as I get older, I'm like, okay, so what? Like, okay, it really hurt, but were there any good things that came out of Mormonism? Yeah, there's a lot of good things that have come to my family through Mormonism. Closeness, we're really, really close. Mormon culture is that you live together forever, right? The teaching is that your families are forever. We die and then we go to heaven together and we're together. My family really believes that. All of them do. And that instills a certain way of living. It's kind of beautiful, even if it's naivety. There's something kind of beautiful about believing that we're forming these bonds together as a family and that, like, we're going to be together forever. It brings a lot of comfort to the kids, too. When I was little, I was like, wow, it's going to be okay if I die because I get to see my mom. You know what I mean? I really believe that. Is the right answer that you tell that kid, actually, maybe, might be, I don't know. And anybody who has a kid is going to face that moment. I've already faced it, where you sit down and my kid was like, hey, Dad, when you die, am I going to see you again? That was actually a really hard moment for me because I was suddenly faced with, okay, do I give the answer that I thought was bullshit? Or do I give the answer of what I think it is? Or do I give the real answer, which is, I don't know. And that's what I do. Which, as a father, that's not always the easiest answer because your kid, it's a wonderful thing that you feel like you can give your kid the comfort of, like, hey, parents take care of everything, know everything.
Straight savage.
It's always like, are you strong? Yeah, I'm stronger than everybody. Yeah. So when you're faced with that moment, it's like, it kind of sucks. Like, it feels like, you know what? I don't know if it's after I die. But I hope. That's why I said, I was like, I don't know, but I hope. I really
What about
hope.
little scam live?
We can hang out forever. And if there's any way for it to happen, I'll make it happen.
What about Alpha Mafia?
So long story short, sorry, I know that I'm being long famous. Is there, like, what is my thought on religion? It just is. It's been here forever. It's coping. Maybe it's, I can't say whether it's true or false. How the hell am I supposed to? You know what I mean? Like, I've lived 34 years on this planet. A lot of people have been around a lot longer than me, and they really believe very deeply. And a lot of them are smarter than me. You know what I mean? Like, I look at my older brothers,
This guy hates
who
me.
are very practicing Mormons. These guys are hyper intelligent. My younger sister, hyper intelligent. All of them start smarter than me. They
Bullshit.
don't believe it. So what am I supposed to say?
Benny Mac.
Well, you're all stupid.
My
You know
man.
what I mean? Like, you're all one. I don't know. Maybe it's the South Park episode where everybody dies. Like, well, the right
This
answer
shit's
was
violent as
Mormon.
fuck. Traveling a little bit like a pimp. Ori.
Love that moment in South Park.
Ori
They're like,
streaming.
hey, that's Dave Acom. That's Dave Acom.
Yeah.
Their shit is so bad.
Maybe I don't know.
Chained up.
Everybody around the table. But the biggest question, for which I didn't know is the right answer, is
Is she doing
what's the
24
meaning of this
hours?
whole thing? What's the meaning of life?
No. Because it's all
No,
fire.
you're not allowed to say I don't know. You can be just
Shock
like your dad
TG.
and say, let me just give my 2 cents.
Shock TG. How about this bitch?
Probably worth nothing.
It'll be hot.
Why are we here? Just busily creating all these kinds of things, worrying about things like a kid.
My purpose.
Look at this loop.
Now
Did you all see that?
is
One of the most athletic things I've ever
to
seen.
wake up
Perhaps ever. In the
and
history of mankind. Humankind.
bring light, love to the world, light, love to myself, and have integrity. That's my
Yo,
purpose.
dog. Yo, dog.
The ultimate purpose of life.
Shout out to Biggest Loser on the internet for being nice to me. Oh, what is this bullshit?
When I die, I want to give me some sense that there's more to be known.
Yo.
For the next something that gives me hope in something more. Even so, I can just not bullshit my kids when they ask me that question. Like, you know what? I really don't know. I want to not know. If that makes sense. I don't want to, like, I want to see things that make me confused, that make
Why
me
does it do
question what
this?
I already knew. Like,
Because it sucks.
like, when I meet an atheist who comes up to me and they're like, atheism, 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 it's just as laughable to me.
Dude, shut the fuck up about
Mormon who comes up and they're like, Mormonism, Mormonism, Mormonism.
that.
Like, how do anyone, how do you guys know? It's like, and you know.
So you feel like you're doing some, through all your travels, through all the people you meet, you feel like you're still keeping your ass open and your heart open to sort of discover something new. Like
Yo, dog, what the fuck?
That there might be.
What's going on here, yo?
Yeah, and I want to find it, and I want to surround myself with people who are just looking for it. I'm not interested in people who are just looking for something reasons. Like, life is so short. I'm looking for. It's one of the reasons that I want to be is I was like, wow, Lex really seems like he's on a journey to find truth, and that humility.
Taking you on a journey, girl. Gonna make you feel like you never felt before.
I identify with it, and that's what I'm looking for. There's the final song on our record, our new record that's coming out.
Bet it sucks.
The chorus goes,
we suck dick. Everybody thinks we suck dick. Everybody thinks that we suck dick. We played the Honda Center. Oh, and then I'm California. Oh. I gotta take a shit. I have to take a shit.
That's it for me. It's like I'm in a place where I'm like, I don't know. Tell me, you know.
Yo.
I'm not gonna believe you. Maybe
Did they fucking ban me from talking again?
Like, easier on each other and like try to find truth wherever it may lie.
Dog.
Know that we don't know.
I think that's the mic drop moment. Dad, thank you
I
so
have
much
to
for
take
this
a
incredible
shit.
I love that you share with the world the darkness.
First things first, hurry the fuck up, you little bitch.
So, it's a huge honor. Thank you for spending your valuable time. Good luck on the tour.
Bloomberg surveillance, 12/27/2024. Oz, the Wall Street medalist, leaves Squawk Box. Squawk Box can eat my dick.
After silence, that which comes nearest to expressing the inexpressible is music.
First things first, suck the dick, you little peon. Oh my god.
The following conversation with Stephen Cotton, second time in the podcast.
Who in the fuck is that?
Stephen is one of the greatest historians of all time.
Tight.
Specializing in 20th and 21st century history of Russia and Eastern Europe. He has written
Boring.
what is widely considered to be the definitive biography of Stalin in 3 volumes.
Stalin. Actually, that'd be tough right here. Alright, I can live with that. You were in a voice chat last time you... Yeah, I want to go back to it. Quit sucking dick. How about that?
My previous podcast episode with Oliver Stone that was focused on Vladimir Putin and the war in Ukraine.
Dog, I gotta take a whiz.
Stephen provides a hard-hitting criticism of Putin and the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Oh man, I got his shit.
Contextualized deeply in the complex
Fruity.
geopolitics and history of our world. All
Oh man, I got his shit.
but also
Breaker 19. Oh man. Look at this move.
Please also allow me to mention something that has been apparent and has weighed heavy on my heart and mind.
What, being a little bitch?
This conversation with Stephen Cotton makes it more dangerous for me to travel to Russia.
Quit being a pussy, dude.
The previous conversation with Oliver Stone makes it more dangerous for me to travel to Ukraine. This makes me sad, but it is the way of the world. I will nevertheless travel to both Ukraine and Russia. I need to once again see my own eyes the land of my ancestors, where they suffered but flourished, and eventually gave birth to silly old me. I need to hear directly the pain, anger, and hope of both Ukrainians and Russians. I won't give details of my travel plans in terms of location, timing, but the trip is very soon. Whatever happens, I'm truly grateful for every day I'm alive, and I hope to spend each such day adding a bit of love to the world. I love you all. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast, and now, dear friends, here's Stephen Rocket. You are one of the great historians of our time, specializing in the man, the leader, the historical figure of Stalin. So let me ask a challenging question. If you can perhaps think about the echo of 80 years between Joseph Stalin and Vladimir Putin, what are the similarities and difference between the man and the historical figure, the historical trajectory of Stalin and Putin?
Thank you, Lexus. Very nice to be here again with you. It's been a while.
Yeah,
see you.
good to see you.
You're looking good. I see this podcast stuff is doing you right. So we can't really put very easily Vladimir Putin in the same sentence with Joseph Stalin. Stalin is a singular figure, and his category is really small. Hitler, Mao, that's really about it. And even in that category, Stalin is the dominant figure, both by how long he was in power and also by the amount of power.
Oh, look at this move. Very, very athletic.
So Putin can't be compared to that. However, Putin is in the same building as Stalin. He uses some of the same offices as Stalin. And some of those television broadcasts that we see of Putin at meetings, and Putin inside the Kremlin, Stalin used to sit in those rooms and hold meetings in them. That's the Imperial Senate, built by Catherine the Great in 18th century building inside the Kremlin. It's a domed building, and you can see it on the panorama, the top of the building, at least you can see it on the panorama when you look over the Kremlin wall from many sites inside Moscow. So, if he's not comparable to Stalin, he still works, as I said, in those same buildings, those same offices, partly. And so therefore, he's got some of the problems that Stalin, which was managing Russian power in the world from a position of weakness vis-a-vis the West, but from an ambition, a grandiosity, in fact. And so this combination of weakness and grandeur, right, of not being as strong as the West, but aspiring to be as great or greater than the West. That's the dilemma of Russian history for the past many centuries. It was the dilemma for the Tsars. It was the dilemma for Peter the Great. It was the dilemma for Alexander. It was the dilemma for Stalin. And it's the dilemma for Putin. Russia is smaller now compared to when Stalin was in that Kremlin. It's got pushed back to borders almost to the time of Peter the Great. It's farther from the main European capitals now than any time since that 18th century. And the West is only growing stronger in that period. So the dilemma is greater than ever. The irony of being in that position, of sitting in the Kremlin, trying to manage Russia.
Look at this move.
Trying to be
Very, very athletic. One of the most athletic
a country with
maneuvers
special
we've ever
mission in
seen,
the world,
folks.
a country which imagines itself to be a whole civilization.
Oh, what's Dwight up to?
And yet
Oh,
not having the
probably nothing.
capability to meet those expectations.
Shut
And falling farther and farther behind the West.
the hell's this all about?
The irony of all that is the attempted solution
In my car for
put Russia in a worse place.
I gave you
So you try to manage
based
the
on
gap
what you
with the
said
West.
to me.
You try to realize these aspirations.
Everywhere.
You try to raise your capabilities.
Way big more from my
Build
car.
a strong state. The quest to build a strong state
I got a mad
is
look for
coercive
A
modernization.
stupid,
Try
idiotic,
somehow,
numbskull named Andy Bernard sold his Xterra to a smart and capable man named Dwight. This is shaping up to be an awesome day for Dwight.
They build a personal dictatorship. They build an autocracy. And moreover, that autocracy undertakes measures which then worsen the very geopolitical dilemma that gave rise to their personal will in the first place. And so I call it Russian perpetual geopolitics. What's important about this analysis?
Look at this move.
This is not
Very, very athletic.
of eternal Russian cultural proclivity to aggression. It's not something that's in the mother's milk. It's not something that can't be changed. Russia doesn't have any cultural tendency to aggression. This is a choice. It's a strategic choice to try to manage the power of the West, which Russia's vantage point is actually unnatural, but it's a choice that's made again and again, and Putin has made this choice since Stalin. Stalin presided over the World War II victory, and then he lost it. After he died in 1953, there was other rulers who succeeded him. He was still the most important person in the country after he died, because they were trying to manage that system that he built, and more importantly, manage that growing gap. By the time the 90s rolled around, former Soviet troops, now Russian troops, withdrew from all those advanced positions that they had achieved as a result of the World War II victory. And it was Napoleon in reverse. They went on the same road, but not from Moscow back to Paris, but instead from Warsaw, from Berlin, and all the other places of former Warsaw Pact and former Soviet republics in the Baltic region. They went back to Russia in retreat. So Stalin in the fullness of time lost peace. And
Refresh this shit,
in
B.
his own way, inheriting some of this, attempting to reverse it. When, as they said, Russia is smaller, farther away, weaker, the West is bigger, stronger, and
Do you have any idea how to run an office? Every day you do something stupider than you did the day before. And I think there's no possible way you can stop that. But what do? You find a way to top it. You are professional in every side.
Becoming more knowledgeable.
And so that's the dilemma.
It's tight.
Where you get Putin and Stalin in the same sentence, and the terrible outcome for Russia in the fullness of time also has echoes. But of course, Putin has murdered 18, 20 million people, and the scale of his ability to cause grief with the nuclear weapons aside is nothing. And so we have to be careful. Right? Only Mao put bigger numbers on the tragic
And the numbers matter here if we compare these single figures.
Yeah, Mao killed more people than Stalin because Mao had more people to kill. The most amazing thing about Mao is he watched Stalin do it. He watched Stalin collectivize agriculture and famine result. He watched Stalin impose this communist monopoly, and all of those people were sent to prison or given a bullet in the back of the neck. He watched all of that, and then he did it again himself.
Do you think he saw the human cost correctly? That you say he saw, do you think he focused on the policy, or was he also aware distinctly as a human being of the human cost in the lives of peasants, in the lives of the working class, in the lives of the poor?
I think the prima facie evidence that it values human life. Otherwise, I don't think after seeing the amount of lives that were taken in the Soviet experiment, he would have done something similar after that. I think the answer, Lex, is it's very hard to get inside Mao's head and figure out what he was really thinking. But if you just look at the results that happened, the policies that were undertaken, and the consequences of them, you would have to conclude that there was, let's say, no value or little value placed on human life. Unfortunately, that's conflicts,
good people
as horrific as they are, just can't compare. And so we're in a situation where Eurasia,
No respect at all.
that is to say,
When I was
the
in the
ancient
sandbox as a kid, I
civilizations
got no
of
respect.
Europe, which would be Russia,
My wife likes to talk about the sex.
China,
So she called me from a hotel room.
all
Said,
have
I don't respect you.
some version of non-democratic,
Thoughtless.
illiberal, autocratic regime.
You know what?
And
Don't
they're
get
all
no
pushing
respect.
up against the greater
Airplane
power
food.
of the West.
Why don't they just make the plane out
Sometimes
of the
they
airline
coordinate
food?
their actions, and sometimes they don't. But this is a very
My
long-standing
wife don't get no respect.
phenomenon, Lex, that predates
So take her, please, for example.
Putin or Xi Jinping or the latest.
If you don't get no respect, you might be a redneck.
So we'll talk about
He's
this.
bad. He's
Inline accepted my friend request. Highlight of the day.
Dimension of authoritarian regimes
What's
put together.
the deal with grape nuts?
Let's go
No
to
grapes,
the
no
Napoleon
nuts.
in reverse.
I don't
Retreat
get no
from
respect.
Warsaw. Back.
So I'm thinking,
Putin has called
as a reward
from the
for
perspective
our
of
clients, that we
this
contact
retreat,
their
this
assistants.
collapse
And
of
we find out where they
great
live.
tragedies
And then
of
go to their
that
houses
region
in the middle of the
Russia.
summer in the Carolina.
Do you
It's a
think
summer Christmas
there's a
celebration.
sense where as Putin
We call
sits
it
down
a
in
summer
power for
sales
22
along.
plus years,
Feedback?
he
Anybody?
really dreams
Family?
of a return
Okay.
to the power, the
The dumbest
influence,
thing I ever heard.
the
Damn it. Sorry, everybody out except us.
So while you said that there
Wonder what happened to Frosty.
place the numbers of people that suffer due to the regime, do you think he hopes to have the same power, the same influence for a nation that was in the 30s and 40s and the 20th century at this time?
If he does, might be. We don't know for sure. Very few people talk to him. Very few people have access to him. A handful of Western leaders have met with him for short periods of time.
Look at this kid.
Those inside Russia
cracked
barely
mine.
meet with him.
Um,
His own minions in the regime barely have FaceTime.
Now I like this.
We don't know
Very,
exactly.
very
what
athletic.
it could be that he has delusions of reconquering Russian influence, if not direct control over the territories that broke
Gosh, I'm
away.
excited.
But it's not going to happen.
Yeah,
Let's
pretty
talk a
excited.
little bit about this guy,
Today I'm
Nikolai
headed over to the job fair at Valley
Nikolai
View High School
is
to
probably
find
not well known.
interns, get some fresh blood,
He's the head
euthanize this place. Hey, we want to play? Yeah.
and so you could probably fall into the second
Everybody who did
second
Why are you dressed like that?
manager.
What? Like you were applying
Certainly
for
inside the
maybe it's by the church.
arguably number
Oh,
one
look, Brazil. Yeah.
person in the country. We'll talk about that later. Sure.
Thank you. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to instruct the kids about management and sales.
A
Oscar
version
will be in charge of accounting. Pam will be eye candy.
and Papa Chef
And also because
has
that
been
is your
giving
mother.
interviews.
Aaron
Probably
will hire
saw
me
the
in the
interview
warehouse.
with Lisa
Don't have to
Mike
worry about
as
it.
yet, not that long ago.
They definitely ain't doing
He writes also his own blog like
Let's go.
interventions in the public sphere using a few channels that are black. And what's interesting about Papa Chef, and this could well reflect similar thinking, which is why I'm writing this, is that he's got this conspiratorial feeling that the West has been forever influenced and destroyed, just like it destroyed the Soviet Union, and that everything the West does is meant to prevent Russia, and that Russia is fighting an existential battle against the West. And so, for example, the CIA and the American government wanted to bring down the Soviet Union. Never mind that the Bush administration, first father, was trying desperately to hold the Soviet Union together because they were afraid of the chaos that might ensue and the nukes that might get loose as a result.
Hey, Jim, how are you? Nice to see you.
And it was the very last moment where Bush decided, his administration decided,
If you knew that I was out here with a dark voice, you take that shirt off right now, or I will take it off for you, sir. I am totally and completely kidding.
So never mind the
That's Listies. Did about 1,200 calls last night in preparation for today, so hands are already tender. It's actually not funny at all. It's an incredible example.
It was the case from different sources. People talk about $10 billion from various sources, from the IMF.
What? I'm gonna take.
And like to disappear.
Petty cash.
Just like the German money that went to Gorbachev for unification disappeared even before the Soviet collapse. The money disappeared, but the West sent them.
So many memories in this old
So
gym.
how was that fun? And then
And we have PMS, so I didn't have to play volleyball.
George
And we
Bush
have
trying
PMS,
to
so I
do
didn't have to play basketball.
reset the relations. And
Those were
Obama
the days.
trying to reset the relations and doing nothing yet. Georgia Bush,
That's all we got.
This is all we need. Yes, we will see, Oscar. We will see, because a blank sheet of paper equals endless possibilities.
Central U.S. intelligence about Russia.
We are open for business.
So despite all the appearances, you have Pontchev and Likely talking about this multi-decade Western conspiracy to bring Russia.
You're up. Let's go. Idiot, let's do this.
That's happening.
People assume I'm great at golf, but like everybody, I hated golf when I was a kid, so I used to just hang out with the Santa Club instead. Got my knot
So
on.
here's the conspiracy to bring Russia.
They're
The
not.
French, who fantasize about themselves as a diplomatic
Can we just stay all day?
are constantly, the French leaders are constantly running to the Kremlin and ask what Russia,
Excuse me, people.
what concessions from the West Russia
Some of you have forgotten
to
who is
feel
in charge
respect
here. When Michael is gone,
provide
Jim is in
all
charge.
manner
Jim is
of
gone.
money
Andy and I are in
laundering and
charge.
reputation
Andy
laundering
is
services
gone. You answer
for the whole
to
Russian
me.
oligarchy, including the state
Excuse me, where do you think you're going?
who are looting
Oh, no,
the
no, no.
state
You are not leaving.
and using the West.
No,
British
Stanley, do not walk out that door. If you walk out that door, so help me, I will.
This conspiracy to bring Russia down by. And so that's what we've got in the Stalin had that same conspiratorial
Well, stay in your
mentality
desks
with the West.
until that
Everything that
time,
happened in the
or
world
you will
was
suffer
the
the
Western
consequences.
conspiracy directed against the Soviet Union and now directed against Russia. Even though the West is
Filing,
the
restocking the
West is
supply
offering
shelves,
services,
replacing the water jug, which nobody likes to do.
investment in a positive way, but
We,
instead the West is what's
eat
changing.
a lot of
The
cake.
West is becoming more corrupt. West is
Yeah, and, you basically learn how an office runs.
Hello.
so you have to ask
Can I
yourself,
talk to you for a second?
who are these people
This
in
is Michael, my
power
boss.
Yeah.
Justin.
Hey,
who imagine
remember what we talked about?
that while they're availing themselves of
The best,
every service
brightest.
and every glance of the West, while they're availing themselves,
Hey,
they're fighting
How
a
you doing?
conspiracy. by
listen,
the West.
I don't think that a
So this is
handsome,
what they
funny,
call
smart, funny-looking kid like you should limit himself. You can do whatever you want to do. You can be a classy
which is a
janitor,
term, as you know,
or a
that
cashier
those
with dignity,
are
or a
resentful. You might call
migraine
them
worker.
the losers in the transition.
Maybe for you, paper
So
should
when
be
the
more
Soviet Union fell,
Sorry for wasting your time.
and there
No
was
problem.
a diminishment,
And he
a very
signed.
substantial diminution
His
of
name on a
Russian
piece of
power,
paper.
influence in the
Okay,
world.
that
A lot of people
was supposed to be a blank canvas
They weren't
on which
able
to
to
put
steal
your
the
hopes and
property.
dreams, and he
They
just
weren't able to loot the state,
made it into a stupid piece of paper.
and they
We
were
didn't
on
know
the
one
outside.
immediately.
They gradually came back in. They were the losers in the transition domestically.
Michael,
And
remember,
for
you
them,
specifically told me to only bring one sheet of
right, they
paper.
wanted to
You said it
reverse.
only takes one sheet to make a
being
difference.
on
And I
the
said, are you
inside.
sure,
And
Michael?
so they
And you
began
said,
to
Pam.
to
And then
steal
you
the
sneezed
money
my tea, and then you
steal
said,
the
don't worry,
property
it's just allergies.
from those
Remember that?
I don't.
thieves who stole in the night. And the 2000s and on have been about re-stealing, taking
That
the losers in the transition, taking the money
smart
from
intro.
the winners, and
So,
reversing
how's the
their
dress?
resentment
I
of
checked your
loser
place.
status.
The junk mail.
Those are your
All your
positives
paper
and your
forgiveness or you know
but
what?
at the same time, this
I'm
throws
not really
out
looking to change things up right now. I just
let's
came out here to get out of
reverse
the office
the
a little
loss
bit, so I don't
of being on the losing
really.
side,
Absolutely.
the roiling resentment of the decline of their power
Work on my
internationally, So you have a profound psychological whole generation
Hello there.
of people who are on the losing end domestically and
Well, it's funny
reverse
that you should ask because
that's
it's
what
really
the regime is about.
more than
Remember Mikhail Khodorkovsky's youth goals. Remember all
Damn
the
it, Oscar.
companies that are
Yeah,
now
I'm trying to lure these
like
kids into my booth, but
because they were taken
they're very
away from
wary
whoever
of being
stole them.
lured these days.
And
Thank you,
now they're
Dateline.
trying to do that on the international scene. It's one thing to put domestic opponents in jail. It's one thing to take away someone's property domestically, but you're not going to reverse the power of the West to diminish Russia that you have. And so that project, that partnership project, which we see him expressing again and again, he speaks about it publicly. It's not something that we need to go looking for a quest, a secret. We can't find it. What are they thinking? It's right there in front of our face. And Putin has spoken the same way for a long time. People point to the 2007 speech at the Munich Security Conference that Putin delivered, and certainly your listeners could use a snippet or two of that, just like they could use a couple of quotes from Patrushev to contextualize what we're talking about. But it predates the 2007 Munich speech. The reaction to Ukraine uprising in 2004, attempt to steal the election inside Ukraine, right, which the Ukrainian people rose up valiantly against, risked their lives. There were public statements from Putin already back then. Statements about Kharkovsky in 2003 when he was arrested and expropriated. This is a long-standing psychological, deeply psychological issue, which is about managing Russian power in the world, as I was saying, the gap with the West, but has this further dimension of feeling like losers and wanting to reverse that. That's their life experience.
Thank you.
I've usually
What is
there's
this?
that resentment that
This isn't something that's from paper.
this narrative
Sort of peddling.
used this geopolitics so resentment
Here, I want you to go back to the office. History. I want you to get the real stuff. I want you to get all her white card stuff.
Are you serious?
Yes. And don't call me short.
Just to maybe not push back, but to give fuller context on the West. You said there's a narrative from Putin's Russia that the West is somehow an enemy, positioning everything against the West. But is there a degree, to what degree is the West willing to feed that narrative that is also convenient for the West? And it seems like the place, the span, it seems like in geopolitics, having an enemy is useful for forming a narrative. Now, having an enemy from the basic perspective of humanity is not good, but in terms of maintaining power, if you're a leader in the game of geopolitics, it seems to be good to have an enemy. It seems to be good to have something like a Cold War. You can always point your finger and say all our actions are fighting this evil, whatever that evil is. It could be like with George W. Bush, the war on terror, terrorism is evil. You can always point to something. So you've made it seem that the West is trying. There's a lot of forces in the West that are trying to reach out a friendly hand, trying to help, sending money, sending compassion, trying to sort of
integrate Russia into global institutions,
exactly.
which was a long-standing, multi-decade effort of multiple countries and multiple administrations in those countries.
But is there also warmongers?
Of course, Lex. Of course, you're right about that. But let's put it this way. People talk about the Cold War, and they're usually looking to assign blame for the Cold War, as if it's some kind of mistake, a misunderstanding, or a search for an enemy that was convenient rather than necessary. So let's there's a coup in Czechoslovakia, and somebody installs a communist regime in February 1948. No reaction to that? That's just okay. There's a blockade of Berlin. Is that cool by you? Where they try to strangle West Berlin so that they can swallow West Berlin and add it to East Berlin. You cool with that? How about
All of these
Korean
jobs
War, invasion
suck.
of North
I would rather live
Korea,
jobless
South
on a beach
Korea,
somewhere, off away from large inheritance, than have
how
to work
about the
in New York
murders
as
and the
practice.
show trials up and down
They
Eastern
suck.
Europe in the late 40s after
Hey.
the imposition of the Commune?
Game over.
You good with that? Yeah, it's very convenient to have an enemy. I agree.
Justin,
But, you know, there was
just
some
in
action.
case.
There was
What
some
do I say?
threats to people's freedom.
False back.
There was
This.
some invasion.
Justin.
There was some
Justin Bolton.
aggression and violence on a big scale.
Justin
like
is the ugly girl in the movie who takes off her glasses and she's hot. And you realize that she was always hot. She was just wearing glasses. And you were the blind one.
It was not a misunderstanding.
He's the most important thing in my life. I have to give you credit to meet my family. Come on.
The Trump administration deserves credit
Justin
for standing up to Stalin's regime, for standing up to these actions,
You already met her.
for saying,
Hottie.
we're not just going to take this. We're not going to let this go on. We're not going to
No,
let
but
this
she has already dated you guys in the office that we know of.
We're going to create the
This could be number 3. You never
and we're going to rally Democratic voters to stand up to this illiberalism, this violence.
Why don't you send it to her face? Tell.
And so, yeah,
What do you think?
it's always
These guys are
convenient
nice.
to have an enemy.
Because I didn't bring her
But
better.
there was an enemy. Nikolai Leonov recently died. He died in April 2022. He had a major funeral. He was the last
This summer with us.
head admiral of the Soviet aviation.
I think you were very special. You didn't want me
And
before.
Leonov is one of the most important
That's what you
figures
said.
for understanding the Soviet
You missed behind
Union.
them.
And he has the best memoir of the Soviet
I'm
Union,
gonna go now.
which is known in Russian as Lisa Latin. You will understand that. And you'll help your podcast listeners understand there's singularity to that kind of expression. Lisa Latin. Leonov just died. But one of the things, and in fact, the people who were supposedly arrested by Putin as scapegoats for the Ukraine war, the main one, Sergei Besieda, gave the eulogy at Leonov's funeral in April 2022, showing that it's a lie that all of these people have been arrested and purged and other nonsense. And so forth. But to get back to what Leonov said, and get back to your enemy, Leonov said, you know, we have spent all this time blackening the image of the Soviet Union. All these resources, propaganda, and covert operations to blacken the Soviet Union. And they did. The West did. And then Leonov wrote the next sentence. And you know what? We gave them a lot of material to work with to blacken our image.
Yeah, so
it's a tough thing.
You're saying
Grown man takes 6 shots to get out of
reality,
but
it is possible.
I had to give full credit for that play.
Good
This is what I told him.
Freedom is better than unfreedom.
And I call him every
It's
single
a lot
day.
better than unfreedom. And a guy like you
Which he then did.
understands that really well.
After
Well,
15 minutes of me
but
watching
those are all, you know,
So I am now his favorite player. And I shot a 102 today, so
what else?
good.
Love. There's a lot of words that Hitler himself used to describe why he is actually creating that than those he's fighting. So some of it is propaganda. The question is, on the ground, what is actually increasing the amount of freedom in the world?
Institutions, right? We're not talking about propaganda. When we use words like
hear me, I would like you to look around at all these companies
we're talking
and
about
know
protection of civil
that
liberties.
none of them are good enough for you.
We're
Agent
talking about
Orlock,
an independent
come on.
and
I
well-funded
mean, I don't even know what they
judiciary.
do.
We're talking about an
Frank,
impartial,
Regan,
non-corrupt,
Bureau, too much
competent
formaldehyde.
service.
Air
We're
Force,
talking about separation of powers, where the executive branch's power is
the
limited,
refreshments,
usually by an
Bush
elected
League, you
party.
know, that's
In
not
fact,
what you
yes,
want.
let's talk about elections.
Thunder,
Let's talk about
okay, I
freedom of
see
speech.
security's
freedom of
coming, so
association.
I just want to say,
We're not talking
come
about
to Dunder
freedom of
Mifflin.
association.
Dunder Mifflin, a great place to
We're
work.
talking about
Anybody?
a huge
Show me if
array
anybody want
of
to enter in Dunder Mifflin. We do not offer college credit. We cannot give you any sort of pay, but it is a really fun
you
work
know
environment.
live on. And if they don't exist,
Anybody?
we understand
Show
that.
hands.
Well, Ukraine
Damn it.
was a
Okay.
flawed democracy
I'm going to wrap it up here.
before Russia.
Thank you.
corrupt, in many ways dysfunctional, especially the elite were dysfunctional. The gas industry in Ukraine was absolutely terrible because of the corruption that it generated, the oligarch problem, a handful of people stealing the state resources. And yet Ukraine had an open public sphere, and it had a parliament that functioned. And so despite its flaws, it was still a democracy.
Really?
The regime in Moscow, you can't say that.
Perhaps I'm puzzled.
It's not a comparable regime to Ukraine. You could say, oh, well, there are oligarchs in Ukraine and there are oligarchs in Russia. There's corruption in Ukraine, there's corruption in Russia. So really, what's the big difference? And the answer is, well, Ukraine had the open public sphere. Ukraine had a real parliament. Can you call Russia's Duma a real parliament? I don't think so. I don't think you can. Can you say that there was any checks whatsoever on the executive branch in Russia? Can you say that the Russian judiciary had any independence or full level of competence?
Today I did something stupid. I questioned myself. Because I look at somebody like Jim Halpert,
So we can
and I think
differentiate
that guy,
between
anything he wants to do,
the very flawed, corrupt oligarchic
and he chooses to work
democracy in Ukraine
something.
and the very corrupt oligarchic autocracy in Russia. I think that's a fair distinction.
Yeah, we should say that Russia and Ukraine have the great honor of being the number one and the number two most corrupt nations in Europe by many measures. But there is a fundamental difference as you were
I was just
highlighting.
wondering
Russia
what
is a
jobs you
corrupt
guys have.
autocracy, Ukraine
Yeah.
say is a corrupt democracy.
Can I throw out
And
clarification?
to that level, there's a fundamental
I
difference.
should let you know right away that this is an entry level job.
Ukraine is not
Actually
murdering
basic for like a
its own
self-starter. Someone
in
giving deadlines.
systematic fashion.
Pretty much just go to
If
the extra
journalists are killed in
I agree
Ukraine,
with that.
great.
it's a tragedy.
And obviously, really,
Journalists are killed in Russia, or Russian journalists are killed in
corrupt
Ukraine.
illustrator after
And the degree to which a nation is authoritarian
I don't know any of those.
means that it's
It's actually
suffocating its own
not super complicated.
spirit
I mean, I'm sure there's some sort of like
capacity to
adult
flourish.
education classes in the area.
We're not
But
just talking
if you're really
about
serious about graphic design, I think about New York
sort
or
of
Philadelphia, they got amazing
freedom
programs.
of the press, those kind of things, but basically all industries, it's suffocated
Cool.
and
Thanks.
you're no longer
And,
being
I'll look into those.
yeah, flourish
York,
as a nation,
Philadelphia.
grow the
Absolutely.
production of GDP, the
Thanks.
scientists, the art, the culture, all these kind of things.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And so before the invasion, the full-blown invasion of February 2022, which was famous, as you know, the war's been going on for many years, 11, February, these days, still a tragic war with that prior to February 2022. Before this latest war, we could have said that the greatest victims of the war are Russians, the Mexicans, that the people who are suffering the most from the regime are not sitting here in New York City, but in fact are sitting there in Russia. Now, of course, with the invasion of Ukraine and really the atrocities that have been well documented and more are being investigated, we can't easily say anymore that Russians are the greatest victims of the Putin regime. But in ways other than bombing and murdering civilians, children, mothers, grandmothers, grandfathers, after you include that, then of course the larger number of victims of the Putin regime are not Ukrainians, but ultimately Russians. And there's how many of them now that have fled?
So your powerful, precise, rigorous words are standing in a stark contrast, I would say, to my very recent conversation with Oliver Stone. So I would love you to elaborate to the disagreement you have here with his words, maybe words of people like John Mearsheimer. The idea is that Putin's hand in this invasion of 2022 was forced by the expansion of NATO.
Yeah, Lex, so let's imagine that tragedies happened here in New York and a woman got raped. We know the perpetrator. They go to trial, and Oliver Stone gets up and says, you know what? The woman was wearing a short skirt, and there was no option but for the rapist to rape her. The woman was wearing lipstick, or the woman was applying for NATO membership and just had to be raped. He didn't want to rape her, but was compelled because of what she was doing and what she looked like and the clothes she was wearing and the alliances that she was under international law, signed by Moscow, all the treaties that sovereign countries get to choose whatever alliance they belong to. But treaties that the UN Charter signed by Russia. Soviet Union. The 1975 Helsinki Agreement signed by the Soviet Union. The 1990 Charter of Paris for Europe signed by the Soviet Union. The 1997 NATO-Russia Founding Act signed by the Russian government of post-Soviet Union. All of those documents signed by either the Soviet regime or the Russian regime, which is the legally recognized international inheritor, like successor of the Soviet Union. All of those agreements are still in force, and all of them say that countries are sovereign and can freely choose their foreign policy or alliances. Let's even go farther. I mean, you don't have to go farther than that, but let's go farther. Is an autocratic, repressive regime that invades its neighbors in the name of its own security something new in Russian history? Did we not see this before? Does this not predate NATO expansion? Does this not predate the existence of NATO? Would Oliver Stone sit here in this chair and say to you, they had to impose serfdom in the 17th century because NATO expanded. They had no choice. Their hands were tied. They were compelled to treat their own population like slaves because, NATO expanded. I mean, I could go on through the examples of Russian history that predate the existence, let alone the expansion, where you have behavior, policies, actions, very similar to what we see now from the Kremlin. And you can't explain them by NATO expansion. And so that argument doesn't wash. Because I have a pattern here that predates NATO expansion. I have international agreements, founding documents signed by the Kremlin over many, many decades, acknowledging the freedom of countries to choose their alliances. And then I have this problem where when you rape somebody, it's not because they're wearing a short skirt. It's because you had raped them. You've committed a criminal act.
I think there's a lot of people listening to this that will agree to the emotion, the power, the spirit of this metaphor. I was struggling to think how to dance within this metaphor because it feels like it was precisely the right one, but I think it captures the spirit.
I'm not suggesting, Lex, that everything the West has done has been honorable or intelligent. Fortunately, we live in a democracy. We live in liberal regimes. We live under liberal in the classical sense. Not liberal in the leftist sense. We live in places like that, and we can criticize ourselves. And we can criticize the mistakes that we made, or the policy choices, or the inactions that were taken. And there are a whole lot of things to answer for. And you can now discuss the ones that are your favorites, the dishonor or the mistakes. And I could discuss mine, and we could spend the whole rest of our meeting today discussing the West's mistakes and problems.
And we won't end up in prison for it.
Yeah, and so I'm thankful for that. And I'm thankful that people may disagree and that people make the argument that NATO expansion is to blame. But you see, I'm countering two arguments. I'm countering one argument eternal Russian imperialism, and you have to watch out. This very popular argument in the Baltic states. It's really popular in Warsaw. It's really popular with the liberal interventionists. And it's very, very popular with those who were part of the Iraq War squad that got us into that mess. So I'm against that. And the reason I'm against it is it's not true. It's empirically false. There is no cultural trait, inherent tendency for Russia to be aggressive. It's a strategic choice that they make.
Every time it's a choice made, it's not some kind of momentum. Every time it's a choice that we should judge for the choice that it is.
And therefore they could make different choices. They could say, we don't have to stand up for West. We don't have the capabilities to do that. We can still be a great country. We can still be a civilization up to itself. We can still be Russia. We can still worship in Orthodox cathedrals. Or we can still be ourselves, but we don't have to pursue this chimerical pursuit, this elusive quest to stand up to the West and be in the first rank of powers. So I'm countering that argument. I'm saying it's perpetual geopolitics. It's a geopolitical choice rising out of this dilemma of the mismatch between aspirations and capability. It's not eternal Russian imperialism. And I'm also countering the other argument, Alex, which is to say that it's the West's fault. It's Western imperialism. Right? Very popular on the left, very popular with realist scholars, very popular with some of the people recently on your podcast. And so it's neither eternal Russian imperialism nor is it Western imperialism. Right? The mere fact that the West is stronger than Russia is not a crime on the part of the West. It's not a crime that countries voluntarily want to join the West, that beg to get in either the EU or NATO or other bilateral alliances or other trade agreements. Those are voluntarily entered into. And that's not criminal. If the West's sphere of influence, which is open, an open sphere of influence, which, as I say, people voluntarily join, if that expands, that's not a crime, nor is that a threat to Russia ipso facto. Right? NATO is a defensive alliance, and the countries are largely pacifist members of NATO. And NATO doesn't attack, it defends members if they are attacked. And so the idea that Ukraine, which have the legal right, might want to join NATO and the EU, which was not going to happen in our lifetimes and was not a direct threat to the Putin regime since the Western countries that make up the EU decided that Ukraine was not ready for membership. There was no consensus. It was not going to happen, but it's Ukraine's free choice to express that desire. And if your government is elected by your people, really elected, meaning you can unelect that government in the next election, and that government makes foreign policy choices on the basis of its perceived interests, that's not a crime. That's not a provocation. That's not something that compels the leader of another country to invade you. Right? That is legal under international law, and it's also a realist fact of life. The realists like to tell you, that Russia here was disrespected, Russia's interests were not taken into account, et cetera, et cetera. But the real world works in such a way that treaties matter, that international law matters. That's why people like me were not in favor of the U.S. 2003 invasion of Europe, because it wasn't happening. In addition to the fact that we thought it might backfire. But Lex, like I said, there are a lot of things about the West that we often criticize as citizens, and we do criticize. But we have to be clear about where responsibility lies in these events that we're talking about today.
So you get in trouble, it's largely erroneous to think about both the West, the United States, from an imperialist perspective, and Russia from an imperialist perspective. It's better, clearer to think about each individual progressive decision on its own as a choice that was made. So let's talk about the most recent choice made by Vladimir Putin. The choice to invade Ukraine, or to escalate the invasion of understanding of the situation, calculating the outcome, and everything else about the decision.
Yeah, like when you don't, when a war doesn't go well, it looks like lunacy to have launched it in the first place.
Does it ever go off?
War never goes quick. All war is based upon miscalculation. But not everybody is punished for their miscalculation. All aggressive, not defensive, is based upon miscalculation. But you can adjust. You can recalibrate. You know, when you're driving down the road and that very annoying voice is telling you in 1,000 feet to make a right, and you fail to make a right, it recalibrates, right? Yeah. It tells you, okay, now, go turn around, turn, make a left. It doesn't say you're an idiot and turn around, but it does recalibrate. So you can miscalculate, and the problem is not the miscalculation usually, it's the failure to do that.
Because this is a little stretch. It's really impressive.
I asked him, what's your favorite trade? And the line from the mall, cliche, is, my favorite trade is when I made a mistake, but I got out for all the time. So their favorite trade is not when they made some brilliant choice, but it's when they miscalculated, but they reduced the consequences of their miscalculation by recalibrating quickly. So let's talk about the calculation and miscalculation. Okay? Let's imagine you've been getting away with murder. I don't mean murder in figuratively. I mean you've been murdering people. You've been murdering them domestically, and you've been murdering them all across Europe. And you've been murdering them not just with, for example, a car accident, a staged car accident, or using a handgun. You use no trade, or you use some other internationally outlawed chemical weapon. And let's imagine that you did it and nothing happened to you. It wasn't like you were removed from power. It wasn't like you paid a personal price. Sure, maybe there were sanctions on your economy, but you didn't pay the price of those sanctions. Little people paid the price of those sanctions. Other people in your country paid the price. Let's imagine not only were you murdering people, but you decided to
Popping toes and fucking hoes.
idiotic ruler of Georgia
This is the worst stream ever.
into a proclamation that you could then invade the country. And you invaded the country and you bit off these territories of Abkhazia and South Ossetia. And what price did you pay for that? And then you decided, I think I'll now invade Crimea and forcibly annex Crimea. And I'll instigate an insurrection in Donbass in eastern Ukraine, in Luhansk. Let's imagine you did all that, and then you had to stick out your wrist so that, it could be
I do not know what the sky tastes like, period. Probably similar to air, period.
Here and there, and this, and they're doing that, and
I like sand in some situations, like on the beach, but not in my shoes, period.
But yours are pretty good. And the Panama Papers get released, revealing all of your offshoring and your corruption, and what has nothing happened. So the first and most important consideration here is, in your own mind, you've been getting away with murder, literally, as well as figuratively. And you think, I probably can do something again and get away with it. And so the failure to respond and scare, in fact, the indulgences, the further dependencies that are introduced, the illusion that trade is the mechanism to manage authoritarian regimes. That great German cliche, Wandel durch Handel, change through trade or transformation.
He's my boy.
Trade,
Biggest loser on the internet.
Right? You're going to
You're
get
my
the other
G.
side to be better. Rather than
I never slip. I never fall. A lot of coach gave me their number, but I never call. A real OG man. You think you're a better rapper than Rabbi Rap? Yeah. Rabbi Roths, baby. Oh, look at this move. Oh, falling like a giant redwood in the fucking forest.
Which is a more generous description of what you're saying.
I real OG man.
That you don't incorporate into the calculation the amount of human suffering that the decision cause, but instead you look at sort of the success based on some kind of measure.
I never slip. I never fall. I never fall.
Humanitarian sense, but in some kind of economic sense.
I real OG man.
You say to yourself,
I never slip. Wicked, wicked, I never fall. Wicked, wicked, lot of you never call. I real OG man.
Russia being the first rank of great power. Russia realizing its mission to be a special country.
Lumbar support, girl.
A civilization.
I real OG
First
man.
rank of the great powers. Maybe even the greatest power. That's worth the price that we have to pay, especially in other people's lives.
Are you happy?
Right? We have a lot of literature on
Raise the
the
roof.
regime
Really?
that talks about the kleptocracy.
Yeah,
The
okay.
place is a kleptocracy. And it is a kleptocracy.
I've been a lot worse.
We all can see that. And anybody in London
I never
living
slip.
the high life,
I never
servicing
fall.
this kleptocracy can
A
testify.
lot of hoes give me their number, but I never call. I real OG man. I hit the wall.
But you know, it's not only a kleptocracy. That was the problem of the Russian studies literature.
Look at this move. Very, very athletic. Never seen anything as athletic as that move.
Right in the Grand Kremlin Palace.
I never slip. I never fall. A lot of hoes give me their numbers, but I never call.
And you see war.
I real OG man. I hit the wall.
And all these leaders of the state have their uniforms on with their medals. And someone's given a speech.
I never slip. I never fall.
And their eyes are moist.
A lot of babies give me their numbers, but I never call. I real OG man. Yo, dog, this is the worst shit ever. A lot of hoes give me their number, call. A lot of hoes give me their number, but I never call. I never slip. I never fall. A lot of hoes give me their number, but I never call. I real OG man, when I hit the ball. And I hit the draws. My draws? I never slip. I never fall. I use my teeth to remove those fucking draws.
Sentimentalities, the thing that get us in trouble in the United States as well, and lead us to wars, that illegal wars.
I never slip. I never fall. A lot of hoes give me the number, but I never call. Now what you been waiting on? Are you done? I never slip. I never fall. A lot of hoes give me the number, but I never call. I feel OG for good man, and I hit the ball. I like pressing this fucking thing. Like titties. Like a giant clip. I never slip. I never fall. A lot of hoes give me their number, but I never fall. I feel OG
And they resent the fact that the West doesn't acknowledge them as one of those great powers. They resent that the West is more powerful.
I never slip.
Talk about how
I never fall. A lot of hoes give me their number, but I never fall.
Right, if you're sitting there in that crowd and you're trying to conduct
So I have to take a
business in
shit.
the world and you're getting reports from your finance
I never
minister or your
slip.
central
I
bank
never
governor,
fall. A lot of hoes give me their number, but I never
somehow
fall.
all your trade is denominated in dollars and euros
Oh, really? My
Do
head,
you
my
have
head,
any
my head.
illusions about who controls the international financial system?
All right, what
I
you
don't think
thinking?
so. You looking over
I never
your
slip. I never
industrial
fall.
plan for the next year,
I lot of hope
and
you
you're
made
looking
that
over
number,
how
but
many
I never
tanks you're
call.
going to get, and how
I
many
really
cruise
love people,
missiles
but
you're
I
going to get, and how many
never call.
submarines you're going to get, and fill in the blank. And you know what? It
What you
says right
waiting on?
there in the paperwork where the
I shall
component parts
speed.
come from,
Fuck
where
your
the
couch.
software comes from. It comes from the West. Your whole military
I
industrial
never slip.
complex is dependent
I
on
never
high-end
fall.
Western technology.
A lot of G's
And
give me that number, but
let's
I
say you're
never
in Beijing,
call.
not just in Moscow. And you go
A lot of
over
G's,
your
a lot of
neighbors.
babies. A lot of babies give me that number, but I never call.
With other Asian leaders, what? Do they all speak in Chinese with you? No, they don't speak Chinese. You go to an international meeting as the leader of China, and guess what language is the main language of India? Yes, the same one you and I are speaking right now. And so you live in that world. You live in the Western world, and it's very hard to have illusions about what world you live in when you're under that. You need those Western banks. You need that foreign currency, right? You need that high-end Western technology, that technology transfer. You're speaking, or you're forced to speak, or your minions are forced to speak at international gatherings in England. And I could go on. All the indicators that you live in, and Putin lives in that world. He's no fool.
Well, to push back, is it possible that, because you said the minions operate in that world, but can't you, if you're the leader of Russia or the leader of China or the leader of these different nations, uh, still put
Yeah,
a
I'd have to get up and walk all the way over
to
there
make
to
it
turn on that.
rationally in your
That's
mind?
just incredible.
It's just not in the international world. You're in a world
I
where
never
this great Russian Empire or this great Chinese
I
Empire.
never
Yes,
fall.
it makes you forget that there's English. You
A
forget
lot
that
of
there's
hope give me
technology
they
back
number, but
then.
I never
You
call.
forget that there's
I
all
will
this
keep it on my head,
US popping up on all different paperwork that just becomes blurry
What you
details
been
that
waiting on?
dissipate because what matters is the greatness
Look at this
of
move.
this dream
Really, really
empire
impressive.
that I have in my mind.
I've never seen anybody so fucking agile. I never slip. What I never fall. A lot of hoes give me they number, but I never call. A real OG, but I'm
Your goal is to make that multiple. Your goal is to
what you been
bring
waiting
down
on?
the West.
I
Your
never
goal is
slip.
for the West to weaken.
I never
Your
fall.
goal is a currency
A lot
other
of
than
hoes
the
give me
dollar
their
or the
numbers,
euro. Your
but
goal
I never
is an
fall.
international
Damn,
financial
girl.
system that you dominate.
Holy.
Your goal is technological self-sufficiency.
Yeah,
Being in
thank you for
China
your
2035.
contribution.
Your
Who is
goal
this?
is a world that you dominate,
We're a fan of
not
both,
that the West dominates. And
lady.
you're going to do everything you
No, no,
can
no, no.
to try to attain that
I
world,
never fall.
which is a Russian-centric world or a Chinese-centric world
A lot
or
of
what
hoes
we
give
would
me their
call a
numbers. Damn, girl.
Eurasian-centric world. And it's not going to be easy, Lex, just for the reasons that we enumerated before. But maybe
Good
you're
on
going to get a
you.
helping hand. Maybe the West is going to transfer their best
Popeye
technology.
tasty
They're
candy
going to sell
cigarettes.
you their best
Amazing.
and then you're going to absorb it and maybe copy it and reverse engineer it. And if they won't sell it to you, maybe you'll just have to steal it. Maybe the West is going to allow you to bank, even though you violate many laws that would prohibit the West from extending those banking laws. Maybe the West is going to buy your energy and your palladium and your titanium and your rare metals like lithium because you're willing to have your
I
poor
never
people
slip.
mine that stuff
I
and
never
die of
fall.
disease at an early age. But Western
A lot of
governments,
hoes
they
give
don't
me
want to
their
do that.
numbers, but I never
They don't
fall.
want to do that dirty mining of those very important rare earths. But you're willing to do that because it's just people whose lives you don't care about. Right? So that's the world we live in where you're trying to get to this other world. You're at the center of the other world. You dominate the other world. But the only way to get there, Lex, is the West has to weaken, divide itself, maybe even collapse. And so you're encouraging, to the extent possible, Western divisions, Western disunity, a Western lack of resolve, a Western mistakes, Western invasion of the lone country, and Western destruction of its credibility through international financial crises. And one could go on. So if the West weakens itself through its mistakes and its own corruption, you're going to survive and maybe even come out into that world where you're the center. And so Russia's entire grand strategy, just like China's grand strategy, Iran, it's hard to say they have a grand strategy because they're so profoundly weak. But Russia's grand strategy is we're a mess. We don't invest in our human capital. Our human capital fleet, well, we actually drive it out. It goes to MIT.
Dude, I hate this one.
Like you did. Or it goes to fill in the blanks. We can't invest in our healthcare is terrible. Our education system is in decline. We don't build infrastructure. We don't improve our government. We don't invest in those attributes of modern power that make the West powerful. We can't because when we try, the money is stolen. We try these grandiose projects, national projects. We're going to invest in higher ed. We're going to invest in high tech. We're going to build our own Silicon Valley known as Sculpture. We're going to do all those things, and what happens? They can't even build an airport. The Sochi Olympics officially cost them $50 billion. You look around at the infrastructure that is moved from that $50 billion expense, and you're thinking, that's like the Second Avenue subway. You get almost nothing for your money. And so, yeah, it's corruption, like. But it's also because they don't want to do that. They don't want to invest in their people. They couldn't do it if they wanted to, and when they try, it doesn't work. But why invest in your own people? Invest in your hardware, your military hardware.
I never sleep.
Invest in your cyber
I never fall.
capabilities.
A lot of hoes
Invest in
in me,
all
they
your
know me,
spoilation
I never fall.
techniques in your hard power.
I
And invest in further corrupting and further weakening and further dividing the West. Because as I said, if the West is weak, divided, lacking resolve, you don't invest in
I shall speed, let me back in that bitch.
You don't improve your governance, but you'll muddle through. That's Russian grand strategy.
So invest in the hard power, weaken the West, those combined together means you're going to be incentivized to escalate any military aggressive conflicts that are around you or create new ones.
If you can get away with murder. But what happens, Lex, if it's a Harry Truman like spy? What happens if somebody says,
I never
we're going to stand up?
I never fall.
We're not going to
A
allow
lot
this
of
to
hoes
happen.
in me, they know
We're
me,
not going to
I
launder
never
your
fall.
money anymore. We're not going to be
Pretty
dependent
better
on
than
energy in the long
fuck.
term. We're going to make a transition. We're going to punish you for that kind of behavior. And the West is now
Chick.
switched to that
Fuck
only
yourself.
of the courage.
What happened to that one guy?
Of Ukraine.
What the fuck was his name?
Ukrainian resistance to Russian
That big dude?
was one of the greatest gifts the West has ever received. The sacrifices that the Ukrainians are making right now as we speak, meaning they're fighting
Dude, how about just English?
by themselves
Goodbye,
against a major
Toby.
military power.
It's been nice.
Nobody's fighting it with us yet. We are giving them weapons so they can conduct self-defense, which, by the way,
Turkish?
is illegal.
No, dog.
Unlike the Russian invasion, which is illegal, Western supply of weapons, including heavy weapons, including offensive weapons,
Somali, Turkish, Kurdish.
invasion by Russia
What
is
is
actually
this?
legal under British consulting.
Dude.
Thank God the Ukrainians surprised everybody. They surprised me, they surprised Putin and the Kremlin, they surprised the Biden administration, they surprised the European Union. Not the fact that they would resist. We knew that.
Toby.
We had the Orange Revolution in 2012, Maidan in 2012. where they
It,
rose up against
it goes
a
from
domestic type, and they were willing to die,
188, 132 game points to 47.
let alone against a foreign type.
Goodbye,
They would resist. We didn't know just how
Nobody's
successful.
watching this fight,
Certainly I didn't. They would be on the battle. It's been breathtaking to watch. That sacrifice, that gift, enabled the West to rediscover itself, to rediscover itself, to revive itself.
every
To
now
say,
and then
to hell with this energy dependency. To hell with this money. To hell with this money back and forth.
every now and then I
To
get
try
a
to see
bit of
what
fun.
in
They're the
the
best of all my
perspective
years,
what
and
peace
I
is. Right?
run,
So we'll see
run,
if it
run.
endures.
Every now
But
and
this
then
gift
I
comes from the United.
run.
So
Every now and then I forget how to wiki, 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 wiki. I wanna win,
That's standing up before anyone knew that it would be backed by all of these other nations, by all this money, and just kind of standing there, especially President Zelensky, where it makes almost sense to flee. And
let's take that point that you just raised, which is a deep and fundamental point.
you guys hear that? I think that was Let's go. So that's scary.
I'm sitting here in front of you,
It's an honor.
and it's a mutual honor. Ukraine, before the war, is run by a TV production company. Right, you're one guy running this fantastic, incredible podcast. There's 20 guys or so running the country inside of Ukraine. And one's a producer, one's a makeup person, one's a video editor. They're fantastically talented people. If your country is a TV production. So before the war, Zelensky had what, 25% approval rating? And he couldn't get much done. And it wasn't working. He got elected with 73%, as you know, and then he was down to 20. That's a pretty big drop. And so you're thinking, maybe having a major, large-sized, 40 million plus population European country run by a TV production company is not the best choice. And then what do we see? We see President Zelensky decide to risk his life on behalf of his country. Right. He decides to stay in the capital. He's not going to flee. They're going to stay and fight. And he could be killed. He can die. It's a decision where he put his life on the line. Obviously, he's Jewish descent, Russian-speaking childhood and upbringing. Russian-speaking Jewish descent puts his life on the line for the country of Ukraine. It's a pretty big message, don't you think? And it's crucial. And it turns out, not only that, but they're good at TV. They're good at information war. And in a war, it's a TV production company and a TV personality. That's exactly what you want running a country. Because they're crushing in the information. And he's spectacular. European Parliament, U.S. Congress, Israeli Parliament. There's no room on Zoom, let alone in person, that he can't win over. He's just so effective. You know, this is the first time reality TV has been about reality instead of fake. Reality TV is just this completely fake nonsense. But Zelensky, this is real reality. And he means it. And the nation is behind him. And they're just as courageous and just as ingenious in many ways. And it's spectacular. And so, yeah, who saw that coming? I didn't see that coming. In fact, the Biden administration, we talk about Putin's miscalculation. The Biden administration, as you alluded to, offered him an exit from the country. They didn't say, you know, you want to stand and fight, go back. They said, we'll get you out. You want to come now? And famously, you know that quote, right? What he said about how he doesn't need a ride. Remember that moment? The Biden administration was poised to do another Afghanistan moment. That ignominious exit from Afghanistan was almost what happened in Ukraine when Biden administration offered him that ride out of there. Unfortunately, he declined and helped rally, and people from below also rallied to stop the invader without the presidency, without the government in Ukraine, saving the Biden administration and the Europeans who latched on. Fortunately, they had the presence of mind to latch on to this gift, this bravery and ingenuousness of Zelensky and the rest of the Ukrainians, and flipped and decided to support Ukraine's resistance. First with 5,000 helmets only, as the Germans initially promised, and now with really heavy weapons. And so that's something that wasn't foreseen. I certainly didn't foresee that. I foresaw Ukrainian society being courageous and resistant, but I didn't foresee a television production company being exactly what you want to run a
I
country.
am trying to bring world
President
peace.
Zelensky
Period.
willing to
I
sacrifice, lay down
discuss
his
world
life,
peace on my
rally
stream.
others, countries like that. And then the country
I
being
additionally
so
discuss such topics as anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, de-extinction, life extension technology, mind uploading, and other fascinating subjects, period. Getting into a book is not my motivation, period. I have had the record for years now. I do not want to pay the...
He's in the 90% approval rating. I mean, I think they stopped doing the polling. Once he hit 91% or whatever it was in the previous poll, I think they all understood that now they didn't need any more polling. That it's pretty clear. So 25% to 90-something percent. And just like the 25% was deserved, the 90-something percent is also deserved, fully deserved.
And the question is how that all stabilizes. It feels like this set of events, and maybe paying attention to Twitter too much, which is a concern of mine, whether the change I see is just surface level or deep level. But it seems like we're in a new world. There's something dramatic has shifted. That this power that's rooted in your study of the 20th century, so deeply rooted in history, there's this power center of the world is now going, this has been shaken by this event. And how that changes the world is unclear. It's unclear what lesson China learned from watching this, what lesson India learned from watching this. Both nations, as far as you can get polls about Chinese population, but both nations are largely supporting Putin. So Russia, India, and China are still supporting Putin quietly.
I would maybe elaborate a little bit on that. I think you're right. The feeling that we're in an inflection moment, an inflection point, I think that's widespread. And I think it's widespread for good reason. We might be. But I also share your, let's say, modesty about where it's going and how hard it is to predict where this might go. It's only an inflection point if the trends continue, right? If the trends endure. There are plenty of non-inflection points. After 9/11, the whole world rallied around the United States after it was attacked. After the bombing of the towers here in New York City and the hitting of the Pentagon. And that didn't last. It was not really an inflection point, was it? It felt like it might be, but it wasn't. And so this is not a comparable moment in terms of what happened, but it has the feeling that it might be a watershed. And maybe we'll squander it the way we squandered the post 9/11 rallying around the United States. Maybe we'll actually consolidate or maybe it'll endure despite ourselves. And we can't tell, we can't know yet. And it depends in part on what we do and what we don't do. But here's a few things that we understand already. The idea that the West was in decline and that the rest of the world had risen and was more powerful and that we lived in a multipolar world, that turns out to be empirically false. It's not true. I mean, it's just factually not true. There are no major important multinational institutions, organizations that are run on behalf of or led by a South African, a Nigerian, a person from India, even the Chinese don't run. They would like to and they're trying, but they don't. And so whatever you get, IMF, the World Bank, the Federal Reserve, which is the most powerful multinational institution, which is actually only a domestic institution, it doesn't have a legal mandate to act multilaterally, but does. It's got the most power of any institution in the world. NATO, the bilateral alliances that the U.S. has up and down Asia. What organizations that have tremendous leverage on the international system are not
Shub Logic, Jackie Lee, Dr.
the UN
J,
is the most
Mystery,
encompassing, and of course we know that it has 5 members of the Security Council with a veto. One of which is Russia, one of which is China, and the others are the U.S., Britain, and France. Not India, not South Africa, not Indonesia, not all of these other countries where the people live, right? The bulk of the population of the world, and where the population is growing, like on the African continent. So it's not a multipolar world. We talked already about the international financial system. That's the Western, not multipolar. We talked about the U.S. military and NATO. We could talk about the Japanese military, which is just very formidable. Enormous number of pilots. Even the Australian military. Right? And so it's a Western-dominated world. And the West, remember, is not a geographic concept. It is an institutional and values club. The Japanese are not European, but they're Western. Just like Russia is European, but not Western. Because European is a cultural category, and Western is an institutional category, where you have rule of law, separation of powers, and free and open public sphere, and dynamic open market economy. And then we have another thing which is pretty clear. The West is powerfully resented, powerfully envied, and admired simultaneously. P.J. O'Rourke, the comedian who died this year, fantastic. It was a big loss of the culture. He said there are 2 things that are always characteristic of any American embassy abroad. One is a political protest outside, and the other is the longest line you've ever seen for visas. And those things are true simultaneously. And that's the world we live in, meaning that non-Western countries envy and admire
God, didn't I just watch this one?
but they also resent the power of Western hypocrisy. Right? The West invades countries when it wants. When others do that, it's illegal. Right? The West arrests you for money laundering, but it's Western money laundering that is where you go when you do it. So they see the hypocrisy, they see the excessive power that the West has, and they resent it. And they say, who elected you to run the world? We have 1 billion plus people, or we have 200 plus million people, and we don't have a say. You're self-appointed guardians of our world. He did that. And so it's incumbent on the West not only to remember the power that it has, but also to exercise that power legally and with restraint, and also to think about how we can expand institutions to be more encompassing so that other parts of the world are not on the outside being dictated to, but instead are on the inside. Too often, Western power is not consultative in a decision-making fashion. It's consultative after the fact. Okay, we got together in the EU, or we got together in NATO, or we got together at the Federal Reserve. Here's our decision, and we're announcing it today. And so your economy gets destroyed because the Federal Reserve decides it has to raise interest rates, or you now go into default. You can't pay your debt because Western banks lent you money, and now the West has changed interest rates or other considerations, and you're in big trouble now. And so this is something which we failed to address. It's very hard to address. It's very hard to reform international institutions. It's very hard to share power. It's very hard to acknowledge that you have too much power, and that maybe having too much power is not good, not only for the rest of the world, but for yourself. And so it's great to rediscover the West, and rediscover its values, and rediscover its authority, credibility, and power. But that's not sufficient. So we know this now. We know that the rest of the world is not necessarily jumping on the Western bandwagon to condemn Russia for its actions, because the West can do things like sanction your central bank, take away your reserves, deny you technology. It pretty much can do whatever it wants. And it can say that it's legal, and it can go to various mechanisms, and it can freeze your property. And you say to yourself, should anybody have that much power, and when do they come after me? Now there's a caveat. And the caveat, Lex, is they don't like the West having all of that power. And they didn't join in the condemnation of Russia. But they also didn't join in Russia's aggression. So Russia's domestic civilian aircraft industry, aircraft industry is in big trouble there because of the export controls on spare parts, software. Brazil is a major power in aircraft manufacturing. Could they rush in and say, Vladimir Putin, we didn't condemn necessarily your actions in Ukraine, okay, that's one thing. And how about we give you all of our aircraft technology, and we help you rebuild your domestic aircraft industry. And you can have the aviation of the West. Did that happen? Didn't happen. And you can look at India, and you can look at China, and you can look at South Africa, and you can look at what they've done in practice. Yes,
didn't we just fucking watch
this? Always joined in a full-throated condemnation. Maybe they've been neutral, or maybe they've been playing both sides of the fence, like Turkey, for example. But are they rushing in to join Russia, to join Russia's aggression, to supply? And the answer is no. And the answer is no for two reasons. One, they actually don't want to be party to that. And two, they understand that Western power. And they don't want to be on the receiving end by crossing the West and then
look at this shit.
In a sanctions regime or worse.
Frozen itself.
We go to the mind of Vladimir Putin because what you just said,
take a whiz.
China, India, they seem to sit back and
I gotta
say, we're not
piss.
going to condemn the action of Vladimir Putin of Russia.
Maybe I should stand,
like for this war to be over.
stretch.
So there's that kind of energy of we
It's a lot of work.
just stop this because you're putting us in a very, very bad position.
Yo, dog, what is this bullshit?
Vladimir Putin is continuing the aggression. What is he thinking? What information is he getting? Is it the system that you described of the authoritarian regimes that corrupts your flow of information?
Gotta take a whiz.
To make clear-headed decisions, just as a human being.
Scale 1 to 10 it.
Sleep at night. Is seem not
George
able to
Tenet.
see this more clearly, or is this all deliberate, systematic action that does have some reason behind it?
We got to talk a little bit about China too, but let's answer your question. So, on Twitter, you've lost the war. Or as they say, there's two Russian soldiers having a smoke in Warsaw, and they're taking a break, having a smoke, they're sitting there in Warsaw on top of their tank, one says to the other, yeah, we lost the information. And there they are sitting in Warsaw having that smoke. So yeah, on Twitter, Russia has completely lost the war. In reality, they failed to take Kiev, they failed to capture Kiev, and they failed in phase 2, as they call it, or plan B, which is to capture the entirety of Donbass. We're 3 months into the war. If you had made a judgment about, let's say, the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union as a definitive judgment after 3 months, you might have got the outcome wrong. If you had judged the winter war, the 1939-40 Soviet invasion of Finland, after 3 months, you would have got that wrong too, of what the outcome was. So we're early in the game here, and we have to be careful about any definitive judgment. But it is the case that so far, they failed to take Kiev, and they failed to capture the entirety of the Donbass, Luhansk, and Donetsk provinces, eastern, a part of it. And they've been driven out of Kharkiv, the area immediately surrounded. They never captured Kharkiv, but they came close, but now the Ukrainians brought them back to the Russian border, and they're very large border. So those look like battlefield losses that are impossible to explain away if you're the regime in Russia, except by suppression of information. And as you know from Russian history, Lex, leaders in Russia have an easier time with a state of siege and deprivation than they do with explaining the lost war. But let's look at some other facts that are important. One, the Russian army has penetrated farther into Ukrainian territory since February 2022, including in Kherson, Egypt, the famous Mariupol siege that just ended. They have built a large presence in areas north of Crimea, on the Sea of Azov, the Black Sea and the Coral, that they didn't previously hold. They're still fighting in Luhansk for full control over at least half of the Donbass, and Ukrainians are resisting fiercely. But nonetheless, you can't say that they've been driven out. On the contrary, farther penetration than that. Ukraine doesn't have an economy. They have somewhere between 33 and 50% unemployment in part measure unemployment in a war economy. But their metallurgical industry, that Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol, is a ruin now. And a lot of farmers are not planting yet because the harvest from the previous year still hasn't been sent, sold abroad because the ports are blockaded or destroyed. And so you don't have an economy, and you need $5 billion, $7 billion, or $8 billion a month to meet the payroll, to feed your people, to keep your army in the field. That's a lot of money per month, and that's indefinite. That's as long as this blockade lasts. And so you don't have an economy anymore. You're in this choice. And even if you take the lower number, $5 billion is opposed to Zelensky's asked for $7 billion. $5 billion is $60 billion a year. That's $60 billion this year. That's $60 billion next year. And so who's got that kind of money? Which Western taxpayers are ready? If you use the $7 or $8 billion, you get up to $100 billion. The Biden just signed. President Joe Biden just signed the bill making it law of $40 billion billion in aid to Ukraine. It's just an enormous sum. The economic piece of that is a month and a half, 2 months of Ukrainians covering the Ukrainian expenses. That's it. And they're asking the G7, they're asking everybody. So you have no economy and no prospect of an economy until you evict the Russians from your territory. And then you have a Western unity, Western resolve. It lasts or it doesn't last. So you're President Putin, and you've got more territory than before, and you've got a stranglehold over the Ukrainian economy, and you've got a lot of the world neutral, and you've got the Chinese propaganda supporting you to the hilt with those Oliver Stone and Mearsheimer lines about how this is really NATO's fault. And you've got Hungary dragging its feet on the oil embargo against Russia, and you've got Turkey dragging its feet on the recent applications of Sweden and Finland for NATO expansion. You're saying to yourself, Lex, maybe I can write this out. I got a lot of problems of my own. We can go into the details on the Russian side's challenges. But he's on Ukrainian territory unless he's evicted. And he's got a stranglehold on their economy. And he's got the possibility that the West doesn't stay resolved or doesn't continue to pay for Ukraine's economy or supply those economies. And so you could argue that maybe he's deluded about all this, and maybe he should go on Twitter. No, I'm not on Twitter, but Putin famously doesn't use the internet. Should go on Twitter and see this. Or you can argue that maybe he's calculating here that he's got a chance to still prevail.
Wow, that is darkly insightful. If I could go to Henry Kissinger for a brief moment, and people should read this op-ed he wrote in the Washington Post in March 5th, 2014, after the start of the war between Russia and Ukraine, but before Crimea was annexed. There's a lot of interesting historical description of all the division within Ukraine, the corruption within Ukraine, that will, people read this article, will give context to how incredible it is for Zelensky to accomplish in the United States. But I just need to comment, because Henry Kissinger is an interesting figure in American history. He opens the article with, in my life, I have seen 4 wars begun with great enthusiasm and public support, all of which we did not know how to end, and 3 of which we withdrew unilaterally. Except for policy, how that ends, not how we do it. So he's given this whole hard truth that we going to war is exciting, are able to send $40 billion financially, military aid, our own men and women, but the segment fades.
Wicca, what?
Fade. And then a country that's willing to wait patiently.
Look at this athleticism.
To pay the cost of siege, the cost of staying in so many people have lost. That country just might outlast.
Let's hope not, because Ukrainians resistance deserves to prevail. Russia deserves to lose. No war of aggression like they've committed here against Ukraine should prevail if we can do anything about it. I support 1,000% the continued supply of heavy weapons, including offensive weapons, to the Ukrainians, as long as they're willing to resist, and it's their choice. It's their choice when to negotiate, it's their choice how much to resist, it's their choice what kind of sacrifices to make. And it's our responsibility to meet their requests more quickly than we have so far and at greater scale. But ultimately, wars only have political end. They never have military. You need a political solution. So if the Ukrainians are able to conduct a successful counteroffensive at scale in
Come on, you little bitch.
Right now, the heavy weapons are coming in, and they're being moved to the battlefield, and more are coming. You know, the dynamic. Russia bombs a school, Russia bombs a hospital. Americans and Europeans decide to send even more heavy weapons to Ukraine. That's the self-defeating dynamic on the Russian side. They commit the atrocities, we send more heavy weapons. Once those heavy weapons are on the battle line, we'll see if Ukrainians cannot just defend, which they've proven they're able to do in breathtaking fashion, not just conduct counterattacks, where the enemy moves forward and you cut behind the enemy's line and you counterattack and push the enemy back a little bit. But whether you can evict the Russians from your territory with a combined arms operation where you have a massive superiority infantry and heavy weapons.
I'm Black Sea. I'm the first bitch to get in the yard. I fucking am a redo that too. I'm Black Sea. I'm back from the 808. Cause I'm Black Sea.
We hope this Ukrainian counteroffensive at scale, this combined arms operation, succeeds. And if it does succeed, there's the possibility of a battlefield victory. Whether that also includes Crimea, which, as you know, is not hostile, on the contrary, to the Russian military, remains to be seen. But however much they regain territorially back towards the 1991 borders, which is their goal, their stated goal, and which we support them properly in trying to achieve. However much they achieve of that in this counteroffensive that we're anticipating, that will set the stage for the next phase. And either Russia, which is to say one person, Vladimir Putin, will acknowledge that he's lost the war because the Ukrainians won it on the battlefield, or they'll try to announce a full-scale mobilization, conscript the whole country, go back, and instead of acknowledging that you try to win with a different plan, recalibrate. Remains to be seen. Will the Ukrainians negotiate any territorial way, or must they capture also Crimea, which puts a very high bar on the summer counteroffensive that we're going to see, which could last through the fall and winter. So we don't know the answers to that. Nobody knows the answers to that. People are guessing. Some people are better informed because they have inside intelligence. People are also worried about Russian escalation. The nuclear weapons or chemical weapons, if they begin to leave
Bossy.
the battlefield.
Are you worried about the possibility of nuclear war?
I think it's necessary to pay attention to that possibility. That possibility existed before the February 2022 full-blown invasion. The doomsday arsenal that Russia possesses is enough to destroy the world many times over, and that's been the case every year since the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. And so, of course, we're concerned about that. We do know, however, Lex, that they have a system known as dual key. Dual key for their strategic nuclear weapons. Strategic nuclear weapons means the ones fired from silos, the missiles, the ones delivered from bombers, or the ones fired from submarines.
And they're ready to go.
They're intercontinental. We watch that very, very closely. We watch all the movement of that and the alerts, etc. We have tremendously, let's say, tremendous inside intelligence on that. But dual key means that President Putin alone cannot fire. He has one key which he must insert. He must then insert the codes for a command and launch. That then goes to the head of the general staff, who has his own key and separate codes, and must do the same, insert that key and codes for them to launch. And so, will the general staff chief go along with the destruction those at the missile silos decide to engage and fire. We don't know, but you can see that it's more than one man making a decision in a system of strategic nuclear weapons. As far as the tactical, the so-called low yield or battlefield nuclear weapons, we're not sure the system that they have in Russia these days for their use of such a tactical nuclear weapon. It could well be
Look at this one.
that Putin
Let us out of the press.
himself, he alone can fire, or both of them can fire. But you know, Lex, there's no tactical nuclear weapon fired in Ukraine that's not also fired simultaneously at Russia. If the Kremlin is 600 miles from Ukraine, and if the wind changes direction, or the wind happens to be blowing east, northeast, the fallout hits your Kremlin, not just Ukraine. Moreover, you have all those border regions, which are staging regions for the Russian offensive, and they're a lot closer than 600 miles. They're actually right there. And so you fire that weapon on Ukrainian territory and you can get the fallout, just like the Chernobyl fallout. Spread the sweet, which is how we got the Kremlin to finally, first they denied it. Oh, we don't know why there's a big nuclear cloud over Sweden. We don't know where that's coming from. But eventually they admitted it. So Russia can't actually use a nuclear weapon, tactical battlefield on Ukraine, without also firing it at itself. And in addition, it's that same dynamic I alluded to earlier, which is to say, you bomb a hospital, you bomb a school, there's more heavy weapons going to Ukraine than the West.
You can't get away with any of the. There's always has to be a response that's either proportional or greater than proportional.
You could well have Europe signing on to NATO direct engagement, both Washington and Brussels direct engagement of the Russian army on the territory of Ukraine.
You think that's possible to do that without dramatic escalation from the Russian side?
Yes, I do think it's possible, but it's very worrisome, just like you're saying. But if Putin were to escalate like that, he's firing that weapon at himself, and he's potentially provoking a direct clash with NATO's military, not just with the Ukrainian military. If you're sitting in the Kremlin looking at those charts, Lex, of NATO capabilities, and you can't conquer Ukraine, which didn't really have heavy weapons before February 2022 at scale, and you're thinking, okay, now I'm going to take on NATO, that would be a bold step on the part of a Russian leader. And let's also remember, Lex, that there's another variable here. You're a despot as long as everyone implements your orders. And so people start to say, quietly, not necessarily publicly, I may not implement that order. That's maybe a criminal order. Or my grandma is Ukrainian. Or my wife is Ukrainian. Or I don't want to go to the hospital. I don't want to spend the rest of my life. Or whatever it might be. At any point along the chain of command, from the general staff all the way down, right, to the platoon, you're a despot provided they implement your orders. But who's to say that somewhere along the chain of command, people start to say, I'm going to ignore that order, or I'm going to sabotage that order, or I'm going to flee so that I'm going to injure myself so that I don't have to fight, or I'm going to join the Ukrainian side. And so it could be that what's left of the Russian army in the field begins to disintegrate. Even if the Ukrainians are not able to mount that counteroffensive scale that you find on the operation, the Russian military in the field, which is taking horrendous casualties, something like a third of the original force. So you're talking about 50,000 That includes both dead and wounded deployed British fighters returned to the battlefield. Those are big numbers. Those are a lot of families. A lot of families affected. Their sons, or their husbands, their fathers, their different actions, tell them that they're dead. As you know, from thinking of that flagship across Rabbi,
I'll be
and
completely
so
honest.
the
It's
situation
even
of the
better when you
Russian
Saturday
military
Night
is
Live.
there are orders that they either can't implement or don't want to implement is also not included. And so you have these two big variables, training an army in the field and its ability to move from defense to offense and scale. They will test that too. And then the Russian ability in the field to hold together in a more complex and aggressive, where they're constantly fed dog food, or they don't have weapons anymore because there's no supply. So the integration of the army forces food, and then of course all bets are off on the cooking machine. More long term, there are these technology exports. We were talking about how military industrial complex in Russia is dependent on foreign performing parts and so on. And so if you have export control and you have firms voluntarily, even when they don't fall under export control, leaving Russian business, refusing to do business with Russia. And we see this not just in the civilian sector like McDonald's, but many other areas. We see this in the key areas like oil industry with the executive spleen, that is the Western executive spleen, giving up their position. So Russia's ability to resupply its tanks, resupply its missiles, resupply its uniforms, resupply its food to the soldiers in the field. We see a lot of stuff under tremendous stress, and in the long term, there's no obvious way they can rebuild the military industrial complex to produce those weapons because they're reliant on foreign parts that they can't get anymore, and there are no domestic substitutes for any immediate horizon. At the earliest, 2 years proposition to have domestic substitutes. And for some things like microelectronics,
No, dog, why don't they show it?
domestic substitutes going back to the Soviet times, as you talk about. And so there's that pressure on Russia from the technology export control.
So they're not going to take it down.
The security ministry or the defense ministry is within that side of the
Listen, I could be douching. You're part of history. Do your
and
shit
you're
together.
wondering about the strategy.
Pencils down.
Let me ask you about
These ethics.
again, and it frustrates me in part that people draw these parallels, but maybe there is some deep insight about those parallels. So there's a song that goes about this новые июня робочие встречи Саки в Вьетнаме юридично начинать now. So the Operation Barbarossa, the bomb with Kiev by Hitler, there's sort of an eerie parallel. And you have to be extremely careful drawing such parallels, connections to these unexplained war. But is there elements of this that you have already actually dropped? And more specifically, do you think that Ryan was a war criminal? Then that way can be a solid reaction to this one.
A war criminal is a legal determination, and it requires evidence and due process and the ability to defend oneself. We don't just decide in a Twitter sphere or on a podcast that somebody is a war criminal. They can be a suspected war criminal, and we can gather evidence to try to prosecute that case. And this is the issue for us, but which court does it go to? What's the appropriate place? Does it happen in Ukraine because they're the victim? Does it happen in the Hague? Criminal court there? Does it happen inside Russia because there's regime change at some point? And some of these people become what's a bigger arrested by their own. So those are all important questions that have to be pursued with resources and by skilled people who are excellent at gathering that evidence. And that process is underway. And Ukraine has the process of one alleged victim who's pleaded guilty, and we'll see what the outcome of that trial is. And the lower level officials not obviously Vladimir Putin, but the commander of tanks. So, yes, the names of a few of the women. Those are the names.
Look at this one.
From
Just
the Nazi
very
occupation
athletic.
of the Nazi occupation of Ukraine. And it's very deeply troubling to think that this could happen again. And there's a bizarre sense that the Russians, claiming, as Putin says, to denazify Ukraine, have invaded the same places that the Nazis invaded back in 1941.
As somebody who's working on volume 3 of your work on Stalin,
Well, this
going
move.
through this period, is it eerie to you
Yes, it is.
that you're
I've written the chapters of
Popping toes and fucking hoes. What the fuck, dude?
And as I said, the place names are very evocative, unfortunately. But you know, the Nazis failed. They captured Ukraine for a time, but they were evicted from Ukraine. Massive partisan or guerrilla warfare resistance behind Nazi lines the whole time that they were allegedly in control. If you look at the maps on cable TV, they show you the sign of Russian, they show you the color of Russian control. They draw a line and then it's color. But the word control is misplaced. They're not actually control. It's Russian claim or extent of farthest Russian troop advance. Because behind the Russian lines in Ukraine, Crimea accepted, you have insurgency. You have the armed insurgency. In Melitopol, for example, which is a place that we know in southeastern Ukraine, there's a guerrilla war underway to hurt the Russians who are in occupation of that city. And we're going to see that continue, even if the war becomes a stalemate. Even if it's stalemate is more or less the lines we're at now, which would mean that anticipated Ukrainian counteroffensive scale is unsuccessful, the Russian army doesn't disintegrate, and you end up with a stalemate where there could be a ceasefire or not a ceasefire, but neither side is attempting an offensive for the time being. There will be resistance behind those Russian lines, and it will be fierce resistance, the kind of resistance we saw to the Nazi occupation. Ultimately, it took the Red Army reinvading the territory.
Look at this athleticism.
And succeeding at combined proper arms operations at scale. A massive counteroffensive, much larger than anything we're talking about today. Ultimately, it required that to evict the Nazis from Ukraine. But in the meantime, they did not have an easy occupation regime. Ukrainian partisans, Soviet partisans, killed Nazi officials, Wehrmacht soldiers, Wehrmacht officers, blew up the infrastructure they were using. Made them pay a price for their occupation. We could well see, if unfortunately this ends in a stalemate for the time being, we could well see that type of insurgency gain momentum behind Russian army. future if the first one doesn't succeed. So that would be further echoes of the World War II experience. The scale, once again, is much smaller. The size of the armies here, they're not in the many 800,000, 700,000, a million, 1,400,000. That's not what we're talking about today. But the weapons, the cruise missiles, right? Artillery fire. You know, artillery fire used to be very inactive, like saturation. You would just fire towards the enemy lines, and if you hit something, you hit something, and if you didn't, you just kept firing. Now you have drones. And so artillery fire is now sniper fire. Because you can coordinate the direction of the artillery fire with the drones. The drones can take a picture and show you where the enemy is precisely located. And you can align that artillery to hit them instead of just indiscriminately bombing an area, a territory. And the NATO supply of artillery goes really far. And you can fire into Russian positions and yourself not be exposed to Russian fire because your artillery fires farther than theirs. So that's coming. And we're going to see that in action. And so the scale is not the same, but the weapons, the precision of some of the weapons and some of the NATO, we're not sending all of our stuff. But as I said, the dynamic is Russia commits atrocities, Russia bombs schools, Russia bombs hospitals, Russia kills civilians, and more and heavier and more lethal Western weapons go to Ukraine. Their willingness to risk their lives is really so impressive, and the reason that it's our duty, we're obliged to supply those weapons. And so the Russians don't have that resupply, and the Ukrainians do. And so the Russians are not digging in much. They're digging in deeply.